What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, December 19th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas Edge Ethan Burke will join us at 8:30 to preview this weekend's matchup against Clemson. Plus, David Hood of TigerNet.com will join the program at 9:15 to give the Clemson preview for this weekend's matchup at DKR. We've got some transfer portal news. We've got some Texas basketball to get into, some MLB hot stove, a TBT video, and of course, plenty of buck-ons and buck-offs on a buck-off Thursday right here on Bucky and BK. Buck on to you, my man. How are you?
Same to you, man. It's cool out this morning. Ooh, I went outside, took the garbage out, and man, went out there in a T-shirt, thought it would be okay. Not so fast. Not so fast. It was cool. Okay, why do I say cool when I know it's cold? It was cold this morning going out there. Now it'll warm up today, but it's a little brisk this morning.
Getting a little Penn State weather today.
Finds all kinds of words to say about it when I should just say it's cold this morning.
What are we talking? What kind of temperatures? I haven't been outside yet.
I'm going to say it's low 40s. That's cold enough.
Okay, so like Penn State weather.
No, that ain't Penn State. That's Penn State afternoon. That's Penn State high, low 40s, and that's just in case you catch a breeze. Penn State lows. No, I mean game time will be cold, windy. It'll get dark real quick, and they'll have a white out. It'll be amazing for the kids from Texas. They'll want out by the fourth quarter. They'll be looking for the blue tent with the heaters in them.
We'll get your Gold Star locks during tomorrow's show,
yes.
But I got a hunch you and your cousin are going to be riding the Penn State Nittany Lions this weekend.
Yeah, I got a feeling that's going to happen too. You can get over that, but you can get over that if you're there for a month.
Yeah, I'm so excited for the college football playoff, man. We'll talk all about it today and tomorrow. A quick reminder to start off today's show. If you have not signed up for our CFP bracket challenge, then please do so. You got a chance to win great prizes. It's completely free to enter. You get to compete against your favorite TSU hosts. You get to compete against the SEC Unfiltered guys. You get to compete against all of our TSU listeners and watchers. And once again, the winner will get some great prizes. So it's free to enter. If you want to sign up, there is a link on our Twitter page. Just go to the TS Unfiltered Twitter account. There's a pinned tweet right there at the top. Once again, completely free to sign up. Takes 2 minutes to fill out the 12-team CFP bracket. But I can't wait. There's been a lot of talk over the last couple of weeks since the bracket came out last Sunday. And tomorrow we finally get the first game in the college football playoff. And, of course, on Saturday we get to watch the Longhorns host a college football playoff game for the first time in school history.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be an awful lot of fun. This is a lot of sitting around this weekend watching football, and that's okay. That's okay because after this weekend, by Monday, people will be up and running around this town trying to get things done for Wednesday. Get that the ones that go out like me will try to get the last bit of shopping in. I'm done. So but there'll be those that'll be hitting the malls and going crazy. There'll be people on their computers, but they'll be driving around. The stores will be packed. HEB will be a mob scene this weekend, all the way straight through Christmas. Now you don't get it. If you didn't go yesterday, chances are, some of those places, some of HEB opens up at like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. If you don't hit them then, forget about it because by 8 o'clock in the morning, BK, those things are like packed. And they're like packed all day. I mean, they stay straight through closing time. There's no in between where you sneak in there. You know, Sundays I try to go, I get up, go get my Starbucks on Sunday morning early, and I go right to HEB. But dude, by the time I get done out of the line, they're like coming in. The parking lot fills up at like, 6:30, 7 o'clock. It's like filling up because the people will go before church. But after church, forget about it.
Yeah, I have 2 rules for the grocery store, and these rules apply year-round, but they definitely apply around the holidays. Number 1, do not go to the grocery store on the weekend.
Oh,
You
yeah.
grocery store and wanna spend hours there dealing with people, avoid the grocery store on the weekends. And number 2, you gotta bring headphones to the grocery store. It's the game changer of all game changers, man.
Really?
You don't wanna deal with people messing with you. You don't wanna deal with the crappy music that they've got going on.
Hey, it's the holiday sounds now.
Hey,
Come on, man.
the holiday music is better than what they have planned for the other 10 months out of the year. So I prefer the
Yes.
Christmas holiday music over what normally is going on at the supermarket. But man, you wear headphones, people don't bother you. They just like, I'm here to shop. I'm here to get out of here. And that's it. No mess with me. So those are the two tips. Tips for adults, tips for kids, tips for everybody from yours truly today. No grocery stores on the weekend, and bring some headphones, and those 2 things will greatly improve your shopping experience.
You know what I do on a Sunday sometimes? I do at halftime of the first game at noon. I'll try to sneak to the grocery store and come back, and it'll be mid third quarter.
What?
You know? Yeah, I do. I don't need to get the halftime scores. I'll get them later on that day or something. But I will try to sneak off and hit the stores, you know. But if the Cowboys are playing, look out. Wow.
You might you've never heard of NFL Red Zone, it sounds like, because there is no halftime with NFL Red Zone. You get all the games going on all the time. Yeah. Commercial-free football. 7 hours of commercial-free football, mind you.
Nope, so. You never used the zone. I'm back to the old, what is the game of the, what's playing halftime. I'll just jump up just before half. I don't need to hear the gang back at the studio try to break it down. I get out of there.
Dude, you have to try NFL Red Zone. You have to.
They're 20 minutes right on the mark. There's no, 25 minutes. The NFL is, it's, you're talking about the choreography of the NFL.
Yeah.
And how they do things. My goodness, when they say it's a 20-minute half, it's 19, 55, 56, 57, 58. Okay, we go, kickoff. They don't mess around.
I don't even know if it's a full 20 minutes. I think it might be shorter than that. That's the best part. That's the one thing the NFL has. Well, there are a few things the NFL has figured out that college football doesn't. But the shorter halftime and the fact that everything is on schedule. Like an NFL game says it's going to kick at 12. The latest it's going to kick is 12:01. You could be watching big noon kickoff on Fox for a college game, and it's supposed to start at 11 o'clock Central Time. Dude, it could be 11:10, 11:12, 11:15, and it's like, when is Ohio State and Michigan going to start? Like, you told us 11 o'clock. Why are we just starting a countdown when we get to 11 o'clock? So the NFL, you know exactly when it's going to start. You know about when it's going to end. You know exactly how long the halftime is. They got it down to a science.
Yeah, college football is not like that. You hear, big, like you said, big noon. I think they kick off at 12:15. I'm like, well, I thought it's 12. No, it's not 12 noon.
It's terrible.
If it's the NFL, that thing is kicking off. That thing, now everybody's kicking off at the same time at 12 noon.
Yeah,
it's like the foot to ball is at the same time all over the country with them.
You're right. You're right. And then, college game day, you got Lee Corso taking 5 minutes to put the damn mascot head on his head because he's so old and decrepit. We love him, but, he's past his prime. So, I don't know.
89. Somebody said he's 89 years old.
He doesn't look a day over 99, Buck.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. So, we'll get to some more college football playoff. We've got some Dabo Sweeney sound for the people today.
Oh, finally. I've been waiting for God Bless America dude to come on here and tell us about his world. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those who fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do, to you, to your families. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We appreciate it, what your families do for us, and hopefully you get to spend some time with them during this holiday season. But do be safe out there.
Yes, sir. Buck on to all of our soldiers.
Absolutely.
All of our veterans and all of the families of those soldiers and veterans who have sacrificed so much to allow us.
All our EMS workers and those folks out there this holiday season. I know that they'll be involved in people who are crashing around, not paying attention. Lots of things, lots of folks out there. It's a tough time for a lot of folks, BK. It really is. And My prayers go out to all those that are fighting addiction problems. This is that lonely time. This is that time you go to some dark places, but hopefully for those that are struggling with alcohol and drug addictions, that you will find that peace and you'll find that light, because a lot of darkness during these times. People go to places you don't want to see them go to, but this is a lot of alcohol. People that deal with alcohol problems will get into the bottle during this time because they don't want to be around people. They want to go off into their own world, but be around the folks that love you and that want to help you out. So if you can help someone out, go check on them. Go check on a neighbor right now.
Yeah.
This is that time, Everybody's not getting gifts. Everybody's not gifted at this time. And everybody, you are blessed, but they don't feel blessed. But you can help out the process if you're out there and people are struggling. Help them out.
Yeah. Take care of others. Make sure you take care of yourself as well this time.
That's for sure.
Of the
if
year.
You need help, you get help.
Amen. Amen. All right. So we are now just 2 days away from Texas and Clemson. Cannot wait for this one. The line has gone up since we last spoke to the people. When we were on there yesterday morning, Texas was an 11.5-point favorite. The line went up another half point. The Longhorns now a 12-point favorite for this game on Saturday. So money in Sin City coming in on Texas. Here was Dabo Sweeney at his Monday press conference. Look, his team's been the underdog all week long. They're the 12 seed. Texas is the 5 seed. Texas is playing at home. Clemson's got to travel here to Austin. Plenty of reasons why Clemson is the underdog for this matchup. Here's Dabo Sweeney talking about embracing that underdog role.
Yeah, I mean, I think they know that, hey, that's just kind of, we're the 12 seed, so we're just happy to have a chance. We're in there. Anything can happen, and so I think they know that there's probably not going to be many people give us an opportunity to win, and so that's their mentality. They believe in themselves, and that's all that matters.
Hey, it's another football game, Dabo. Don't try to give us the old us against the world thing. You played in big games before. It's not like your conference is this powerhouse. So every game that you're in your conference is a battle. This isn't any different.
Yeah,
this is another game for you. Don't make this. This is the last game we'll play before the end of time. Don't even try that. We're not buying into that. You'll come here with a pretty good football team and some talented players, and plus you'll come with a coaching staff that's a veteran coaching staff that's been through this before. So we won't fall for that.
Hey, you do whatever you have to do to get your team motivated.
That's right. Absolutely.
And if that's what works for Clemson, then more power to them. If Clemson beats Texas and Dabo Sweeney's getting interviewed on the field right after the game, he's going to be saying that nobody gave us a chance.
Oh, no, we didn't have a chance.
It was us against the world. Nobody outside of this locker room thought we could do it, but we don't care about what the outsiders think. We banded together, and we found a way to get it done. That's what's
non-portal guys, us and our high schoolers. Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Yeah, there's Dabo. Here's another one for Dabo. He was asked about the Texas defense. This is a little bit more of a lengthy answer. Gave a lot of praise to what we feel is the best defense in the country.
And they got elite guys, and they got depth. They're stacked in there, man. There's a bunch of them. They just roll them in and out of there. So they're well coached. Again, they understand their scheme. They don't do a lot, but they're really good at what they do. And they've, again, been able to dictate to offenses most of the time. Giving up 12 points a game. It's hard to run on them, hard to throw on them. So, and the reason it's hard to run on them is because they're built to stop the run, mostly one high. So they're built to stop the run. There's always somebody extra in the box, and then they're hard to pass on because they're just really athletic, and they can create pressure with 4. And so if you get behind the chains and you get in long yardage situations, you're thrown into coverage. And then they rally, they play with eyes, and they tackle you. They tackle well too. So just a good, really well coached, really good, complete football team. They're good enough to win the whole thing for sure, without a doubt. This is a team that I don't know what the odds are or whatever, but they're probably as good as anybody when it comes to having a chance to win the whole thing. I think they can do it.
Yeah, he understands that defense. He knows how good that defense is. That's one thing he knows for sure.
What's going on with that sun behind you, dude?
I don't know. Let me go ahead. Let me take down this shade. Tell me if it's gone as you talk to me.
Okay. I was like, I feel like you're getting peppered by that thing
About
right now. You're going to get a sunburn. Yeah, much better.
Yeah, that's the one.
I was like, you're about to get a sunburn from doing the show today.
I thought I was going to get a little tan here this morning. That one hits right off that wonderful Texas state flag right there.
Do you get sunburn?
Yes, I do.
That's not a you people thing. I meant you specifically. Do you get sunburn?
Yeah, I get. That was back in the day when I would get out there and actually want to tan up during this time of the year. I'd take trips to Florida. I do the old spring break and things like that. Yeah, baby oil. Baby oil will do it to me. Baby oil will do it to anybody. You don't need any oil on you.
You're a big P. Diddy guy. You like the baby oil. You've mentioned multiple times that he is your favorite celebrity of all time.
Washing around on the beach blanket, getting rubbed down with baby oil. Yeah, that always
beach, the nude gay beach in Florida for spring break. Yeah, I remember that story.
I got Hippie Hollow here. What do I have to go to Florida anymore? I don't have to do that.
I did say you were sore from that one, so I understand you not wanting to go back to that nude beach out there.
I'd lather up at Hippie Hollow and sit on a rock.
That's all you need. Yeah, absolutely. The baby oil ain't enough for me. I need like SPF 50 plus sunscreen. Otherwise,
you can't even deal with that. No, I can get burned up. What happens is my head gets burnt. Since I'm a baldy, you go out there and that hits you right in the head. So
yeah, I don't have that problem yet, but I'm thinning a little bit. So if I go out without a hat, I still got to do a little spray on top just in case.
A little spray in the backside there.
I try to always wear a hat when I'm outside for long periods of time to avoid anything like that.
Yeah, I've stayed away. My wife doesn't deal with the sun. She doesn't get out there and she doesn't want to get all crinkled up. But I love the sun. I like getting out in the sun. I like it. Going golfing and all that stuff. It doesn't bother me. Now, with the temperatures are what gets to me. I've had a few episodes with the sun playing golf where I was dehydrated, didn't have enough water in me, and that's the worst of all.
Yeah.
But besides seasickness, that whole sun, over hydration, that thing is absolutely the worst. You feel like you can't take another step. I was playing golf with the boys one time, and I had gone up to play up at Escondido on a visit there, and they've had these little houses, BK, that have sandwiches, food, sugar, sodas. I stopped at back-to-back ones on the way up one fairway and on the way back. That's when I was eating those peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I ate like 3 of those things, some M&Ms, and like 4 sodas. Dude, I got out of the cart one time and stood on the green, and it was like waves of the heat was like waving. I said, listen, guys, I can't take another step. I got to go sit back in the cart. And they were like, can you make it through the round in the cart? And I'm like, no, I need to go into the air conditioning. And as soon as I hit the air conditioning, I was fine. But if I was just sat in a cart for the remainder of the day, I wouldn't have survived. I would think I would have died on the course. And those dudes would have just left me, weekend at Bernie's, put me back there with the golf clubs and tied me up and finished the round. I told them, I've already said that. I said, why waste a good round if I'm dead? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Why try to save you, just let you die.
Well, I mean, no, you can try to save me, but if it's official, don't stop the round. Just keep on going. Just, tell the card girl, throw some ice, put me on ice if you can.
The sun is a bitch. It will do that to you.
It will. You still have to be careful at all times with the sun. Yep. And I know when it's coming with me because I do enough stuff outside in the garden and outdoors enough and moving stuff around that I know when it's time to like back away. Okay, these few steps have been kind of stumbly. Let's go sit down for about 45 minutes and work this thing out. So I'm real careful with the sun, but no, I can burn up, brother.
What'd you make of those Dabo Sweeney comments there talking about the Texas defense?
Well, I just thought that he understands that his offense will have to be very, very careful. They can't, like we talk about Quinn Ewers, his quarterback can't just hand it to the defense, but he understands Texas will take it away too. There's some things that they're doing that they can beat you up one-on-one. And that secondary, if you make a mistake, that's really costly back there. the windows for the secondary at Texas, they're very tight, and they get a lot of hands on. To put it this way, they get a lot of hands on balls. They get their hands in there, a lot of tip balls, and their guys pick them off, which is great to see. They get a lot of interceptions on just tip balls. Guys are in the right place. Michael Taft's in the right place. All the guys in the secondaries, the linebackers do a good job. So he's got to be careful. His offense has to be careful of what they do and trying to fit balls in. As I said, they don't have great wide receivers. They got the one kid that's pretty good, but they have to catch them. They can't have balls that tip off their own guys' hands either.
Yeah,
they have to be able to make the plays.
That's kind
I think he really likes his he likes his defense too. He really when he starts talking about his defensive line and that front seven. He likes those guys too. I don't think they're great in the secondary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, that's strength on strength when you're talking about the Texas defense taking the ball away versus the Clemson offense not giving the ball away. I mean, Clemson has played 13 games this season. They've only turned it over 9 times. For reference, Texas, who has also played 13 games this season, has turned it over 22 times.
Yes.
So, Texas averaging more than 1, almost 2 giveaways per game. Clemson not even averaging 1 giveaway per game. So Texas, number 2 in the nation in takeaways this year. But Clemson is a team that has been very smart with the football. Kade Klubnik's only thrown 5 interceptions. He's got 33 touchdowns to 5 interceptions this season. So the good news for Clemson is they've done a pretty good job protecting the football. Bad news for Clemson, they haven't played against a defense that's anywhere close to as good as Texas is.
Yeah,
since Georgia in week 1, Buck, in a game that they lost 34-3.
Yeah, I mean, Kade Klubnik will have to take care of the ball when he runs with the ball too. That's the thing. I mean, these guys, right? These guys at Texas can get you from behind. They can strip the ball from behind. They can hit you on contact. Obviously, Andrew Makuba is a guy who can decleat you. Whether you're a regular running back or the quarterback or a wide receiver, if you come across there, he's going to hit you. He's going to hit you, and he's going to hit you hard. And he's got bad intentions. And one of the things he does is he wants the ball. And a lot of these guys have learned now. They practice taking the ball away from you. They'll punch at it, but they'll also physically hit you to make you cough it up. So I would expect Kade Klubnik to be very careful on how he runs because he likes to run, and he runs. He's not just a runner as a quarterback. That guy runs with a little bit of power. I mean, he's out to prove that he's a pretty tough guy, which he is, but his toughness hasn't gone since game 1 of the kind of defense that he's going to see now.
Yeah, Kade Klubnik listed at 6'2", 210. If you take away the sack yardage, he's averaging 6.8 yards per carry. So he's fast, he's quick, and like you said, he does try to lower his shoulder to pick up a couple of extra yards. He's not the slide guy. No. He's trying to fall forward to pick up a few more yards whenever he can. So, yeah, Texas is going to have to make him pay. If he's going to play that way, hey, you gotta hit him.
Yeah, this is a different group of 5'10" guys in the secondary when they hit. That 200 pounds of some of these guys back there, they hit hard. They do. I mean, they launch themselves into you, and that's one thing. And they're really good tacklers. They've tackled well over the last 2 years. These guys come and they come for sure. But it's that arm strength of some of the defenders that when you're running through the line, that you better protect the ball just coming through there. They don't have to hit you hard. They just have to hit you in the right spot to get that ball away from you. And Texas does a really good job of doing that. If you're coming through there flailing away trying to get that extra yard, you better protect that football and hold it tight to your body. Because if it's out there loosely, those guys will strip the ball from you. Those are the things that have changed this defense over the last 2 years. And especially in that front seven. The secondary has gotten better this year with it. But the front seven for 2 years, if you run through the line and that ball isn't protected, that ball, it'll be on the ground. And there's a lot of guys who are looking for that ball on this defense too. Not only just stripping it, but getting on it too. Georgia got lucky with a couple of those. Remember how that ball got loose and their guys landed right there? They had one of their players right there for the ball. I mean, those are some big fumbles that they got back, in that championship game. They were very fortunate to get those balls.
I got to double check this stat. Look, Texas is second in the nation in takeaways. We mentioned that earlier, but Texas, as of late, has not done a great job recovering fumbles. They're
No,
forcing a lot of
the other guy.
fumbles.
I know.
Yeah, here's the stat. Texas ranks 103rd nationally in fumbles recovered. They're only recovering 42.1% of opponent fumbles this year. And in the last 3 games, Georgia,
Yeah.
part 2, Texas A&M, and Kentucky, Texas has recovered just 2 of 11 fumbles. So 11 forced fumbles in 3 games. That's almost 4 a game. It's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
But only recovering 2 of them, you talk about it all the time. You don't care if your running backs fumble if they recover the ball. Hey,
Right.
they know, fumbling's not fun. Nobody wants to do it. But if your team recovers it, it's not going to cost you. Texas is not recovering enough of the fumbles that they're forcing, as weird as that sounds.
Not enough guys getting punched in the nuts or fingers being broken in the pile.
Yeah, we need more nut shots here.
We need more groin shots. More,
That's the issue.
More eye gouging. More
That's the issue.
WWE stuff needs to be happening in the pile. They just seem to have guys. The other teams just seem to have a guy that's laying right by the ball.
Insane. Where you put your fingers down there, Buck? What do you do?
Well, when you get that nut and you twist real hard, it makes your fingers go numb. And so you'll drop the ball because the first thing you're going down there to grab or to get that hand away from D's.
You go with the grab and twist, or do you go with the punch?
I like the grab and twist. The punch is just a quick shock treatment, but you can recover mentally really quickly from the punch. You can start your reaction is to go back and you'll go back for the ball. If you grab, pull down, and twist, that's like the slow death. You're not doing anything. You're like paralyzed in slow motion. You're not going. You're like, this is not happening. Is somebody really doing this to me? Yes, we are.
Yeah, you got to go Draymond Green down there or something.
You got to grab, pull, and twist.
A little bend and snap action.
It's almost like that illegal tackle. You know what I mean?
Oh, the hip drop. You do the nut drop.
It's a nut drop.
Oh my God! All right,
we need more of that.
That's hilarious. Hey,
more. 11 fumbles. They've only gotten 2.
Yeah, in the last 3 games. Once again, they rank outside of the top 100 in fumble recovery percentage, which is crazy. They have a stat for that, but I guess they have a stat for everything.
Wow.
But yeah, Texas only recovering 42% of forced fumbles this year. And they're still second in takeaways. That goes to show you how good of a job they are doing at forcing those fumbles. They'd be first by a long shot if they recovered 50%, 55%, something like that. But weird that it hasn't been happening. So hopefully
we don't grab D's. We grab D's, but we don't grab
D's nuts.
Yeah, that's fine, but you don't grab the other thing. No package grabbing. That's not a part of football. That's not it.
You don't grab the Johnson, huh?
No, you don't go for the Johnsonville. Okay. You don't go for the sausage. You go for the nuts.
No duck sausage here. We're all about these.
No, you don't do that. That's not football. That's barbaric. There's no reason for that.
Well, we didn't ask Ethan Burke about that when he joined us last night.
No.
We did ask Ethan about going up against his old high school quarterback and what Texas needs to do to find a win against Clemson on Saturday. So in a moment, we will play our weekly conversation with Ethan Burke, brought to you by our friends at Real Truck. But before that, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our good friends at Relax-A-Back. I'm sitting in my Relax-A-Back chair. I missed it. We were at, of course, Sue Patrick's yesterday. We had the hardcore chairs, but I'm back in the comfort of my Relax-A-Back chairs. And boy, my back feels absolutely fantastic. And folks, your back will too. Or if you've got somebody with a bad back or bad shoulders or bad neck, you don't understand. You will understand what a good chair will do for you, whether it's a recliner at your home, whether it's the couch, whether it's a Tempur-Pedic pillow. But folks at Relax-A-Back, they have everything for your comfort, for your body's comfort. And it's not just for your back. It'll help your hamstrings, your legs. It'll make you feel good all over. 2 great locations, of course, folks, at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck, and I'm living pain-free, believe me, today. Live pain-free at Relax-A-Back. I love this chair. I'm going to be in this chair. I'm not going to do the big taco this week. I'm going to get something with my feet up, sit in my Relax-A-Back chair, and enjoy football this weekend.
We've got a fantastic football weekend coming up, so not a bad plan. And when you are enjoying that football, why not an ice cold Olipop?
What is that? Is that thing apple?
I've actually never tried this flavor before. We've got the crisp apple flavor of Olipop. We're going to do a little drink review, a little taste test with the people right now. Ready for this?
Okay.
Oh, it's like
Sweet,
apple juice.
sugary.
Well, it's apple juice, but upgraded.
Okay.
Like you get a little soda-ness that you want when you're drinking an Olipop, because their slogan is a new kind of soda, but it's that apple juice style taste. And I was at the store yesterday and I was just randomly craving an apple juice. And I'm like, I wonder if the crisp apple Olipop is going to taste like apple juice. Sure enough, it does.
But without all the additives in there.
You got 5 grams of sugar in this whole can. Yeah, I think the apple juice that you have been drinking has a lot more than that. And
I'm pretty sure it does, yes.
And the soda you've been drinking has a lot more than that. Get you some Olipop, 19 different flavors, including the crisp apple. I got this at Walmart yesterday. Yeah, I was doing a little Walmart shopping. I'm having a tough week.
So really? You want to feel good about yourself?
I had to feel good about myself. But love Olipop, 19 different flavors. 9 grams of fiber in every can, ingredients that support good digestive health, and ingredients that support your taste buds, because this stuff tastes great. Get you some Olipop. Also, a shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm rocking our TSU pullover today, a little TSU sweater. If you've got a business that needs a sweater, hats, shirts, signs, posters, you name it, reach out to our buddy Adam and his team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Based right here in South Austin. They will get what you need and get it to you quick. Find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can give our buddy Adam a call or a text at 512-300-9641.
Nice.
All right, without further ado, this was a fun one. We recorded it last night. We'll play it for the people live right now. Our conversation with Texas Edge, Ethan Burke. And BK. He is third-year edge at the University of Texas, Ethan Burke. And our weekly conversations with Ethan are brought to you by our great friends at RealTruck.com. Real Truck is the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States, with top-selling upgrades for the ultimate tailgate party, hitch grills, powered coolers, weatherproof awnings, and so much more. Gear up for football season and bring your truck to life at RealTruck.com. Don't forget the promo code TSU. You're going to get a free gift with your purchase from RealTruck.com. Ethan, thanks as always for the time, my man. How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. Thanks for having me back.
Well, it's always good to talk to you, man. This is a kind of crazy time. You know, we talked before we just came on about a hectic time. You know, you got to get gifts. You got family. I know you probably got family coming from all over. Another home game. How's that feel? This is going the distance right here now.
Yeah, dude, it's super exciting. You know, we thought we played our last game in DKR, but to get another one, it's a blessing, really. So, you know, I'm excited. It's a first playoff game in DKR probably ever. You know, so
oh yeah,
this new format's super exciting for the fans and the players. We've had a lot of juice during practice. I think just knowing we get to play another game here. And how exciting it's going to be, really. Christmas time, you know.
Yeah. We took last week off to wallow in our sorrows. We're not going to spend too much time harping on the SEC championship game, Ethan, but I do want to ask you one question. I mean, what went wrong? I know you guys are upset and frustrated by the finish, but what didn't go right for you guys down the stretch and maybe cost you in Atlanta last weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think we really battled well. I don't think there's any doubt in that, our fight, but I think there's some penalties we could clean up. Just as executing what the coaches put on the table for us to you know, do. So just having a better understanding of the details in the game plan. I think that's what it came down to down the stretch, but without a doubt, it's better than the first game.
I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, it's, you know, you'll have a couple more opportunities to play against them. But what you really like to do is have that last opportunity to play against them just one more time this year would be fantastic.
Yeah, this year, man. That's the goal.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. You may have just answered it, but of course you guys want to play on January 20th. That's no secret. Your head coach talks about it all the time, and I love that he's open with it. If you had your preference, would you want that third opportunity against Georgia. Georgia, or hey, maybe it's time to try our hand against somebody else?
No, I think we know them well, so it would definitely be another great game and great matchup for us. I think we're continuing to get better, and this week has been so great for us. And last week we were practicing hard, so I mean, whoever we play is whoever we play. I wouldn't mind playing Georgia at all, even though we've lost twice. I think, third time we come around and we do things a little better, as we did in the second game. And if that's how it ends up being, that's how it ends up being.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you pit the two, I think the two best defenses in college football together, that's an awful lot of fun. That's a lot of fun for the fans to see. I know everybody wants to see some offensive ball, but boy, when it looks like this is going to be a rivalry, year in, year out, that's the group that you have to beat. I think Georgia's going to feel the same way about Texas. This is the team that we have to beat. It used to be they had to beat Alabama, which they don't beat. Alabama seems to find a way every year, it seems like, to beat them. But I think the new rivalry may end up being Texas versus Georgia, and I think you guys are going to really enjoy that, because that's the best. That's one of the best teams going right now. They have been for a number of years, and there's a different physicality when you play against those guys when you play against somebody else.
Yeah, they are real, and our goal is to be better than them. So
yeah,
I think it definitely could evolve into a rivalry, just because both are on pace to continuing to dominate college football.
Yep.
And if everything works out how both the universities want it to, that's how it'll be. And I think it'll be a fun game for many years to come.
Yeah, well said. Ethan Burke joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, our weekly conversations with Ethan, brought to you by our friends at realtruck.com. All right, Ethan, I'm sure you've been asked about it 1,000 times, but we're going to make it 1,001. You're going up against your high school quarterback this weekend. Before I ask just about that, have you talked to Kade Klubnik at all since the bracket came out last Sunday?
No, I haven't texted him yet. I think a few guys have texted him. I haven't sent him a text. I'll save it for after the game. No need right now. I'm focused on what I'm focused on. He's focused on what he's got to do. So just preparing, and I know him pretty well. He's a real true competitor, and he hates to lose. He's not used to it. Growing up, we're in Westlake, they didn't lose much, so it's going to be a great game. I'm happy to be able to play against him at this level now.
Yeah, I mean, you've played against some quarterbacks that can get out of the pocket and make things happen. Mm-hmm. He's got a fantastic arm, but his awareness in the pocket is really, really special.
Yeah,
he's a guy, Ethan, that doesn't give it up at the end. He's not a guy who likes to slide. He likes to force himself upon defenders as if he's going to bow right up to guys in the secondary. So everybody will get an opportunity to get their shot at him, because he doesn't give up. He won't give up. One tackler, you're going to have to hold on for dear life with him, but he'll lower his shoulder as if he's a running back and take on that kind of contact.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't like to slide, and that's something we've seen on film, so something we want to have him doing is sliding by the end of the game, honestly.
Yes.
So if he starts to slide, that's a good sign, I think.
Yeah. Have you and Michael and Colton and your other Westlake teammates, have you guys, taken a little bit more of a vocal role over the last week and a half, because you guys kind of know what it's like to go up against Kade Klubnik?
Yeah, we definitely have. I'm trying to tell everyone, how he is and how I think he plays, sort of, because we played with each other for a while, and I played against him for 2 years. So just trying to remember his tendencies and just, portray how I think he's going to act throughout the game.
Ethan, let me ask you this. As this season has gone on, the longest season in college football, and it still continues on, it can go on for weeks and what seems like months even to the very end of this. What's your energy level like? I can't ask you about all the guys, because you see them every day, and I don't want to know about all. what's your energy level like? I know the excitement level's there, but is there a certain do you have to do some of the really doing the right things now to keep your energy up? I mean, can you find yourself getting tired? I'm not bored, but tired.
Man, I've honestly, like, I feel like the past week and the SEC championship, I've had a ton of energy. You know, we've been able to sleep in a little more, and I don't know if it's that, but I think practice all week I was flying around, it felt like. So I don't think there's anything going on there. You know, we've had really good practices, and I think we're just so excited playing this game. I don't think it's really bothered us so far.
Yeah, kind of following up on that, Ethan, what's the schedule been like for y'all since last Sunday? Did y'all treat last week like a normal bye week like you had in the regular season, or was it a little bit different because of what's at stake?
Yeah, no, it was similar. We got a few days off. I think we needed it. As Bucky was saying, it's a long season. So get a few days off, and then we went at it Thursday, Friday, and then the weekend off. And then this week has been you know, just like any other week. It's been competitive, though, I will say.
Guys in that mood. They're still in that aggressive mood, you know, kind of feisty during the holiday season.
Man, yeah.
I bet they are.
Come on.
You guys are tired of each other, I'm sure, at this point.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. What about Andrew Makuba? Obviously, you've got the storyline with y'all going up against your high school teammate, but Andrew Makuba spent the first 3 years of his college career at Clemson. What's it like having a guy who kind of knows the system, knows the coach, knows a lot of the players in your locker room helping you game plan?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, Coobs has such a great knowledge of the game, and I know he's helping the back end, you know, on what they're doing. You know, being over there for 3 years, you really start to understand a team's tendencies and offense's tendencies. And I know he's sharing what he knows, and that's such a great advantage for us that he's going to play a lot, and he can inform the coaches and everyone on Clemson's game plan and who they are as a team.
Ethan, Arch, his excitement about, you know, he's got in a couple of these games and some big moments here lately. I know he'd like to get in more. All the fans would like to see him in more. But what's he like at practice? I mean, you get a chance to go against him. I'm pretty sure he gives you a couple good looks. But is his excitement level up there too?
Yeah. He's always there, man. He's ready. That off the field, you know, he's who he is. And then once we get on, he flips the switch. He says it too. He's always ready to go once we're playing football. So he's been good. He's fun to compete against.
Yeah, Texas Edge, Ethan Burke with us right now. And, of course, our weekly conversations brought to you by our friends at realtruck.com. Don't forget to use the promo code TSU for a free gift at checkout at realtruck.com. Do you care, Ethan? I feel like some of your teammates got snubbed with the all SEC teams and some of the other, you know, postseason accolades that have been given out since the last game of the year. Is that extra fuel to your fire? Do y'all talk about that? How do you feel about some of those lists and rankings that came out?
Yeah, I think we talked about it a little bit. We had, for the defense, there was just not enough guys to make it, and I know Taft got All-American. He didn't get SEC, right? So
right,
yeah,
so three teams. He didn't make any of them.
Yeah, it's that to me is ridiculous, you know, and that's a good buddy of mine. So I think that fuels our fire. And there's so many other guys that I didn't mention who obviously should be on and have had incredible years.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Ethan, do you miss? I mean, I think obviously if you've been there for 3 years, you've been to a bowl game. This whole thing is different now. What about the gear? I mean, what do we got for gear now that you don't get to take those? Remember those bowl trips? You'd go somewhere, spend a week, have a blast, get all kinds of gear. I mean, what do they do? I mean, if you win this game, this home game, you'll go back to Atlanta. Is there gear waiting in Atlanta?
Well, we've been getting gear this week, so we've got some sweet stuff. I'll show you all.
Nice.
Oh,
yeah. That's one of my favorites that we've gotten so far, without a doubt. And then we got some slides that I love. You know, it's been good. They've been hooking it up so far.
So the more you win, the more gear you're going to get as the time keeps going, huh?
Exactly.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna call dibs if there's anything you or your teammates don't want, Ethan. You've got 100 pounds more of muscle than I do, I think. So I doubt we're the same size. But you know, I'll throw it in the dryer, I'll shrink it, whatever you don't want, send it over here, man.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
There you go. Hey, a couple more. I want to ask you about your alma mater too, because Westlake's playing for a state title this weekend. But I do want to ask, because it kind of falls in line with Bucky's question about the gear. Like, it's got to be a little difficult knowing what's at stake, right? Knowing if you win this, you go here and you play them. And if you win that, oh my God, our third game could be in Dallas. That's like a home game with the chance to win that and play for a national championship. And hey, we can get another shot in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We could maybe play Georgia again. Like, is it difficult for y'all to just focus on one team and one game with everything that is potentially on the line here?
Yeah, I mean, we're aware of what's in the future, but there's so much going on right now. Like, it's hard to even, unless you're a part of it doing it, it's hard to even explain how hectic everything is. You know, we have very little free time. We're meeting all day. We're trying to learn about Clemson right now all day. So, like, we're aware and we see that stuff on social media a little bit, but for now it's Clemson really, because there's nothing else to focus on, but there's no more energy to be thrown at anything else besides this game this week.
Now, how's that? Is it a relief that the classes are over with and you can just focus in on ball, working out, eating well, and trying to rest?
Yes, it makes it so much easier. I'm not going to lie. Life is much better without it.
Yeah, when was your last final?
I had one last Thursday online, and then I wrote a paper. I've been good ever since.
Nice.
There you go. So a couple more for you. I could tell the excitement in your voice when I brought up Westlake. I know you've been busy as all hell with school and with playing games, but have you had the chance to watch any of the Shaft playoff run, and how excited are you that they're back in another state championship?
Yeah, man, I'm thrilled. We talk about it. We have like 6 or 7 Westlake guys on the team, so we talk about it all the time. And I think everyone else in the locker room is getting sick of it, just because we're always talking about them and bragging about how they're winning. So, you know, I knew they had a shot against North Shore, but to beat them like that was awesome. You know, we're so proud to have went to that school,
and they beat them down.
Yeah, they really did. I watched the whole game. My brother had like a little party, so I was there watching it with him, and it was a blast, man. I just hope they can win again this weekend.
That'd be awesome.
You guys are a different breed, man. Like I watched the whole game with a couple of my buddies who were Westlake grads who were like in their 30s, and they're going nuts. They're cheering. They're yelling at the TV. Like I don't think I've watched a second of my high school alma mater since I left. We also suck. That's probably why. But you guys, it's a passionate bunch, man, you Westlake fans. Like, it feels like that just stays with you and will stay with you until the end of time.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I think everyone's so passionate about it, and it's fun to support them, that they're still doing well, and hopefully for years to come, they'll be dominating Texas football.
Definitely. All right, I want to end with a fun one here, Ethan. Christmas coming up, a week away. You told us before we started recording this interview that you've got some Christmas shopping to do. I got to ask you, though, what's on your Christmas wish list? If you're asking parents or friends or whoever for something this holiday season, what's at the top of your list?
Yeah, dude, it's always hard for me because I don't want a bunch of, you know, just random things that I don't really need. I try to get it like 2 or 3 things that I really need or want. So I try to get like a red light panel, you know, like red light therapy. I wanted one of those, and then, man, a jacket and shoes, and then, you know, Real Truck hooked it up with the front thing, so that was huge. You know,
yeah, I was going to ask about that. You're now an official Real Truck customer. Have you had the chance to hook your Bronco up with that thing yet? Or you?
Yeah, I already got it installed. I got to go get a winch for it, and then it'll be looking sweet. It's already looking sweet, man.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, Merry Christmas. Oh, quick one. Favorite part of Christmas? Is it the gift giving? Is it I don't know if you guys are going to be able to relax that much because hopefully you're still playing, but what's your favorite part of the holiday season?
Man, probably I do enjoy giving gifts to like my younger siblings and whatnot, and then just seeing family that I haven't seen in a while. I'm going to Utah to see some family, so that'll be nice. I'll enjoy that.
What about ticket asking? What about the folks asking for tickets still? You know, the regular season's over with. They still hounding you about tickets for this Saturday still?
Yeah, well, thank God most people they think I only got 4. So
there you go.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, your secret's safe with us and
Yeah.
the thousands of people watching and listening right now, but that's okay. That's okay. Ethan, you're the man. Always appreciate the time. We know you're in the middle of maybe the busiest week of your life, so we can't thank you enough for sacrificing a few minutes today. And Merry Christmas to you and yours. Hopefully we get the chance to talk next week, but if not, we'll obviously reconnect after Christmas. But thanks for your time as always, man.
Welcome, man.
Welcome, guys. Thank you.
All right. Good stuff from Ethan Burke right there.
Yeah, this is a really this is a long season for those guys. And to have everything cleared, especially school-wise, BK, you don't have to worry about papers and everything else. You just focus in on playing football right now. It's got to be, I mean, that's part of it's a part of the reward, but it's a part of the job too, you know? It's long. This is long. And when he says we don't have any time to ourselves, all that time that you think you have now that there's no class, somebody wants you watching film, that somebody's calling a meeting, you know, they have all the time. You only have a certain amount of time that you can be with the players during the season. But now season's over with. Now you're in the playoffs. Coaches can say, you got no class. I need to get you guys down here for, 45 minutes earlier than you thought you needed to be there. So they take up your time. You want to go, you want to shop, you got some other things you got to do, want to do with your family. That time is gone. And the more you play, the less time you get.
Well, the month of December is so absurd for college football. Like the NFL, here's another thing the NFL does better than college football. They dominate the 12-month calendar because it feels like they have something big going on for all 12 months. Obviously, you get the season and the postseason, but then you get the combine 1 month, and you get the draft the next month, and you get free agency the next month, and you get the schedule release, and then it's training camp, and all of a sudden, it's just like a never-ending cycle. College football puts everything in December. Like, for the students, you've got finals, and obviously you're preparing for your bowl game, your conference championship game, your playoff games.
Right.
And then for the sport itself, you get the portal opening up, you get the first national signing day, and you get the postseason. Like it should be all spaced out. We touched on that a little bit earlier in the week, but there's just so much in this sport for the players, for the coaches, for the support staff, even for the fans that happens in the month of December. It's just insane to try to fathom how these guys can do everything and still do it at a high level.
Yeah, and it's the thing that's really come into play is NIL. This is the time when those people want you. They've been paying you. They've been hitting, you've been cashing in on some of that NIL stuff. So there's some things that they'd like to have done for them when you don't have, there's nothing this week. Oh, you have today off? Well, you really don't have today off because my company would like for you to come and talk to these people before Christmas, say hello to these people. There's a lot of stuff that they have obligations to do too. Yeah, some of them get paid and probably don't have to do a lot, but some of them get paid, and those people would like to have some of that refunded back to them in December before Christmas. You make a plan with the guy. Hey, you got to be over here at such and such a time, this afternoon. Well, I'd like to go. Well, I am giving you a check. There is something to do with this. So a lot of their time is taken up. As he says, there's a lot of his time that's taken up right now. But I know the burden of school must be good, not having to think about, man, how many more papers do I have to do? What do I have to do? Do I have to be at this class? Is this professor expecting this or that?
Yep.
But they have obligations.
They do.
It's not all that free.
Absolutely. Yeah. God bless them. God bless these kids and these coaches and support staff and the families. And there's a lot of sacrifice that goes into being a full-time.
By the way, your coach doesn't want to hear all that shit. That money you get paid in NIL, you start talking that with your coach, and they're talking about trying to get you there a half hour early. They're like, what? You've got what? Yeah. That money I'm making, I've made a promise to this person. I'm going to show up over here at this time. You told me that we were going to have off today, but now you're calling an emergency. Let's get together. Sorry, coach.
It's different. Coaching nowadays is different, and it's
when you called on those guys back in my day, they didn't have a choice. They had to get there. Yeah. Where are you? I'm over here, but I need to have you in about an hour. So get your ass in a cab or get in your car and get over here.
I don't care if you're with some girl right now. I don't care if you're with Angelina Jolie. We need you here. We got practice now.
It's only going to last a few seconds with you anyway. Get over here and let's go.
Just pull out and then pull out. Come on, get over here. Make it happen.
That's right.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Fun stuff with Ethan Burke as always. Buck, before we get to, speaking of the transfer portal, before we get to the latest and greatest news, notes, and nuggets from the NCAA transfer portal, how about another quick round of sponsor shout outs?
Say hello to our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, elbows, knees, ankles, hips, the whole works, call our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and more. Christopher Danny, Christopher Stockton, they are both doctors and dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. And their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. And especially during the holidays, if you're starting to feel those pains, which you will, it's cold, you'll start feeling the pains. Get ready to talk to these folks at Texas Orthopedics when it comes to having surgery done, maybe in the new year. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
What do you mean I will? Is that a threat right there? Are you about to inflict
No.
pain on me?
That's to me. Remember, I haven't had any surgeries lately, and things, the new year is coming up, and winter months, fingers, toes, hips, things may start to happen. I know exactly. I'll call Dr. Danny and say, hey, listen, can't get this shoulder working the right way again. I'll go and get a visit to him.
I love it. It's been like
remember,
2 months.
Surgical and non-surgical.
Yeah, I love that. It's been like 2 months since you've had a surgery, and you said it's been a while since you've had a surgery.
My hand. Does that count?
Yeah, getting old stinks.
It does.
Oh, man. Yeah, shout out to Texas Orthopedics. I'm going to go by and see Dr. Dandy today, hopefully, just to say hello and to drop off a little Christmas gift. Everything's
Maybe
okay.
Dr. Stockton will be there too. Maybe talk to him about your guy. Ask him what he can do for your guy.
I'm going to ask if Dr. Stockton can replace your guy and kick this weekend. That's what we need. Hey, speaking of my guy, Mike McCall and the team at McCall Custom Homes, those are our guys. And those are your guys if you're trying to upgrade your home, if you want to remodel a bathroom, if you want to upgrade your kitchen, if you want to add some life to your outdoor space, if you want to maybe build a second story to your home, your family's growing a little bit this holiday season, and you want to make your home more fun for your family and for others when they come to visit your family, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They're the experts. They've been doing it here in Austin for more than 40 years. Custom home builders, custom home renovators, they can turn your home dreams into reality. Don't believe me? Just go to their Facebook page or go to their Instagram and search McCall Custom Homes, and you can see some of the great works that they've done over the last 4 decades here in Central Texas. And then when you're ready to make the life-changing call or text, reach out to our guy, Mike, 512-633-9580. It's 512-633-9580. You can send him an email, mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right. Transfer portal stuff, Buck.
Well, let me ask you this again. Did you say Kade Klubnik 6'2", 210?
That's what he's listed as.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a big dude. Strong dude.
Big, strong dude, yeah.
Kade Klubnik is really good. Like, I know the first couple of years of his college career weren't great. And when you're following up guys like Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence at Clemson, you're going to be held to a pretty high standard. I mean, those guys both won national championships.
Right.
And Kade Klubnik, hasn't done that yet. And hopefully he doesn't do that this year. But the guy's having a fantastic season. He's one of 2 quarterbacks in the country to account for more than 40 touchdowns. That's ridiculous. The other one's the Davey O'Brien Award winner in Cam Ward. So this guy, 800 rushing yards, more than 3,300 passing yards, 33 touchdowns to 5 interceptions, 500 rushing yards. I mean, this guy's really, really good. And he's having a good season, and he's taken him some time, but he's kind of put it all together for Clemson. So this guy, Texas has gotten a little fortunate with some of the quarterbacks that it's had to play this year, gone up against some backup quarterbacks. It didn't necessarily play against the best quarterbacks in the SEC this season. There's no doubt Kade Klubnik is the best quarterback that Texas has played to this point in the season. So
I would say
defense,
for sure.
I'm fully confident in this defense. I think we all are, but they are going to be tested in ways that they haven't been tested through 13 games.
Yeah, I mean, they have to understand. I mean, and they do. They got enough film on him to understand what he's all about. He's just been such a winner. I mean, they're not surrounding him with great players. That's a part of what they do. That whole portal and they're going to believe in what they have at Clemson. But he's got enough. He's got enough experience now to make things happen. He understands when it's time to leave the pocket. He can make some throws. But the Texas defense is just overwhelming right now the way they're playing. It's just on any quarterback. I don't care who the quarterback is right now in college football. To play against this defense, that's a tough day. You're going to have to really be good. You'll have to be good. He'll be the best they've seen, but he'll have to be on his best against this group. And now with a little bit of rest too, wow.
Yeah, well, Texas isn't the ACC, and we talked about it. Like,
yes,
Clemson only played one of the top 6 teams in the ACC during the regular season, and they lost that game. That was to Louisville. They did beat SMU, who was the number 1 team in the ACC in the conference championship game. So obviously you give Clemson credit for that. But my point is, you look at the teams Clemson has played this year, Texas a major step up compared to most of them. So yeah, Kade Klubnik's going to have to elevate his game to a different level to do it against this Longhorn defense that has been shutting down everyone and their mother all year.
Yeah, which means his offensive line will have to be really exceptional in this football game on Saturday.
Yeah, that's where I feel like Texas has an advantage, right? I mean, this Texas D-line, obviously Ethan Burke, a big part of that. Look, Clemson's offensive line is solid. They've got a couple of all-ACC guys up front, but this Texas D-line has been really, really good against just about everybody. Yeah. And I think they've got a chance to have a really, really big day, especially you look at Clemson's rushing stats the last few weeks. And, Phil Maffa, their starting running back, has been dealing with a shoulder injury. Dabo Sweeney came out and said, like, he'll be fine. He's good to go on Saturday. He's not getting hit in practice this week, so he'll be fine. But Clemson's really struggled running the football as of late. And I don't care how good Kade Klubnik may be. You turn anybody into one dimension, and you can't win up front on the offensive line, then it's going to be a long day for your offense. So that's where Texas could really thrive come Saturday afternoon.
I would agree.
All right, speaking of transfer portal, Oklahoma has landed its quarterback, Buck. No surprise here. It is the Washington State transfer, John Mateer, who is the number 1 portal quarterback in America. More than 3,100 passing yards, more than 800 rushing yards for Wazoo this past season. Oklahoma hired his offensive coordinator, Ben Arbuckle, maybe 2 weeks ago now. And it took Mateer a while to enter the portal. He entered it maybe 2 days ago. Miami made a push for this kid, but ultimately Oklahoma is able to get its guy for quarterback next season. Does this do anything for you?
No, it means that they'll just get beat again next year by Texas. That's fine. Good for the rest of them. They can look. They've got to look better than they did last year. They just have to. That was just a total mess. And I believe probably by game 6 of next year they'll be going, wow, where are we going to find another quarterback from? Because it wasn't the offensive line play was so bad last year by them, which was really, they got to fix that too. It's not just the quarterback that they have to fix here. They got to fix their offensive line play. And unless they're going to bring unless they're going to, that 5-star and a couple others are going to start as freshmen, which would be nice to see,
Yeah, I mean, it was more than just a quarterback issue for the Sooners in 2024.
They just had an average running back. They just had a guy that played running back, and they didn't find that dude until like the middle of the season. And he wasn't special. And if he's not special with that offensive line, then you might as well not have a runner. So, I mean, they had some real offensive struggles this year.
Oh, it was a disaster. I mean, their OC got fired mid-season, and the interim OC is not keeping his job. So it was a mess. And
did they truly lose 5 guys that walked as wide receivers from the football team?
Yeah, they had 5 receivers hit the portal. I think they brought in 1 transfer portal receiver yesterday. They will have Deion Burks coming back, who I thought was OU's best receiver before he got hurt kind of early in the season. But yeah, I mean, they don't have the running backs that they usually have at OU. They don't have the O-line that they usually have at OU. They don't have the receivers that they usually have at OU. So Mateer's going to help. A new OC is going to help. And Wazoo had one of the better offenses in America this season.
And they will lose a boatload on defense of that really stout defense. Those guys, some of those guys will be gone.
Yeah, Stutzman and Bowman, their 2 top guys are off to the NFL. So, look, I think Brent Venables is going to get the defense right. Like, say what you will about him as a head coach. I think he's failed through 3 years in Norman. He's a great defensive mind. So I trust that OU defense isn't going to take a major step back. But can the offense take a major step forward?
Yeah, they need a major step. In the SEC, they need a major step forward for sure.
Looking at Oklahoma's schedule, of course, it's the same teams that they played in conference play this year, and they had one of the tougher SEC schedules this season. They do host Michigan in the non-con. They're doing what Texas did, playing a home and home against the Wolverines over these next couple of years. So OU plays Michigan as their toughest non-conference game, but obviously in conference play, Auburn, Texas, at South Carolina, Ole Miss, at Tennessee, at Alabama,
Oh,
Mizzou, and LSU.
that sounds horrible.
Yeah, that's a pretty brutal stretch. Texas made out like bandits with its SEC schedule in the first 2 years compared to
We're
what
very
Oklahoma.
thankful. We're very thankful.
No, thanks, Daddy Sankey. We'll take the refs next year. Can you help us out with
Yeah,
those?
you do us a favor there too, because you didn't in the first year.
But that's the thing. Like, look, Wazoo had a solid year, but for Mateer and for Arbuckle, what they're going to have to face in 2025, a little different than what they just faced.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a good get. It's the number one portal quarterback. It's as good as Oklahoma could have done. They've got to figure out the O-line. They've got to figure out the receivers. They've got a lot else to clean up on the offensive side of the football, but I will give them credit. I'll give Venables credit because, once again, I don't know if there's anybody out there that he could have brought in that would have made more sense and at least has a chance to turn the tide for that Sooner offense next year. So hopefully they still suck. And they always will suck.
Yeah, and BK for Texas and Clemson, I think Texas has a speed advantage.
Back to the game.
Yeah, I think they have a speed advantage in this game.
Do elaborate.
I think the wide receivers will overwhelm their secondary. I think you can throw the ball down the field on this secondary. As you said, they got a banged up running back with a bad shoulder. Is he gonna hump it up in there and lower his shoulder? What's that going to be like? His head coach says he's good to go until that first hit on that shoulder. At this level with these kind of defenders hitting it. But they don't have a breakaway guy even at that. They've got a bowling ball type of guy, at the running back position, but they don't have a great runner. As I said, they have the one kid at wide receivers. Tight end is okay, but there doesn't seem to be enough speed to me. The linebackers are good, but they're not speed guys. They've got some bulk on the defensive line. But Texas has gone through the gauntlet already, and in its weak SEC schedule, they played enough tough defenses that will, that'll match up to what they'll see against Clemson on Saturday. But I don't think they'll see all that much speed.
We're going to talk to David Hood of TigerNet.com at 9:15, so we'll get his thoughts on those comments.
Okay.
Their speed's a hell of a lot better than what it was last year. Big difference between Clemson in 2023 and 2024, and a big part of why, Kade Klubnik
ACC champs this year.
Big part of why Kade Klubnik has elevated his game so much this year. I mean, Clemson has 52 completions of 20 or more yards. Like last year, they had zero big play ability. They had no downfield threats on the outside. It was almost like that offense was playing in a phone booth. This year, they're tied for 11th in the country of pass plays of 20 or more yards, and they're 13th in the country in pass plays of 30 or more yards. They're actually tied with Texas for the most pass plays of 40 or more yards this season. So Clemson has hit big plays at a much higher rate than they did last year. So I will say their speed is significantly improved from what it was in 2023. But still, I mean, it's not Texas's speed. I'm not going to disagree with you there. Texas has more skill position talent, helps to use the portal, helps to use NIL, helps when you get to recruit kids in the state of Texas at a high clip. So, I think Texas has the speed and skill advantage in this game. That's a big part of why they're 12-point favorites.
Yeah, and I think they can outflank them in the run game too. I think they can get on the edges. Like I said, I think the tight end will have one of his better games because he can't play like he played last week. That won't work.
No,
and that's not who he is, and that's not who he's been all year.
No, it's not. I mean, he's been one of the best tight ends in America, and he's having arguably the best tight end season for a Texas tight end ever. So, yeah, we got 12 good games of Gunnar Helm and one horrible Gunnar Helm game. I think odds are in his favor that Saturday he plays well. And it's going to be important for Texas to get its run game going. Like, the outside zone is a big part of what Steve Sarkisian wants to do. And they really found something with that down the stretch in the regular season.
Yes, they did.
They tried it in Atlanta against Georgia. It didn't work at all. So the hope is, hey, what you did down the stretch in the regular season can work against a Clemson defensive front that's very good.
Yeah, you don't go
Not as
back
good
to
as
ground
Georgia's.
zero. You have to build on, you just didn't get it done against a really good defense. You didn't get it done twice against them. And everybody who tries to imitate or emulate what they do, everybody can't do that.
No.
Teams will look, but they can't do. They don't have those players.
Right. Yeah. So you gotta try some of the things that worked against A&M and Kentucky and Florida.
Absolutely.
When you ran for 200 plus in 3 of those Final 4 regular season games. But yeah, if it's not working, you gotta mix it up. You gotta try some other things in the run game. We've talked a lot about Arch Manning being a part of this run game, maybe more between the tackles, runs for Texas, more inside zone for Texas, just whatever it takes to get your ground game going and take some of the pressure off of your starting quarterback.
Yeah,
that's what has to happen. But I tend to agree with you. Like, I don't know if Texas is going to go for 200 plus, but this Clemson defense has given up around 170 on the ground in its last 3 games.
Yeah, and that's incredible because when we, that whole 200 plus, every time we say that we don't think it's a 200-yard game, these dudes come up with 250 for some odd reason. Maybe it's one of those again. To me,
What's your call? Are you calling that? You think they go for 250 on Saturday?
I think they go for over 200. I'll just say that I think they'll go for over 200 yards. I think they'll wear them down as time goes on because that group will get worn down. I think in the pass game, I think this offensive line will protect the quarterback. I think the quarterback is a little bit healthier. I expect Quinn Ewers to lead the pocket again, like he's helped his team out in certain games. I think this is one of those games where if his ankle is healthy, he sees an opportunity where when he runs down the field and he slides, this isn't Quinn Ewers bone on bone. This is him sliding after 7, 8 yards, 5 yards. That's fine with me. But I think this is an opportunity for him to make some good decisions when he's in the pocket because I don't like him moving around in the pocket, not being sure of himself. So if there's a time to go, because these linebackers are going to have to drop in coverage. And if they drop and give you 6, 7 yards, take it and go. I think he should be healthy enough to do those things.
Yeah, that's the hope. And Steve Sarkisian was asked about Quinn Ewers on Monday and said he's as healthy as he's been in a while. So
yeah.
And Texas obviously got the week off after the SEC title game to get Quinn Ewers right. Thought he played pretty well against Georgia. Had his best passing output of the year with those 358 yards. He was moving around okay. But yeah, if we get a little Quintavious Ewers, as our guy Zay likes to call him, he's not known for being a dual threat. He's not Kade Klubnik with his legs, but Clemson's going to play man-to-man defense and turn their backs to Quinn Ewers, and he's going to have some running lanes. I hope he takes off and runs a little bit.
Yeah, I do too.
Slides, because we don't need him taking all of those hits.
Slide or get out of bounds, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I see our guest a couple minutes early. Always appreciate that. We go now to our guest line and bring on David Hood, who is a senior writer for TigerNet.com, covering the Clemson Tigers football program and all of the Clemson Tigers athletic programs. David, kind enough to join us here on a Thursday to preview this weekend's game. David, thanks so much for the time. How are you, sir?
Hey, well, thanks for having me. First of all, I'm excited. I'm ready to get to Texas. I'm ready to eat some barbecue and some Tex-Mex there in Austin and see a playoff game.
Yeah, it's this is a unusual time of the year around here and around college football, David. And I'll tell you what, it's an exciting time. This has been, I think, such a great football season for college football fans because the more college football we get, the better off we get too. So, and this is just the beginning of what seems to be just the trajectory of moving on to more teams in the playoffs and more games in January, December, hell, into February. Who cares? Let's go into March. If we have to go into March Madness, let's do so.
It's what it seems like. This will be my 11th playoff game to cover, but this is obviously, the most unusual. It's at, another team's site. It's in December, the loser, December 21st, you're done. No bowl game, no bowl swag, no bowl gifts, no trip to a great destination. You're just done. And it's weird, but I like it.
Yeah, David, what's different about this Clemson team? I mean, this is Dabo Sweeney's 7th trip to the college football playoff. You've covered a lot of these games, as you just mentioned. What's different about the 2024 team compared to some of the other teams that he's taken to the college football playoff?
Yeah, this team probably lacks the overall depth that those teams had, some of the overall talent. Those teams had dudes all over the field. You had a T. Higgins or a Justin Ross at wide receiver. You had Travis Etienne or a Wayne Gallman at running back. You had a Deshaun Watson, Trevor Lawrence. You had Christian Wilkins, Dexter Lawrence on the defensive line, Cleveland Farrell, Austin Bryant. Guys that are in the NFL. This team lacks that kind of depth and overall talent. You know dudes when you see them, and you know what I mean when I say dudes. This team has some dudes, just not in as many spots as those teams had.
Yeah, it's when you look at the team, I was telling BK about team speed. The Clemson team is faster than they were the year before, but there aren't a lot of dudes that are just going to go by you. They've won a lot of games as a team, as a unit. I mean, they play complementary football offensively and defensively. The quarterback is he's got enough dudes around him right now because I think he's an exceptional athlete when it comes to, knowing when to take off, when to get out of the pocket, when to make the throws. You mess around with him and you think he's going to take off and run. He'll look downfield and find an open guy. He's just that kind of an athlete. He's just a winner. But as you said, they don't have a lot of dudes, but the dudes that they have, the dude at quarterback is still a pretty good dude at 6'2", 210. He can go.
It's funny. I was taking a look at some of his numbers the other day. Kade's got 40 touchdowns that he's responsible for against only 5 interceptions. And when you compare his numbers, yards, touchdowns, interceptions, completion percentage, touchdowns responsible for, rushing yards, his numbers are better than Dylan Gabriel's. Dylan just happened to be at the helm of an undefeated Oregon team, right? Yeah. So, this kid's had an underappreciated year. I don't think people across the country realize just how good he's been. He's been able to take care of the football. He makes better decisions. And that's why this team, they've got some freshmen that they brought along this year, TJ Moore, Bryant Westco. They're only going to get better. This is a team that only loses one offensive lineman, one linebacker, the running back, the tight end, and a safety. Otherwise, this is a team that everybody led by Kade Klubnik is coming back next year. That's why they're excited. Is because they feel like next year's team is a team that really is going to be poised to make a run.
David Hood from TigerNet.com joining us here on Bucky and BK. David, I want to ask you about Phil Mafah. Heard Dabo Sweeney yesterday. He was asked about an injury update for Mafah, and he said he's fine. He's not taking hits this week, but he should be good to go on Saturday. Now, it feels like Clemson's run game is falling off a cliff down the stretch. What's your confidence level in Mafah, number one, being healthy, and number two, being effective against this Texas defense?
Well, the time off has been really good for him. He's got a torn labrum. And so that's not going to get better with rest. That's only going to get better after you have surgery. That's, but it's been good for him. He was, we were out at practice Tuesday, I guess it was. He looked the best to me that he's looked in probably 6 or 7 weeks. The time off that he had, the Citadel game, that Clemson played, and then they had some time off. They gave him some time off before the ACC championship. I think all of this time off has done wonders for his legs, which is good. But he's still not going to be that effective guy. And then they were bringing along a freshman, Jay Haynes, and he gets hurt on that kick return there in the ACC championship game. And now, you've got a true freshman in David Ezeamume, Keith Adams Jr., whose dad was a star linebacker at Clemson, and a kid by the name of Jarvis Green that they're high on. But these guys just haven't taken a lot of snaps this year. And so, to me, that's kind of part of it. That's why Kade Klubnik is going to be so important, is because so much of that run game is going to have to be on two and his legs and those quick pop screens and orbit motions and flipping to wide receivers that takes a place of that run game.
Yeah, and Dave, for Texas, when you look at that defense, Andrew Makuba has made such a difference in the secondary. It's like having an extra linebacker play in your secondary, a guy who's really fluid, athletic. But man, when he comes to hit, I mean, he hits like he's about 240, but when he brings it, he brings all of it. And he's such a great tackler, and he has these great instincts that's why, like you said, when you start running orbit motion and sweeps like that, you're talking about a guy who can fill the alley. You've seen him play before. Been a while since we've seen a guy that can fill an alley like that guy. Not only as a guy who's instinctive towards the ball, but instinctive to the ball.
Yeah, I love Cougs. Yeah, he had that freshman All-American season here, and then he suffered kind of a spate of injuries. And that next year it wasn't really good. It just wasn't. He got burned a lot in coverage. There were a lot of whiffs, a lot of missed tackles, and I just felt like there was a disconnect somewhere, And then he said, I didn't feel like I was getting better at Clemson. And, sometimes you need a change of scenery, right? Like everybody, they love to hate on the transfer portal, or they hate to, they love to hate on kids who make a business decision for themselves. But I think Andrew's a guy who really and truly has benefited from that change of scenery. The talent is there. They're just after that spate of injuries and him trying to come back, there was just a disconnect somewhere. And, I could tell a difference in that Michigan game. I think that was the first time I'd really been able to watch Texas this year. Clemson played later that night. And, I get to watch Texas against Michigan, and I'm like, wow, look at my man out there. He just looked different even then.
Yeah, he's having a great year. No doubt about that. David Hood from TigerNet.com joining us here talking Clemson and Texas. David, speaking of defense, I mean, Clemson leads the country in takeaways since the start of last season. That's been a huge MO. It was a big deal for Brent Venables when he was the DC there. And obviously that has carried over in the Wes Goodwin era as well. What's the key to that? Why is Clemson so good at taking the ball away from seemingly everybody they go up against?
Well, they've got two really good cornerbacks. They've got a freshman that they brought along by the name of Ashton Hampton, who's a bigger kid, 6'2", 6'3", 205. He's got some length. He had an unbelievable catch up at Virginia Tech. That was kind of a one-handed grab on the sideline. And then they've got Avion Terrell, whose older brother plays for the Falcons, played for Clemson, AJ Terrell. Avion's kind of grown up around there. They've got a Texas kid by the name of RJ Mickens, who's kind of the quarterback in the secondary at safety. And then they've always had, look, and I said earlier, not a lot of dudes, but you still got Peter Woods there at defensive tackle. You still got TJ Parker there at defensive end. They roll in other defensive tackles who are going to play in the NFL. Guys like Trey Williams, DeMonte Capehart, Peyton Page, all those defensive tackles, they're going to play in the NFL. Peter Woods is going to be a first-round draft pick. TJ Parker is going to be a first-round draft pick. They're good. And then they brought along that freshman linebacker, Sammy Brown, who, it's funny, he's from Georgia. And one of the guys on the team calls him that curly-headed redneck freak just because, he's a deer hunter and he's got that blonde curly mullet sticking out the back of the helmet. He might be the fastest linebacker I've laid eyes on in years. And now that they've brought him into the rotation, he plays like his hair is on fire. And you look up and you go, wow, he's got 13 tackles. He's got 14 tackles. Had a better year than the kid at Georgia who won all kinds of awards, and this kid didn't even start till the last 4 or 5 games. So they've been able to take some of these guys and get pressure on the quarterback without having to blitz, and that's kind of been the key. And when you've got a secondary kind of locking guys down, then quarterbacks begin to take chances, and these guys can go get it. And by the way, they've got another safety that'll probably play on Sunday by the name of Khalil Barnes, who just really reads everything.
Well, I mean, when you look at as I said, this team plays such good complementary football, and that's the successes I think due to that. And as you said, when you got a young offensive line and you've got young runners behind a young offensive line, and you feel like the following year is the year for this group. The Texas defensive line has been for the last 2 years been something really, really special. We thought there would be after last year. I thought, obviously, I just said to myself, I said, you can't have a first-round draft pick and a second-round guy and one of the best the best defensive linemen go, and you're going to miss them. And there hasn't been a drop-off. And if you've got a young offensive line, boy, they got their hands full this weekend. Well,
that's probably one good thing about it is that this offensive line does come back, but this is a bunch of older guys. You've got Tristan Lee, who's a 2-year starter at left tackle. You've got Marcus Tate, who's basically a 4-year starter at left guard. They've got a first-year starter at center, but he's been around for 4 years. Walker Parks, the right guard, he's probably played 3,000 snaps here. So they've and Blake Miller's a junior. So all these guys get to come back, but they've played a lot of football, and you just can't overstate how much Matt Luke, who was, of course, the Ole Miss head coach and then the offensive line coach at Georgia, has meant to this program and this offensive line. There are a bunch of dudes up there too. These guys can play. Blake Miller's been really good in pass protection. I think only one pressure allowed the last 6 games at right tackle. A couple of those he even had to move over to left tackle when they had some injuries. But man, I love Texas's defensive line, and I went and did an inside the numbers piece on the Texas defense, and it kind of blew me away to realize that the most yards they gave up this year was 329 to Florida. Nobody else cracked 300. Why did Florida get 329? Well, Texas went up 35-0 on the Gators and, kind of played soft. That's dominant defense. That's what that is. And, and talking to some people down that way, they're not just good on the defensive line. They're good at all 3 levels. They're good at defensive line. They're good at linebacker, and then they're good in the back end. And when you put together the great scheme that they have, it's just dangerous. There's a reason that Georgia didn't get to 300 in 2 games on them. There's a reason all these good offenses didn't get to 300 on them. And, it's kind of like I tell everybody, Clemson's got its hands full Saturday. They have their hands full. It's going to take Clemson's A+ game.
Yeah, kind of following up on that, David. I mean, what does Clemson have to do right to pull off the upset on Saturday?
Well, take care of the football, number one, and they've been able to do that. But you've got to find some semblance of a running game. You've got, whether that's with Klubnik or you're using wide receivers to do things, whatever. You've got to be able to keep that Texas defense honest. So you've got to run the football even when it looks like you can't. Even if you're being stuffed early, you've got to stick with it. And then this is a team that has had trouble playing 4 quarters of football. They will play lights out for 2 quarters or 3 quarters, and then there's a quarter in there where it all kind of blows up on them. You saw it against SMU. You saw it against South Carolina, where they just dominated South Carolina for really almost 3.5 quarters. Still find a way to lose. SMU dominated for 3 quarters. Still let SMU back in the game there in the 4th quarter. They've got to put 4 quarters together against Texas. Anything less than that, and you're not only going to lose, you're probably going to get blown out. And that's just a fact. So find a semblance of a running game, play 4 quarters, turnover-free football, and in some way you've got to kind of stop that 2-headed monster with Wisner and Blue. That running game, somehow you've got to put a stop to that, make Quinn Ewers kind of one-dimensional, and prepare for Arch Manning, because I think Arch Manning could be the key to some of their red zone issues.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, there are teams that play really, really well. There are championship level teams that don't always play championship level. They get I as a coach, I like to say they get disinterested in the game. I'm like, how do you get disinterested for 9-10 minutes in a football game? It's like you're just coming out to practice, loosening up, but you're in the middle of a football game. Is that what it seems like Clemson does? How like SMU got back in it in the third quarter? I'm like, why are you disinterested? You can blow this team away by 40, it looks like right now.
Yeah, it's almost a thing of the offense not helping the defense, and that the offense will play great, and then they kind of go into a shell. They get a lead, and it all of a sudden becomes really conservative. And then all of a sudden you put together a couple of 3-and-outs. The defense starts to get a little bit tired, and you're not playing that complementary football that you like to have. And Garrett Riley, the offensive coordinator, told us that this week, that he's disappointed, that they really need to pull out all the stops and keep all the stops going for 4 quarters.
Sure.
I liken it to Steve Spurrier. Steve Spurrier, didn't matter who he was playing. If he's up 35-0, he's still throwing that ball all over the yard.
Yeah.
Steve Spurrier's not going to run it up the middle on, 3rd and 14. He's going to throw it everywhere, right? And that's what you have to do in today's game, because everybody has good players. You put your foot on somebody's throat, you got to keep stomping.
Yeah, well said. David Hood from TigerNet.com joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Last one for me, David. Would love a score prediction for the game on Saturday. Texas currently a 12-point favorite. You cover Clemson. You know the team better than anybody else. Do you think the Tigers have enough in the tank to shock the world on Saturday, or do you think the Longhorns protect home field and move on?
I do think the Longhorns protect home field and move on. They're just the better team right now. I think Clemson has one thing going for them. I've been at practice this week. I've talked to everybody. They're loose. These guys feel like they have nothing to lose. Nobody's picking them to win, so they can go and let it all hang out. And I feel like Clemson can hang with them for a while, but I feel like Texas is just too good. That defense is too dominant. And, I'm kind of in that 24, 27, 13 field. That's kind of where I am. Could be worse, could be closer, but that's I think that point spread's about right.
Right on. David, great stuff, man. I've been scavenging tigernet.com this week, preparing for these shows and preparing for the game on Saturday. You guys do phenomenal work, and thanks so much for spending a few minutes with us this morning to preview the game.
Thank you, David.
Hey, I can't wait to get back. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Hit us up if you need any food recommendations or anything while you're in town. We'll take care of you.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, there he goes. David Hood, tigernet.com, doing a great job covering Clemson. And, it's crazy, Buck. Texas and Clemson have never played each other. Texas started playing college football in 1893. Clemson started playing college football in 1896. And yet this is the first ever meeting between the Longhorns and the Tigers.
That's incredible.
And Texas once played against the Austin YMCA. They once played against Dallas University and something called the Houston Town Team.
Wow. They played all of those jabronis, yet have never played Clemson. That obviously changes on Saturday. Yeah, David feels like that they just don't have enough depth. That's what it sounds like. He said they got a couple dudes, but the dudes behind the dudes aren't really dudes.
Yeah, he's right. He's right.
Like
he knows it better than we do. They don't have the top end talent that they used to have.
Right.
Because they're not spending the NIL money that it takes to get a lot of that top end talent now. They don't have the depth that they used to have either. So that Clemson run game is a big question for them. I mean, Kade Klubnik's going to get his on the ground, but Texas has done good against dual threat quarterbacks this year.
The sweep, here it comes, wide receiver.
Maybe. I mean, teams have tried that against Texas this year too, and it hasn't really worked.
No, those guys have come through the alleys and made big hits on people.
Yeah, that's I said it earlier.
Big punch.
Yeah, well, they can try, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to overcome the talent gap between
Unless
these two
they get
sides.
6 of those off, where they fake the punt and works.
Yeah, I wasn't very mad at Steve Sarkisian and Jeff Banks for the fake punt against Georgia working, but if Clemson has 6 successful fake punts on Saturday, I'll be pretty pissed off. If they have 2 that work on Saturday, I'll be pretty angry. That can't happen. It
can't happen. No. You can't. This is everything. All stones. You got to turn them all over to see what's underneath them this week. There's no fake. You got to be aware. Everybody's head's got to be on a swivel for this. Everything that you don't expect to happen, you have to expect to happen in the playoffs now.
Yeah, and Clemson's loose. Like, I haven't been at practice like David has, but I've listened to all 3 of Dabo's pressers that he's had this week, and he's laughing. He's cracking jokes. He's having a good time.
Just have a jolly old good time.
Yeah, he's having some fun here. He doesn't look like a coach who's tense or nervous.
No, the pressure is on the University of Texas. At home?
Yeah. Clemson's like, I don't want to say they have nothing to lose. I kind of hate how that expression gets.
No, you lose. If you lose, you have something to lose.
You have everything to lose. Your season's over if you lose. What do you mean you have nothing to lose? Like, I get that's what people say when you're an underdog. It doesn't really make sense. But Dabo Sweeney, once again, very lax, very casual. Steve Sarkisian, he's Sark. I'd actually be more nervous if Sark was cracking a bunch of jokes on Monday because that's not his style.
Right.
That make me feel like, oh shit, Sark's a little bit worried and he doesn't think his team is prepared for this game. But no, Dabo looks loose. He sounds loose, and it sounds like Clemson is playing loose, at least practicing loose going into this game on Saturday. So Texas, they can't have nerves in this game.
No, I think Texas will play its normal game defensively, and that'll be just fine right there. It'll be about the offense. It'll be what this offense has, what they're going to do. We can talk about Kade Klubnik all we want, but he doesn't have enough dynamic players around him. He'll He'll get some things. He'll do some nice things, but they just don't have enough against this defense. But does Texas, are they going to wake up again offensively and get going and do what they have to do? That's the deal for me.
Yeah, it's funny. David was like, yeah, Clemson at times looks like a great team, and then there's like a quarter or a half where like, what happened to them? That's the Texas offense, right? The Texas defense all year long, they've been elite. But the Texas offense at times, it's like, oh yeah, they've got it figured out. And then it's like, Jesus, man, what are we watching right now?
Yeah, I mean, they just don't, there's times when they don't have that rhythm. And they, as I always say, it's just really hard to believe the teams and players get disinterested during the course of a 4-quarter game. It is. It's like they just came out to warm up for practice, and we're just going to just talk to each other and play grab ass a little bit, and we'll participate, but we won't be fully invested in the game. And it happens a lot for teams. And maybe it's like you said, that third quarter, you've seen it before. You've talked about it before. Texas can do that in the third quarter at times where they just like, they'll take 2 or 3 series off like they don't mean anything, like they need a break. They don't need to score,
Yeah, things fell apart against Georgia in the third quarter. I mean, Texas dominated the third quarter against A&M, but got outscored 7-0 because the pick six and then the fumble near the red zone. The Arkansas game, the Kentucky game. I mean, it's been happening way too often lately where Texas is playing really well in the first half. They're just letting teams get back into these games in the third quarter. And I don't know if anybody, like, of course you want Texas to have a halftime lead. That'd be nice. But I don't know if anyone at DKR is going to feel truly comfortable at recess with the way these third quarters have been going down.
Yeah, I mean, if they play well in the third quarter, I'll feel really great about the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Give me a good lead. I think they'll try to stretch it out in the fourth quarter. It won't be, they're not going to take their foot off the gas in the fourth quarter. They haven't. They played pretty solid football. That third quarter, there's just those lulls in the third quarter where they're like, what are you doing in this series? You've had 2 back-to-back series where you've looked like you're not interested in what's going on. Like you can just sit back and let your defense do all the work,
What's happening at halftime? What are they doing?
What's going on at halftime over there?
What are they playing, like Mario Kart in the locker room? What's going on?
What they can't do is they can't put up those big screen TVs that they give to the officials and go in there and start checking them out, watching other games.
You're on my side now. You want to give the refs AV consultations TVs, huh?
Let's get that done this week. Sorry, Dabo, that's not going to work for you. There's nothing that you're going to do that's going to help help your. They will have more penalties this week.
Shout out to AV consultations. Yeah, I'm down. Hey, 7 refs. How about 7 flat screen TVs for those refs?
Nice, good job.
Make sure all of the zebras are on our side this weekend.
I will give one to the bus driver that drove you guys from the airport.
We're just giving them away now.
Well, why not? Come on, man. We need to win.
We don't need the bus driver on our side. What's that guy going to do?
We need him on our side.
Yeah. We need him on that wall.
I think that they have this is for Sark. I think this is a game for some odd reason. I feel like they're going to win the penalty battle. I don't know why I do. I just feel like this is a group that's now had a little bit of rest. They had some mental rest, from last week. So they got everything out of the way. Get your shopping out of the way. Get back into what is a run for a national championship. So I think they've got to, I think their minds should be rested enough that guys aren't jumping off sides, doing stupid things in this football game.
Yeah, right.
But there will be a pick. Hey, by the way, there will be a pick thrown though.
Well, it's more likely that Cam Williams is going to have a penalty than Quinn Ewers throws a pick. I'm sorry to you because Cam's got 15.
There's a good bet right there.
Yeah, that's why you're talking about not having a legal procedure penalty. No, Texas is 94th in penalties per game. Clemson is 23rd. So the on-paper penalty statistic.
And one dude leads the nation probably himself.
Yeah, I think Cam Williams is tied for the nation's lead with penalties with 15 in 13 games. So odds are, he's going to have at least one on Saturday. Hopefully it's not a super costly one for Texas, but just go ahead and subtract 5 yards from one offensive possession from that dude jumping a little bit too early. Happened at home, happened on the road, happened at neutral sites. It doesn't matter. All right. Before we get back into this game, we got some Texas basketball to get into. The Longhorns back in action tonight. We've got an NFL game and a college football game this evening. So we'll see if the Buck has any gold star locks for you people But before any of that, let's give a few more sponsor shout outs.
Thanks to the folks at Woods Comfort Systems, folks. My heater clicked on this morning, and rightfully so, because it was cold. It was 39 degrees, 37 degrees in this area. So if you're having problems now, it doesn't, and you don't have to have problems to call on Woods Comfort Systems. You just want to keep your system running smoothly, and you want somebody to come and check it out and let you know that it will continue to run smoothly during the winter months. And in the summertime, as it gets warm, which every once in a while we'll have an 84 or 82 degree day jump up on us. You want to make sure that air conditioning comes on the right way. Call on Woods Comfort Systems, folks. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. And now they do plumbing. So when the Wagner family has problems at their home, thanks to Wags himself, he can call on Woods Comfort Systems. They'll get all the way out there to where Wags lives if they have to make things comfortable for the family. But call on them. Make sure when you do call on them, and if you do buy a system from them, make sure that you get that warranty that comes with it, where they come out twice a year to make sure that everything's running smoothly.
Yep. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
What a fantastic Christmas present that would be for somebody.
Oh,
one of those Jeeps.
Yeah. Hey,
I haven't seen it. What happened to the commercials? I used to during this time of the year, I used to always see, I don't know, some of these main car dealers with big ribbons on cars. I haven't seen a lot of car commercials and you know me, I'm a commercial guy. I haven't seen a bunch of those.
Well, the classic commercial where
is that the Lexus in the driveway with the big ribbon on it?
Yeah, Lexus has done that for years, but I don't know. I think it's Ram. It's one of the truck companies that does the classic. They've been doing it for, I swear, 10 years now. It's a couple in the snow.
Yes.
And the guy says, "Honey, I got something for you." He whistles, and then a cute puppy dog comes running up to the couple.
Oh, yeah.
And then she goes, "I got something for you, too." And I'm like, hang on, I usually have to pay for this stuff. But she makes a whistle sound, and then in comes a giant truck into the frame. That one is back. I've seen that one this year. I know.
I've not seen that one yet, BK. That must be this week for me. I'm going to check that. I have not seen that one yet.
It's GMC. You're right, Harry. Good call. That's a GMC truck commercial right there. That one's been happening forever.
Yeah, Lexus used to come with the big ribbon, the kid runs outside and there's for the family, some Lexus. I'm thinking, nice, very nice. Nobody ever wraps up any of that stuff.
Just get a ribbon. I mean, why would you try to wrap a car? That's a waste of time. You don't even need the ribbon, honestly. Like, it's a gift and you're going to take the ribbon off as soon as you get it. So
thank you very much.
That's why I'm not a huge fan of wrapping gifts in general. I do it because you're supposed to do it, but
how good are you at that?
Terrible. I'm a straight man. I'm terrible at it.
You know how much I can use up a whole thing of tape for one box. I mean, I will tape that thing. It'll take a blowtorch to get it off of there. Might as well blow the thing. When I'm done with it, it's secured.
Yeah. Pardon the generalization by me, but I feel like most men, and I'll throw the straight word in there again, are not very good at gift wrapping.
My wife is marvelous. She goes all the way to the very inch. I mean, she gets that thing down. She knows how to cut it and save paper. I don't save anything. I use up a roll on two things. I use a roll of wrapping paper for two items. And I don't care if it's a pair of earrings. It's half of that roll is going to that little box.
Here, I'll just hold the gift behind my back, and then here you go. You don't need it wrapped. Here's the gift. You don't care about the wrapping paper anyways.
Yeah, who's collecting that stuff? Nobody's keeping that anymore. That's why if you go to Joe Cohen's, they do it for you. That's the cool part. You stand right there, and there's somebody wrapping that thing, and it looks perfect.
Yeah, Sue Patrick's got the gift wrapping. They'll take care of you there. The
And I tell
Coens will
everybody,
take
and then of
care
course,
of you.
then I lie about how I wrap the present. How did I do this year? You know,
Yeah, you
so I
can't
do
get
pretty
away
good.
with
No,
that.
my stuff is all bumpy. You know, it's not smooth on the edges. It's got like little lumps on it. Like somebody has like a roll of quarters on top of the gift. I'm terrible at that. That's why I wanted to, you know, when I was in radio, I wanted to do that deal where I wanted to have the homeless wrap presidents called bum wrap. But then I said, that'll get me canceled. I think it was perfect. Bum wrap was just, it was going to be perfect. Instead of having these people stand on the corners, let's teach them how to wrap presents. And you think they would steal the presents, though, if you got them in, you know, how they do for Blue Santa, like a warehouse like that? If you brought your stuff, name on it, I know it's going to come back smelling like cigarettes.
With a couple of random stains on it, too. That's not good.
Couldn't we have done I mean, we could have taken the people off these corners, paid them a certain amount to wrap presents for people. People would have packed a warehouse until their stuff didn't come back.
Yeah, I don't know if you would have gotten canceled for that.
Bum wrap just, I thought it worked for a while. It did, you know, about 10 years ago, but that'll get you canceled now.
Were you going to go pay the bums?
Yeah, I was going to give them scissors. I was going to give them beer and liquor and all kinds of food and just put them in a warehouse and then pay them a salary so they're not standing on the corner asking me for money. Work for your money. You know, I'll work for, you know.
Hang on. I kind of want to do that. I'll wrap gifts for liquor, beer, and money. What are we doing here?
Yeah, there you'll be there with 2 cases of Allstat and none of the things will get wrapped. I can imagine.
Right.
Yeah, we could help people out. Why do they have to? They don't have to be standing on corners. We could get them in a warehouse. Go pick up your gifts there. They're all wrapped. Except for I don't like the smell of cigarettes on my stuff. You know, I'd like to get my stuff.
It sounds like you hate your own idea more than anybody else does.
So, I know it can happen. I know it can be done.
Okay. Bum wrap. All right, we'll work on it next year, huh?
We're gonna have to pick out the homeless that you like. You're gonna. You just can't get any random homeless folks. They can't be smoking all these Marlboros with their fingers all burnt up. You got to be able to wrap stuff.
Yeah, you got to fill out you got to fill out a questionnaire if you want to be a bum rapper. You know,
how long have you been homeless? How are you truly a bum? You know,
truly a bum. It's good stuff. All right, hey, Texas basketball back in action tonight. They are hosting New Orleans. Not the Pelicans. The New Orleans Privateers will be coming to town at the Moody Center, bringing their 2-7 record to Austin, Texas.
Nice. Bring it on.
The Longhorns are 34.5-point favorites in this game. Shouldn't be very stressful. Should be very easy. We will see if Trey Johnson plays. Of course, Trey did not play in the Longhorns' most recent game on Sunday with a hip injury. I think it was precautionary. We'll see how cautionary Texas is in this game tonight. New Orleans is very bad. There are 364 teams in Division I men's college basketball. According to KenPom, New Orleans ranks 344th out of those 364. Here's where Texas basketball is. If they win this game tonight, it'll be their 10th win of the season, Buck. Texas will have played number 344, 346, 361, 362, and 364 out of, once again, 364. So if the Longhorns get it done tonight, which they will, half of their wins will be against the bottom 20 teams in America.
Hey, what can we do? You can only beat, you beat the teams they put in front of you. Come on.
Well, in college basketball, you pick the teams that are put in front of you. These aren't conference games. Like Texas will have to play every SEC team at least once.
Hell, look out for that.
Yeah, Texas is right now an underdog in its first 5 SEC games, so get ready for that. But yeah, no, Texas does have a say in who they play in the non-con. They're not the only team that schedules soft teams, but I don't know if anybody else is playing 5 of the bottom 20 teams in America.
Yeah, it doesn't really prepare you for what's about to happen.
No. And like to this point in the year, look, Texas is about to be 10-2, and they'll win their last non-conference game to get to 11-2. That sounds good. I think Texas has played one tournament team so far, and that's UConn. UConn, now they've won the last 2 tournaments, so they're pretty damn good. But Texas got boat raced by, I think, the only tournament team that they played this year. Ohio State, their other loss, I don't think they're going to make the dance. They've dealt with injury issues, and they've fallen off.
And they were playing pretty well, Ohio State was, until they started getting hurt.
Yeah, they're okay. I mean, they lost to, I think Auburn beat them by 40. By the way, Texas has to play Auburn in a couple weeks. Yikes. If you're a believer in the transitive property, yikes. NC State is probably Texas's best win on the road. I don't know if NC State's a tournament team this year.
No, they're not going to be that good.
Syracuse, who Texas really struggled with, and Brooklyn, I don't know if they're a tournament team. So, Texas is going to be 11-2, but as Longhorn Bear says, it's a little fool's gold. Now, maybe they are good. Maybe they figured some things out, but the schedule when the calendar flips to the new year is going to get a hell of a lot tougher.
Yeah, and they're not going to be beating teams by 33 and 28 and all that other stuff. They're going to be in dogfights. And in the SEC, they're going to be in a dogfight every night against everybody.
I hope they're in some dogfights because I'm worried Texas is going to be losing some of these games by 20 plus against some of these teams. So I just don't know. I don't know if they're good. This non-conference schedule has done nothing for me this year. And whatever. Still going to watch. They're 34.5-point favorites tonight. So that tells you, once again, everything you need to know about what Texas should do.
Hopefully they'll be resting their star again tonight. He doesn't need to be playing.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't need to be playing. And
by the way, the texter's right about when did they start putting the extra added paper in gifts anyway? The little colorful paper? Is this like putting stuffing in a turkey?
Oh.
I mean, you know how you put it in a bag and then you put all these little bright. What is that? You're talking about a waste of money and time.
Yep, that's it. That's all it is. I mean, it's just more to unwrap, more you have to do to get to the good stuff.
What happens if I put just toilet paper in there to fill that up?
Sure you can.
You know what? I wonder what folks would say, or if I put napkins in there.
You talking about
that thing that costs like $2 for a sleeve of that crap?
You talking used toilet paper?
No, just toilet paper. Just go in, grab a roll it up, throw it in spots there to keep everything all packaged up. The colorful paper, I was never. Somebody started that. Somebody started that idea.
Yeah.
And now it's like you got to. Oh no, you can't just put something in a bag and give it to somebody. It's got to have the little frilly things all around it. What for? You're going to throw that stuff away.
People wanted to make money, so they created that bit, and it caught on.
Those little phony colors, a little green and red, Yeah, you're right.
Not my thing, but a lot of people use them. Whoever came up with that, tip of the cap. Job well done.
I got away from wrapping stuff that I put them in little bags that already self-wrapped kind of now.
Yeah, that's the move.
I feel like I'm cheating by doing that. I don't feel Christmassy. I think there's something missing about you not wrapping a present to somebody. But I used up too much money on tape and wrapping stuff because I'm just so horrible at it.
Just use a gift bag and put used toilet paper in there. There's your new baked potato story.
I'm going to see if that goes over big. I need to try that on one of my grandkids. That kid's probably crapping his pants anyway. They don't care.
Oh, you're shitting on your grandkids?
No, but it sounds like a good idea. If I'm going to try something, maybe I'll just, when I go over to my daughter's place, maybe I'll drop off that with just a thing filled with toilet paper for one of her kids and see what they say. The kid's not going to say a word. What are they going to care?
Yeah, mama's going to come kick your ass.
Yeah, mama's not going to be happy about that.
You're making her kids touch a TP with doo-doo on it. Out on that deal, man. Out on that.
I love Christmas. This is great. This is one of my favorite times. I know people get all hung up and all weirded out. And as I said, there are people that really struggle at this time of the year. And BK and I, like, once again, when I had my problems, this was a time that I really struggled because I couldn't wait to get to a bar and just hunker down because I wanted to forget about a bunch of stuff and I wanted to put it all on me. It was a tough time. These times got to be tough for me. When you're an alcoholic, these holiday seasons, and plus there's a lot of alcohol around you. You know, everybody that you show up with, there's something sitting in front and you got to feel like you're social. I wasn't trying to feel social. I was trying to get hammered.
Yeah.
That was my life of how do I get hammered? How quick can I get hammered? So once again, for folks that are out there that are struggling with this, and I think the people around them know who they are, you got to be there for them. You got to get them in a happy place and not into that dark place, because not everybody's happy at Christmas time. Not everybody's happy at Thanksgiving or the New Year's and all that stuff, because there are a lot of people that the New Year won't be, you hope for happy times, but it won't be happy times for them. So if you can find out who those people are and just whisper a little something into them, tell them you're saying a prayer for them, or letting them know that everything's going to be all right during the holiday season, it's really, really important. And for those that are out there rushing around to get something for somebody else, as you said in the beginning of our conversation this morning, make sure you take care of yourself.
Yeah.
That's important too. We're all trying to do a lot of things for a lot of different people, but we kind of forget the person that we are, and we streamline everything for everybody else, and we don't take care of our mental health either. You got to take care of yourself, or because it doesn't take much to get unhinged as an individual. And I think we're seeing that, all these school shootings, all this bullshit going on in the world. It doesn't take much for the person who thinks they're doing all the good stuff to get unhinged themselves. So make sure you take care of yourself during these holidays.
No doubt. Well said. All right. Quick shout out to our friends at passes.com, passes.com/Texas One Fund. If you are looking for the perfect holiday gift for the Texas Longhorn fan in your life, head over to passes.com/Texas One Fund to get exclusive behind the scenes access to your favorite Longhorn teams and players. You get content you won't find anywhere else. You're going to get the ability to go to VIP events and tailgates and meet and greets. This is stuff that every Texas fan dreams of, but not every Texas fan can get. Well, you can get it if you head over to passes.com/Texas One Fund. And of course, when you do contribute to passes.com, you're helping to support the Texas One Fund and everything it does for the University of Texas and Texas athletics.
And also 34 Wine and Spirits, talking about alcohol for those that can handle their alcohol, which a lot of you can, and good for you. 34 Wine and Spirits, if you're having a big party coming up over the next couple of days, call in 34 Wine and Spirits. They're a wholesale distributor. They can get it to you. They can get it to your workplace. They can get it to your offices or wherever you're having your parties at. They will get it done. And if you go by their place on the Southwest Parkway, pick it up for individuals. They have gift wrapped stuff just for you, wine, all the spirits that you want, all your liquors. They've got it there. They got your all stat there for you too, all your different beers. But there's only one beer that you should be trying anyway during the holiday season, and that is all stat beer, I believe.
Yes, indeed. The best that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. You need it for your holiday parties. You need it for your football watching, your tailgates at DKR this Saturday, whatever you have going on over the next couple of days and weeks into the new year. Make sure you're drinking the best beer that there is. That's Old Stat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Love it.
All right, Buck, you talk about giving. You get an opportunity to give to the people here.
Okay.
You got a Thursday night football game in the NFL, and we've got a bowl game in college football tonight. Everyone's favorite, R&L Carriers New Orleans Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
It's happening tonight. So pretty good Thursday night football game in the NFL. It's the 9-5 Broncos taking on the 8-6 Chargers. Both teams would be in the playoffs if the season ended today. LA is a 3-point home favorite. Buck, you've been decently hot as of late. You're up 75,000 units in the last week. You got to play on tonight's TNF game.
Now, if that Chargers quarterback, if that dude is healthy, if that defense is good enough. Broncos really, with their young quarterback, have really been playing well. I mean, they're right, and they've been scoring some points too. I'm gonna take the Chargers. I'm gonna take the Chargers for 25,000 units tonight.
Okay, 25,000 units on the home team, -3.
Yes, I'll take that. I may get a push out of that, but sometimes a push is like a win.
Not for us.
No, not when you're down. And who's that bowl game? What bowl game is being played?
It's the R&L Carriers New Orleans Bowl. It's between Georgia Southern, a.k.a. Gayso, taking on, Sam Houston, back from the dead.
Yeah, well, that's not happening. I'll take Georgia Southern. I'll take them. They've cost me the last couple times I've taken them. I'm not taking Sammy Houston. I watched them play this year. No way. I'm not
Texas
taking them.
legend himself, Sam Houston. See how big his statue is?
Sorry, I'll take 25,000 units on Georgia Southern.
Do you know what the line is?
What is it? 2?
Who do you think is favored?
I'm going to say Georgia Southern's favored by 4.
Great guess. 3.5.
I'll take Georgia Southern.
All right, $25K on Georgia Southern. Betting against Texas legend Sam Houston. It's not quite. Remember the Alamo. Don't forget about the Alamo. Don't forget that Davy Crockett's favorite song was Cheeseburger in Paradise, which is why the Alamo was built right across from a Margaritaville down in San Antonio.
Tell me once again who's playing in that bowl game.
That's a Big 12 versus Big 12 matchup between the Mormons of BYU and the Buffs, Colorado.
Okay, now that the Buffs have got their Heisman Trophy winner and their number 1 pick in the NFL, are they not going to be interested, or are they going to be so excited to be in San Antonio, leaving Colorado? Huh.
Who's that excited about being in San Antonio?
Nobody.
That game is December 28th, so 9 days from now. Colorado a 3-point favorite. It's one of the better non-playoff bowl games we've got. It's 2 ranked teams duking it out. But, there's your Remember the Alamo Bowl.
Remember the Alamo Bowl, never to be seen by Texas ever again.
Oh, yeah. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. By the way, shout out to Javon Felix, lifetime Longhorn, who is an assistant coach on New Orleans. So he will be back in Austin. Felix never played at the Moody Center, but he'll be back in Austin. So hopefully he gets it.
I always loved his shooting because he would always shoot no matter what.
Yep. Yeah. Big fan of his game. And it'll be cool. Hopefully they have a little, I don't know if it'll be a montage, but I'm sure they'll show him on the Jumbotron at some point tonight. Hopefully he gets a nice ovation from the folks who are at the Mood this evening. And there you go. We've got a TBT video we got to get to.
Nice.
And we'll bring on Double R, and Wags will be on in a second, but I want to get these guys' thoughts on this story. There's an accompanying story with this video that we're about to play.
All right.
Guys, 4 people. This is from a couple weeks ago, so we're not throwing it back too far, but this is a story out of Los Angeles from November 14th, 2024, where 4 people were arrested in connection with insurance fraud when they claimed that a bear had damaged their car. Okay, what's the insurance fraud there? Like, a bear damages your car? Shouldn't he be able to file a claim? Shouldn't he be able to get some money for that? Well, that's what happened. They were able to get $141,000 from the insurance companies, but an investigation into the claim took a closer look at some video footage that was sent in as a part of the claim. And we've got some of the video here.
Oh,
guys,
no.
It turns out that the so-called bear that attacked these cars was actually a human in a bear costume. And you can clearly tell by these videos that is a human being in there dressed in a bear suit ransacking this car.
People.
No, are they taking stuff from it? Is this like a bit to do like thievery and then blame it on the bear show?
Who had to come in there and unloosen the screws? That dude is not just pulling that stuff out.
Yeah,
look at all that fur moving around on that bear.
Oh man!
Said he scratched the car and damaged the inside of the car here.
$100,000 car?
Well, they got 104. Well, this is the group submitted claims for damage to a Rolls Royce and 2 different Mercedes. So it wasn't just one car. It's just one video. Yeah, it's just one video that we have here. But these guys did this with a few different cars. And, yeah, they got almost $150K. They would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those damn police officers.
Dang it. Scooby-Doo on the case, man. Those damn
always got to video everything, don't you?
Those meddling kids figured it
out. This is a surveillance video. They were hoping this video didn't exist, but yeah, it's pretty clear. You could see a guy like moving his hands and his leg. Ain't no way a bear's that agile in a car like that.
Come on, man.
Can't do that.
Bears
beat, man.
Battlestar Galactica.
It's like, what's wrong with you? It's like the people that try to do the false work claims, and they can't work because they're hurt, and then you see them out there like putting shingles on the roof and stuff.
Oh, the malingers, they try to get double money.
Oh my God, what a mess! I tell you, people are just crazy. People
are just crazy. Ron, you got all your shopping you done, or is the Amazon truck pulling up every day still?
When's Christmas?
Next
Yeah, Yeah, I've got so it's kind of weird for me. So in the AV consultation studio over here, it's a rather large desk. I've got a lot of stuff piled over here, and like the wife will walk in, I'm like, don't come near me.
Oh,
It's like all kind of stashed back here. So I'll have to get to do the wrapping. The wrapping is always something to see because, man,
we've been talking about that. Are you a specialist?
No, God, no. Are you kidding? You could have a million things wrapped, and I'd have one, and you could pick mine out because it's that bad.
Yeah,
it's that bad. It's horrible.
What? Wags has a bunch of Amazon boxes behind him. Are you wrapping those?
It's wrapped.
Is it wrapped?
Does Amazon wrap for you?
No, I wrap my own stuff.
Well, you do that?
Come over.
Look at
Come
that.
over here.
What? You're a straight guy who can do that?
Yeah. Come on.
Where's
man.
the roll of
I'm a Marine. I know how to wash my own clothes and fold my own clothes.
Can I rent you on Monday? What's your going rate?
Come on over, Rodney. That's why I have all
Look at
these.
that. Look at that big box
here, so people will come over and play with me.
Dang. That's nice.
Now, do you just, I mean, do you sit back smoking weed or eating cookies or something while you wrap? Is there a way that you can calm yourself out, that you don't screw up the corners and stuff?
Now, Bucky, I might walk into the clouds a little bit here and then sit down and try and the key is to fold your pockets right.
Oh, okay.
Fold the pockets, and you got to use way more paper than you're allotted.
Well, see, that's the problem. You're not supposed to. That's a waste of paper. I use one whole roll for one present.
Yes.
Your shit look like this?
No, my shit don't look anything like
all
that.
right. Use that paper. And my wife gets so mad at me. I'm using all the damn holiday paper.
Well, then, Bucky, I run out of tape, and I'll go to the garage and get duct tape. I get duct tape, and, put that shit on there. It's like, here you go.
Yeah. How do you hide the tape?
I've never gone that far to duct tape. That sounds like a great idea.
I got all colors.
Look at that.
I got all colors.
Now, that's the thing. I do use a lot of tape. Like you can see, it's got like an extra callous layer of tape around there to hold all the damn.
So a
paper
regular
in.
pair of scissors won't cut through that shit.
No, dude.
Take a butcher knife and come through it.
They got the damn wire cutters out on Christmas. Reed's about to go to bed because he's just tired of it overworking himself by opening up his damn gifts because it's
that used to be my old man. I was the oldest of 8, and we'd have all these gifts by the tree. And that old man would help in wrapping stuff. You'd be pulling shit. Your arms would be tired from trying to yank the thing apart because that guy's using wires and everything else to wrap it. You know what? That is really special. When you do that yourself, when you wrap your own present and you don't go to Cohen and Son and have them do it, you take the box home and that's something special. I'm not special.
My wife said she can tell every year that she goes, well, I know you wrapped it. So
yeah, I got my wife, she just said, stop, put it in a bag. I mean, like an HEB bag or something?
Or like one of those gift bags with the tissue paper coming out?
Yes.
Yeah.
We just talked about that.
That is a really good, that's a compromise right there.
Here's the tissue that's going in my bags, the same one that I blow my...
There was once a time I wrapped something for one of my kids, and I got it finally all wrapped up or whatever, and they opened it on Christmas Day, and there was like a plastic fork in there, and they're like, "What's a plastic fork for?" And I told myself, well, I was eating ramen when I wrapped it. I guess I put it in there by mistake.
couple of loose noodles in there too.
Now that I got you guys going, and I know we've got shows on Monday. Do you have a night before tradition, Rodney, that you do? With the exception of your wife doesn't play that open up anything before. I told BK, I've been trying to get my wife to open up a present now. And she's like losing her mind that leave me alone. It's Christmas is next Wednesday. Maybe Christmas Eve we can do something. Do you have any traditions that you guys do night before or anything?
We do a thing. We go to my wife's best friend. They've been friends since they were like 4 years old. They live really close to us. We go do a thing over there, have a light meal, and we'll open up some gifts there. But our main event here is on Saturday, or not Saturday, but on Christmas Day, when you get everybody in. Yeah. We just kind of tear it up then. So it's we kind of just take a time to reflect on Christmas Eve,
Yeah.
We used to do church thing. Now we just kind of hang tight here and do our own thing. So it's a really cool time. It's really cool. Sometimes it turns into game night. Might have some Uno after all that stuff.
Yeah.
Uno.
Game night turns into fight night for me. I go to my wife's kids' place and they want to get down to arguing on game. I'm like, This isn't game night. This isn't the time for arguing about shit. This is like, it's Christmas.
Well, y'all play Monopoly? Monopoly ruins families.
Monopoly will
No,
totally
I
jack up.
I haven't played Monopoly in years. It's been a long time since I played Monopoly. Since my brother just kicked the board over with his foot. That
Jeez, we were so serious one year playing Monopoly. I don't think we actually looked up at the clock and Santa was almost getting ready to come through the damn chimney. So we had to wrap it up pretty quick.
It turns into, that money's fake, right?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
They think it's real. Like you can really go buy a hotel.
Yeah, exactly.
Competitiveness, man. Competitiveness.
You're right. Well, listen, guys, have a great Thursday. Do be safe out there because the nuts are out there and they are trying to get the ones that are going to the stores. They are going in turn lanes to use it as passing lanes on highways. It's dangerous.
These nuts.
Yeah, these nuts is right. These nuts are out there. So you guys have a great day, man.
You too, Buck. Be safe.
Take care, Buck.
See you guys.
All right,
BK. Be good, buddy. Welcome in, everybody, to another wonderful edition, holiday edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered on this beautiful December 19th, 2024. Hey, just a couple more days left in the season. And again, want to make those last-minute holiday gifts, make sure you get on out there. Sue Patrick's a really great store to get out there and get those little last knickknacks. Audio-visual consultations is a great place to get, the dudes den all suited up and ready to go for the holiday bowl games. It's all deadly, man. Make sure you guys get your holiday shopping gifts already done. You only got like 6 more days, right?
Yeah.
4 more days, really, if you really want to take into consideration, like, to avoid all the craziness that Bucky was just talking about in those stores. Make sure you follow us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. My partner in crime is over there at _the Rodney R. Excuse me, that's on Instaface. On X, he's the Rodney R, and then on Instaface, it's the _ Rodney R. I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. Hit us up on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. What do you guys do on Christmas? You don't go to like a midnight mass or anything like that?
We used to do like an afternoon mass thing, like at 4 o'clock or whatever. But it's just kind of as the girls have grown up, there's a couple of times where it's just Tracy and I, so it's like, hey man, let's hang out. And then we do an evening thing at her best friend's house. Her the cool thing about it is her best friend's husband is an amazing cook. So there's always really, really good food that's involved, on that Christmas.
That's usually the enticing factor that gets me out of the house for the holidays the holiday parties is the food. That's good. Like these, my neighbor puts on these Swedish meatballs. They make these Swedish meatballs, little small meatballs, but I can't describe how the sauce. It's the sauce that makes the meatball, right? Mm-hmm. And the sauce has got some type of spice in it. It's fantastic, man. But yeah, they're called little Swedish meatballs, dude.
Yeah.
But usually for Christmas Eve, we're either hosting something or we're going over to one of my wife's family members' house because it's my wife's birthday on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
So she, and you got to make sure the cake's right. If you have any type of chocolate cake with any type of red or green icing on it, she will get upset because she thinks that you're trying to combine Christmas and her birthday together. No, you got to keep it separate. So you got to make sure that she gets her chantilly cake, and dude, make sure that Kade gets her day.
That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. That's super important, and that's the thing when you have the birthday that kind of mixes in there with the holiday. It's like you have to dedicate that time. Like my wife is a late February birthday, so she's like, I don't care about Valentine's. She's like, focus on the birthday thing, if at all. But you always focus on Valentine's. I don't care what anybody says. You have to.
I don't know. I kind of subscribe to the idea that it's a Hallmark holiday, and I think that's one of the reasons why my wife. Wow, we started out like that because we didn't have any money, right?
Yes, that always factors in. Right, that's always...
and then as we grew into young responsible adults, we started getting more money, and then I think that rule the pass that she gave me for Valentine's Day, calling it a Hallmark card or a Hallmark holiday, I think that kind of went leeway. I think it's now expected that I'm supposed to get her something for Valentine's Day.
You have to acknowledge it. There's absolutely no doubt about
yeah,
it.
you give a tip of the cap. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
Yeah,
you know what? I try to acknowledge it every night. But I try to acknowledge it every night, and I'm told no. Let's wait for another time to celebrate.
You guys have got a lot of football coming up this weekend. You've got obviously Texas in the playoff. You've got NFL. You've got everything. But of course, this is already fired off. You've got Jerry Worrell is the center of attention for in a lot of across the nation with the UIL state playoffs happening there at AT&T Stadium. We've got a couple of local teams that are heading over. But we wanted to join in here and talk to our man, Coach Drew Sanders, as the Vandergriff Vipers are heading back to AT&T Stadium once again to contend for a state championship, taking on South Lake Carroll. Coach Sanders, it's got to be really cool to be practicing, getting ready for a state championship game coming up on the Christmas holiday.
First of all, how's it going, guys?
It's good to see you, man.
Coach.
How are
Great
you?
to see
Happy
you, man.
holidays.
Hey, yes, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, all of the salutations, man. It's a good time of year.
Yep.
It's a good time of year, especially as a football coach. If you're practicing right before Christmas, you know it's been an amazing year. And so we're super fortunate to be here, and that's our second time in the last 3 years. So pretty crazy that I'm saying that, honestly.
Yeah, man. Anytime you're playing past Thanksgiving, that's a blessing, right?
Oh, yes. Amazing. You know, when we start the season each year, we set a goal of one of our goals. We have several, but one of our goals is to practice on Thanksgiving Day. And we've done that 8 times here at Vandergriff, but it's an elite thing when you're doing that and then some.
Yeah.
Well, Coach, I know Rodney's got a slew of questions to ask you. The first thing to get off my chest is, man, it seems like year in, year out, the defense is always there for the Vipers. What makes this year so much more special, and how do you differentiate this year compared to other championship runs that you guys have had?
You know, we just work really hard. I think the first and foremost, the things that people don't talk about is you only have so many good players for each school. You know what I'm saying? Like, you only have so many. So you have to work really hard at talent development and figuring out who can hit, who can tackle. I think so many teams that we play don't really take, and this sounds silly, but take into consideration how well people can tackle before they put them on defense. They put an athlete there. They put somebody that looks good. But so if you've watched us before, you've been to many of my games, we don't always look the prettiest in the back end, but we have enough speed and we can tackle. And I think that's one of the reasons we rarely give up big plays. And y'all know this too, in high school football, if you can just make people drive the field, you're going to stop people a lot of the times. And so that die a slow death theory has been a long time philosophy of mine as a defensive guy. But it starts with putting people on the field in the right position. That's one of the reasons we had such a hard time early in the year. We had people in the wrong positions, and we had so many starters we were replacing. But you know, we're figuring it out, but it took a bit, you know.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Coach, one of the staples of your program has always been, and I love the story of Vandergriff because it's a newer school. I mean, it's always been a really, really good program. And your stamp on this is your team does not make mistakes. It's a very disciplined football team. Talk about that part, because flashy football teams and so forth, like you're talking about, but mistake-free football is really hard to do at any level.
Yeah, and that's such a compliment. First of all, thank you for saying that, because I do take that very seriously. But I want to hone in even on more, like, we don't want silly penalties. So I want to talk about that. But then also special teams, like special teams have to be buttoned up, you know, if you're going to play well. And play late in December. But one of the things we do that's kind of unique, I think, is we have this thing called penalty accountability. We have a goal each week that we should only get 6 or less penalties per week. Okay. And so my team knows that. It's on our goal boards. And so at the very first thing we do each Monday morning as we do our team meeting after a game is I pull up the penalties that we got. We replay them. And so it's kind of embarrassing, you know, if a lineman jumps off sides. But that's sometimes a good tool to use.
Good teaching moment.
Yeah, it really is. And that's my job as a teacher, right? I'm just a teacher of football and life lessons. And we have to stand up. So here's what we do. I say, all right, number 68, you jumped off sides. Let's hear it. So we've got our team meeting. All 100 guys are in there, 80 guys in there. And he has to stand up and say, Coach, I apologize for jumping off sides. I had a lapse in judgment. I wasn't paying attention. I listened to the defense, whatever. I apologize. It's not going to happen again. And so the first thing is our kids are aware of dumb penalties. I think it's the last time, I'm going to knock on wood, but it's been a long time since we've had a personal foul on defense, and you see a lot of teams that get those. And so I think we recognize that. And then also talking about, hey, did we reach our goal of less than 6 penalties? They cheer like crazy when we get, like last week we had 5 penalties and everybody cheered in the room like, we won a state championship.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just to speak a little bit to that, I mean, Coach, I think everybody that plays ball knows that football is the ultimate selfless sport, right? Yeah. And in doing that, in instilling accountability in team meetings like this, and having players stand up and take on that accountable moment of where, hey, I messed up, guys. I know that it's a we thing, not a me thing. Apologies here, and let's look to progress and move on. That's something that a lot of programs, a lot of young men these days don't ever get to run into in life, man. So
something else too that I think you're aware of, because y'all are all old athletes or experienced athletes, if we will, but your best player has to stand up. Like there's some programs that their best player wouldn't stand up, the coach wouldn't feel comfortable, and so they just don't do it at all. Like everybody in my program is accountable to the standard, and it doesn't matter. And one of my philosophies, my core philosophy since I've been a head coach, this is year 19, is when your best players are your most disciplined and your hardest workers, you got a chance. Mm-hmm. And that, is something I've prided myself on. Is Travis Brandon, second leading rusher in Vandergriff history back in the days of 14 and 13. Like he was on kick return. He was going to do all the little things that we asked to do. And he knew it. That's part of our culture.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Coach, let's talk about this year's version.
He just alluded to it, Rodney. Let's get it. Let's truck the X's and O's, man.
That's it. This year's version of the Vipers playing for a state championship, taking on Riley Dodge and South Lake Carroll. Let's start on the offensive side, Coach. You've got Miles Tedecki there. I've called a lot of games there with Miles at quarterback, Fournier. These guys kind of talk about the offense. This is a well-balanced offense, and you've got a great commander right there at the helm, kind of leading the charge at quarterback.
Yeah. I'm proud of my coaches too. I want to recognize them. Coach Woolley is my new OC, and then Coach Woolkind is also a big part of it. And those guys have had great plans. So I appreciate them. They're coaching really well. Brand new offensive line, guys, 5 brand new starters at the beginning of the year. That's another reason that it was crazy. Just trying to figure out who we are.
Did any of them play together before, though? Did they have any type of
JV or some guys played on JV, and then but Tio has done tremendous. He was our starter. This is something else we really value, is we don't move people up to varsity just to make them feel good. Like Tedecki was on the JV starting as a sophomore. He was good enough to be on varsity, but he was our starting JV quarterback. We went 10-0. We won every game by 35, and he led the charge, and he knew that was his development year. And then he came in, won the job, and now it's just been straight up ever since. And so, I'm super proud of him and his leadership. He's just a junior, right? And so I think he has 40-something touchdowns and 3,000 yards. And his leadership has gotten really good too, because you guys know it's hard as a junior to lead a bunch of seniors, right? And he's done a great job of that, of handling that. So could not be prouder of him. He threw for 300 last week against Summer Creek. I don't know if y'all should watch the tape if you haven't. Summer Creek's front is ridiculous. I'm saying that in a good way. Am I still there?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, all right. I'm frozen on the screen. I'm just making sure you can hear me.
Yeah, we got.
Well, you look great and you sound beautiful, Coach.
There we go. Perfect. But so their front was ridiculous. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. 3 Division I guys on their front. And so we had to handle that. And he did a masterful job.
It's awesome.
Some of the threats that South Lake Carroll can get at you is their defense is tenacious and nasty too. What's some of the offensive prowess you're taking into the matchup going in with them?
Are you saying from my defensive perspective?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
What's the type of offensive scheme that you're going to be looking to go against South Lake?
Yeah. They're a 4-down, talking about their defense, right? Wax.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They're a 4-down primarily. They can really do whatever. They're pretty multiple. They've got a big front. And so, for us, it is always a philosophy of mine is to kind of try to shift and move and do those things. We can't, one of the things I say in clinics and stuff is you can't ever trick coaches. Coaches are too smart, especially guys like Southlake. Their staff's amazing. And what it is you're trying to cause a little bit of hesitation in a kid's steps or eyes. And so, you look at Sark's offense, y'all watched him.
A lot of action, right?
And everybody is always copying him and complimenting him. And we have been doing stuff like that for a while. So that's what we try to do. And then, of course, we got to be able to run the ball.
Sure.
I think that if you're going to win, football, it sounds trite, but it's true. It's still about blocking and tackling.
Yeah.
And so we've got to be able to block and we've got to be able to run if we're going to win.
Yeah, you guys, you mentioned it, you already alluded to it already, Coach. When you guys get into an open field situation, usually you guys don't miss, and that's kind of what allows you guys to not allow those chunk plays, which ultimately kills teams at the end of the day, right? You have a chance to get off the field. It's 3rd and 7, and you're about to come up and make a play for a TFL, and then all of a sudden you get 12 extra yards and extend it down, man. So
yeah, it's exactly right. So that's a big part of what we believe on the defensive side.
Yeah, Coach. So playing December football right here. I mean, you guys, like you said, is kind of work in progress. They're starting out. You get into district, you win another district title. Here you go. I mean, the win last week, kind of with Southlake, they kind of breezed through their district, but now they get a little battle tested here. So the finale right here, you got 2 battle tested teams. How do you prepare your team? They're tired, they're beat up, but the excitement just has to be immense with all of this going on right now.
Oh man, this is a pretty easy week to prepare. Everybody's mentality. It's the last Monday practice. It's the last Tuesday practice. It's the last Wednesday practice. We're going to Jerry's World. All of that kind of stuff.
Emotions got to be driving in for the seniors too, right?
Oh yes, yeah. But what you've got to do, and this is my job as the leader of the whole program, is you've got to keep the main focus. You cannot allow all the distractions. You heard the Indiana coach a couple years ago talk about earmuffs and blinders. That's the kind of thought process. Is what is our job? It's not to go to Cowboy Stadium, even though that's nice. It's to go try to win a football game, against a quality opponent. So it's just another game against another great team. And so that's what we're focusing on. And I've found a lot of success in my career when I just worry about my team. When I just say, hey, what do we have to do better? Well, we've got to do this on punt team better. We have to do this on defense. We're terrible into the boundary, or what's happening? Why can't we get off blocks or whatever? So that has been really, and you know what else, guys? It allows me to relax a little bit because I'm sure, like everybody here that's trying to be a high achiever, I'm always a little anxious about, are we doing enough? Am I doing enough? But that helps me relax a little bit. Like, you know what? Just do what you can control.
Yeah, control what you can control, right?
Right, and that has been great for me personally, and I think it also that resonates with the kids because they don't feel overwhelmed. They're like, okay, I'm just going to try to play this coverage, really well.
Well, Stark has spoken on that a few times this season, Coach, is that, just take care of our standard and play Longhorn standard of football. And it sounds like that's what the Vipers are doing too. You got the Vipers playing Viper standard football, and it's gotten them into a state championship.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big part of what I believe is you got a big standard, and they've been set, I mean, we didn't talk about the 22 team, but the 22 team got us here. And so now, like, we actually talk from experience. When we mention state, like, there's some programs around the state that they mention the state championship. Kids walk out after the coach is done and start snickering. And you mention it at Lake Travis, you mention it at Westlake, you mention it at Cedar Park or some other schools around here. The kids are like, yeah, it's legit. And at Vandergriff now, it's actually a legitimate possibility. And now it's 2 times. And so, but those guys led us the first time and let us beat Kade. And what an amazing win that was in 22. And so, yeah, that affects your mentality, like you're saying.
Yeah, Coach, talk about that part. Last one for me, and thank you for joining us. I know there's a lot going on right now, but the fact that Vandergriff, like I said, 2010, I mean, a newer school, and when you look at the grand scheme of things, but now competing for state championships, another state playoff appearance in the finals here, and knocking off, Powers in Houston and all the different things. How does that really feel to you and everyone involved in the program that Vandergriff is now in that echelon of amazing programs in the state of Texas?
Man, how long do I have,
Oh, man.
Right.
That's a tough question. I don't want to get emotional because, this program has meant a lot to me. It is a cool thing, because you work really hard,
This is 19 for you, right?
This is do what?
19 seasons for you now?
This is 19 as a head coach, 16th at Vandergriff.
2010,
Okay.
yeah, 2010.
Yeah,
All fired
16th at Vandergriff. In 2009, we were a JV team. But, Belichick, he's so funny, all of his stuff. Like, he doesn't want to talk about the past. We're on to Miami. He's so funny. And there's a good reason you do that.
Seattle.
But I also think that it's important it's okay to say, hey, we've come a long way. And, to think the first time I tried to go look at the Vandergriff site, I was interviewing for the job, and it was just a couple of, just dirt patches. And then I've been here this whole time and building it from, 4-6 record our first year to could we ever win district? We were just hoping to make the playoffs, and now it's 7 district titles in a row and 7 10-win seasons or more in a row. I mean, this is, it's just such a credit to such an amazing community that supports us. And, we have amazing kids that grow up wanting to be Vipers. All these kids that are playing for me right now have literally, I'm not making this up, they have been in my camp since they were 6 and 7 years old. And so there's a super high trust level. And, when you're successful, it's so interesting. Everybody's always like, well, where are you going next? Where are you going next?
Sure.
And a couple of years ago, my wife and I were talking like, well, what job would I pick?
Right.
Let's list some high school jobs. Okay. If Sark calls me and says, hey, Drew, come coach linebackers for $500,000. Okay. Yeah, I might shake his hand on that. But
sure.
That's not happening. And, where else would I go? And that's to answer the question. I don't know if there's a better school for me than Vandergriff. This place has become home for me. The kids trust me. The parents, I'm going to tell you guys, the parents, I really don't have parent meetings. Coaches always complain about how the parents are going crazy and they are helicopter parents and all that stuff. Man, I really don't experience that anymore. There's just such a high level of trust. And I know parents always want what's best for their kids. Zero doubt. Myself too. I want the same for my kids. And that's nothing wrong with that. But I think it's all of it's combined, Rodney, from, how comfortable the parents and the community make me feel. And they actually value what we do for their kids. Mm-hmm. I love all the coaches I've hired. I have an amazing staff, and all of our sports are successful. And so that's fun as an athletic coordinator. I've had the same principle this whole time, like Mr. Charlie Little. I mean, think about that. How crazy.
Yeah, that's good continuity, man.
Me and him have worked together for 16 years. Like, he's the best. And so, to answer the question, I am really proud of being a Viper. And I think if you'd cut me open, I think I'd bleed black and silver, because I think that's how I feel about the Vipers. And I couldn't be prouder to lead them, hopefully, to our first state title this week.
Awesome.
Coach, I got 2 for me real quick before we let you get out of here. Thank you again so much for your time this morning. I appreciate it. One, speaking of that state championship game, we talked a little bit about what South Lake Carroll is going to do defensively. What do you think they're going to do offensively on you, and how do you guys got to be prepared on defense for that?
Yeah, they have some of they might have the best receiving room in the state.
Oh yeah,
like these guys. I don't know if you've watched tape of them. They're they're from Central Casting of a wide receiver. It's 6. They're 6'2", 6'3", 200 pounds, amazing hands, great blockers on the edge.
Yep.
And they have, they lost their Division I tailback, but they just moved a former NFL player's son into the tailback position, Glenn, and their quarterback is accurate and is really fast, legitimate fast. O-line is huge. They can throw it and run it. And you guys know, like, when you're multifaceted, it's hard to stop. And
it unlocks the entire playbook, man.
It does. It does, especially when you have a big front like that. And so, it'll be hold on to your hat a little bit at times. But hey, it's a championship game.
Sure.
And so when you guys go watch whoever, Alabama and Georgia, like, you just sit there and watch, and there's going to be touchdowns scored. There's going to be big plays. Hopefully we can find a way to make one more play than those guys.
That's and like you said, man, make them make their mistakes, right?
Yeah.
You take care of you and make them make their mistakes.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, Coach, one last thing for me. You've been talking about all the success, and you've complimented your entire coaching staff. There's got to be a little bit of just a complication of keeping those guys together, right? All that championship winning mentality together. There's got to be tons of offers with all the success that you guys have been experiencing, right?
Oh, you talking about for like my staff?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Coach Hermes.
There's a great example. Coach Hermes has done an amazing job and got McNeil. I don't know the last time McNeil was in the playoffs back-to-back years. What consistency has he shown there? And then Coach Mauser, who was my old OC. I mentioned Coach Woolley. Mauser's the head coach at Toller. One of my other receiver coaches is the head coach at Marble Falls now. And then this year, I guarantee I'll have a couple of more.
Oh, yeah.
And for me, I've always told my staff, I'm very unusual. I've learned this from my bosses that were really great to me. But each spring, and this will happen this spring, hey, if you're going to apply for a job, you tell me, I'll call them and I'll visit with them. I'm always about promoting my guys and helping them get to better opportunities. And so while it does makes me anxious because I have great coaches, I'd be lying if I said it, it did make me give a little bit of anxious feelings.
Sure.
The bigger
Naturally,
feeling,
though, right? Naturally.
Yes, for sure. And the bigger feeling is pride in my guys. Those are my guys. We went to battle with them, and I know we don't go to like real battle, but it connects you when you can go compete with your friends, and all of us together doing all the stuff that we've done. And so I'm proud of my staff. We'll lose some, I'm sure, this year, but proudly. And but the good thing is I think this is a good school. I think a lot of people want to work here.
100%.
And so anytime I have an opening, I've had games where people from the opposing team, coaches from the opposing team, come over and shake my hand and go, "Hey, if you have any openings, please consider."
Right, give you a little sweet whisper in your ear, right?
Love it.
So I think I'll be able to find somebody, but I don't want to because these guys can stay as long as they want. But these guys are amazing, and a lot of credit to them. Thanks for asking that. It's a great question.
No, absolutely. It's a bittersweet question, and with anybody that's ever been in a leadership position knows that type of question and balancing that type of just talent around you, right, with your staff. For me, in the Marine Corps, I always said, if my Marines get promoted, that makes me look good as a leader, as a leader too, because it's allowing me to allow them to grow. So again, kudos to you, Drew. It sounds like everything is going right for the Vipers, man, and best of luck against South Lake Carroll.
So Coach, Drew, are you ready to pull that placard that you have sitting up there? Ready to pull that down and
put the new one up
there?
The one that says reserved for a state championship.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I've had that for a long time. When we moved into 6A, there was a lot of uncertainty. I was like, there's no way we could ever compete at the 6A level. I probably said that to myself multiple times, but I led in opposition to that.
Can I ask why you had that reservation?
Because we had just been good at 5A. And all I saw was 6A was Cedar Hill, Duncanville, all these names. Right. And, I grew up in this, right? And so I knew what we had in my head, but maybe that's also like me personally, like one of the best things and worst things about me is I'm always doubting myself if I'm doing good enough. Am I working hard enough? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I think that drives me also for action. I wake up every single morning like, what can I do to get better, And so I remember that. So I actually put that sign up as a reminder to believe in yourself and believe in your program. And one day you will get there. And there have been days, I believe me, when we first got to 6A, where I walked past that sign and I thought to myself, why do we even have that sign up? There's no way. And then all of a sudden we found a way in 22 and then here we are again. And so it's just a credit to a bunch of people, but yeah, that's a good reminder. And I hope to tear that sign up.
Absolutely.
And put our first state title there, but we'll see. I've got a great opponent in front of me. So we'll see.
Well, Coach, I asked about the reservation because ever since I've known about the Vandergriff Vipers, they have been dominating 25 or just a division, whatever division they're in, they've been dominating it. So hats off to you, man. Best of luck. Give them hell.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. 3:00 on Saturday. It'll be Vandy from right here, our team, the Vandergriff Vipers, taking on South Lake Carroll. Head coach Drew Sanders, thank you for joining us on TSU Chaos Theory. Coach, go bring it home, man. We'll be checking it out.
Thanks, guys.
Coach.
You got it, man. Take care. There he goes, Drew Sanders.
Good Rodney.
A program.
Good to see Coach.
I was actually talking to a buddy of mine last night that was the producer for the KMAC network the first year that Vandy came in, and like he talked about, that's the only year that Vandy didn't have a winning record.
I mean, they're also like he says that, but people don't. I don't know if people realize that when they come in, they came in as underclassmen. Right. So they're playing against seniors and juniors and teams that have been galvanized and playing together for the past 4 years.
And the potential, was always there. And I mean, you listen to Drew Sanders and you see why that program is successful. I mean, that dude right there, he is, like you said, cut him open.
Rodney, I was going to say this too. When you walk into that atmosphere, right? When you walk into Viper Stadium, you feel the presence, you feel the aura. Like you feel the vibe, the electricity is just there, the buzz, as they say.
It always is, and you see the community involvement and the youngsters coming up. I mean, they are really jazzed up and fired up to be a Viper. So good luck to Vandergriff, and great conversation right there with Drew Sanders, presented by our friends at Covert Bee Caves. Here's a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
And Rodney, if you get the car, you got to get the accessory to go along with that car, right? Right now, if you make a purchase of $100 or more at Real Truck, at our friends at Real Truck, they're going to throw in a hat for you as well for perfect stocking stuffer. Here's another word from our friends at Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories and bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
It is a reminder, again, perfect stocking stuffer for that hat. Just make a purchase of $100 at Real Truck and you'll get that hat for your stocking. Rodney went to the doctor's office yesterday. Had an appointment at 11:30. Pardon me, and that's why I had to run out so early and fast yesterday, man. No, I did not get the ultimate insurance policy. I've been having trouble with my headaches, right? So they said, hey, man, that, of course you go to the VA, they send you to one, wing of the hospital, and then or one wing of the clinic, then you're supposed to be at the other clinic that's damn parallel to you, so or catty corner to you. So I ended up finally, after going through general admissions or whatever it's called, general check-in, I was sent to optometry, and it is so far it appears that the only problem that is producing my headaches even more is just my eyes, my eye vision. So that is why I have been so strict with wearing these bad boys, these Coca-Cola frames right here.
It's so weird with that because it can. I mean, the strain on your vision, like if you're doing a lot of driving, you'll get a headache because you're exerting a lot of effort. We start squinting and all that. I remember as a young kid.
I wear them from time to time, but I don't wear them all the time.
Yeah. No, you got to take care of those eyeballs, man. And that's the thing when you start having health issues. A lot of times it is straight at the eyeballs. I mean, you look at symptoms of you name it, and it's like your vision gets jacked up. So I'm glad that it's just something where it's not underlying. I'm not glad.
So that's because that's what was a concern at first. I was just like, well, what the hell? What's making these headaches so damn, daily headaches? And not just like the caliber of headaches too, man. They were on level of migraine strength one time, so where I was sitting there actually getting sick and nauseous from the damn the damn sunlight. So I don't know, it's a little worrisome, man. Had to go in, but I apologize for running out on everybody very early yesterday. I had a knee-jerk reaction. So
it's all good, man. Our man CB checking in right there. Not sure where you go at. Well, you got Cedar Park. There's one down south now. It's over there on 183
off Metropolis,
McKinney. Yeah, Montopolis out in that area.
Montopolis or whatever it's called. Metropolis, like Superman.
And that's where my dad goes there, and they take really good care of him. And I applaud that. I mean, finally utilizing my dad, hard-headed, finally utilizing that VA as it should be, and it's factored in with his overall health. So
it's socialized. People want to talk about socialized medicine, right? Yeah. I've experienced socialized medicine for 20 years, but 10 years outside of service of active service. I will tell you that I prefer privatized medicine over socialized medicine any day.
Absolutely.
6 months to get a damn appointment.
Yeah.
And then God forbid you miss that appointment.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like
it's going to be a year until you're seen. So
it's like I'm jacked up now. In 6 months, I may not be around. I need help now, right? It's like, like when you have a toothache and you call the dentist and you're like dying on the phone and they're like, we can see you in a month. I'm like,
but dude, but if they need your blood, if they need blood work or they need anything from you, they get you in immediately. But God forbid, you got something wrong with your back, they're going to get you in to see about a year.
Good stuff here from Longhorn Bear again. Absolutely good. I mean, best wishes to Tony Salazar and the folks over at Westlake, Smithson Valley, the home of our man, the great UTSA transfer from Smithson Valley that played there as well. And of course, Vandergriff and Wags, we don't touch on a lot of high school, but I thought it was kind of cool to reach out to Drew Sanders because of Vandergriff.
I think in our position, and I've always felt like this since covering sports and covering, prep level sports, I think we have an unwritten task and an unwritten duty to help propel these young men and these young athletes around our community to the next level if we can, right? To use our platform to help highlight them and showcase them. And that's ultimately what I've tried to do with our platform or with any platform that I've been on. I've always tried to highlight the young athlete that's been around this area. Fortunately for us, we have a plethora of athletes around here, man. A great selection to choose from, and not just athletes, great young men and young women that actually serve this community and live in this community and play sports for us. So it's always great to be able to bolster and boost them up whenever you get a chance and kind of I guess praise them on your platform whenever you get a chance to do so.
Absolutely. And like
to a guy like Drew Sanders, not just one hell of a coach, but just a great mentor, a great life leader. And hell, you and I have known him pretty close for the past, or for me, it's been about 5 years. I'm sure it's probably been longer for you. And anytime that I get a chance to chop up X's and O's with Drew, don't threaten me with good time.
Oh man, that's some of the best conversations you'll have. And talking about like Trey Moore there at Smithson Valley. I mean, that Smithson Valley program was one we used to play them way back when, and it was that program has evolved.
Jesus Christ, you see this? You went half a year. It took you a half a year to get it. Sorry to cut you off, Rodney. I saw that, and that kind of.
That's the thing where I'm talking about it. It's like even from time to time, like when you need a refill. When it's like, I just need a medicine refill, and you call and it's like no response. I'm like, come on, can I just get a phone call? I mean, just tell me no, tell me to come in for an appointment.
That's a half a month, and that's not like privatized medicine. Well, I'm sure I'm sure that is privatized medicine, not like socialized medicine that I was talking to.
Yeah,
no. I'm one of those guys that I'm very reluctant about going to the doctor as it is. Like, I don't want to find out what's wrong with me, stupidly enough. Right. I don't want to address the issue. I kind of want to let it, put it on the back. Maybe it'll go away. Right.
Right. Yeah.
Naturally the body takes care of itself.
You'll just start feeling better, kind of one of those.
Right. Drink some water.
It's horribly the opposite. Yeah. Let me go take a hot shower.
Right.
I got this horrible pain in my groin.
I am an absolute stubborn idiot when it comes to that. Well, and honestly, Rodney, I maybe it's the fear of just being told that something is going to be wrong with me.
I know.
You know what I mean?
I know.
Like I'd rather just kind of have it come about, which kind of sucks for my family if that's the case. But
well, I mean that colonoscopy thing that we documented here that I finally went and got done, 8 years too later. I go in and they tell me you have a perfect colon. I'm like, I've been putting this off for 10 years because I was afraid of what you were going to find. And they tell me I have a perfect colon.
Well, I'm not doing that. I refuse to go in there because I don't want to put somebody through that episode. And I know that every colon's probably bad, but I can only imagine what you're going to see with my colon.
Quite the view indeed. Friends, if you're a Texas fan, and again, Texas and Clemson coming up, as we just talked about, this is football heaven this weekend, Friday and Saturday. Tonight.
Good time. It's good
tonight.
time.
Starts tonight. Check out passes.com because you're missing out if you're a Texas fan. Of course, Passes, a content creator company the Texas One Fund is partnered up with, giving Texas fans behind-the-scene access with your favorite University of Texas athletes. Of course, the Texas One Fund, you know what they do. They help fund Texas athletics. You can donate to that Texas One Fund. And I'll be very frank with you. Do you want to get those great athletes? The Texas One Fund is a driving force right there in helping that stuff happen. And you get something in return. Tailgate parties, meet and greets, VIP memorabilia, all kinds of cool stuff. You're not just donating to the future of Longhorn athletics. You're also getting access to really, really cool stuff yourself. So it's a double win right there for you. Head over to passes.com/Texas One Fund to sign up and get closer to the game than ever before. Once again, it's passes.com/Texas One Fund. Elevate that fandom to where it's never been before. Football Wags, we were going to talk yesterday about the Frisco Bowl, and now we've got time. Man, these weekday bowls, I was texting with some dudes.
I was going to ask if you had any money. Do you put any money on these things?
No, I don't.
I mean, a lot of people are like, yeah, it's bowl season, right? You know, I'll nonchalantly watch the bowl or watch a bowl while I'm doing something. Where my old man and I, we would make it a damn, appointment viewing television where you're sitting your ass down and watching, the only live football game that's on television there. And to me, that was the best part about going to the holidays is regardless if you had to go to your, Aunt Dolores or Aunt Rhonda or whoever your aunts are. And not that I have a Dolores or a Rhonda aunt, I'm just throwing names out there. Anyway, sorry, Aunt Cynthia or whatever. Cynthia, I'll make up a name right there. So I don't dox my family. But anyways, if you're going over to one of your relatives' places that you don't want to be at, and maybe they don't have the best food, but the saving grace is that there's going to be a bowl game, right? And maybe they don't give you the best presents, right? Yeah. Or it's not exactly the best place where you can step outside, walk into the clouds, or take a walk around the block with the cousins. Usually you can call your cousin that's up in Jersey or somewhere and get a little action on the game on a bowl game. That's the best part about this season is that there's always a bowl game on, my dude.
Yeah. You know what makes it hard now is that like if you're going to call your cousin and throw some money down on this, is to where in this age of college football right now, to where you can go back and kind of think what you may get from a team, but then a dude opts out, or some guys opt out, or if the free agency window opens up, the portal's open now, and you got guys moving around everywhere. OU, by the way, getting a quarterback now. That's where it makes it so hard if you're going to throw money at it, to where it's like, well, shit, the best dude on the team's not playing. Quinn Ewers is opting out. No, he's not. That's a hypothetical, but
he's going to North Carolina.
I guess that's a bad example because then Arch steps in, so we won't say that. But that's. It's just,
but I understand what you were trying to go.
But then you because you do get like the Frisco Bowl the other night, to where it's like you're like, oh man, whatever, this is on, and it turns out to be a really damn entertaining football game if you sit there and watch the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I actually had West Virginia. So this is the problem with, and this is kind of the reason why I wanted to talk about West Virginia the other night. It's because I threw a little scratch down on West Virginia. Thought that it was going to happen, at the last seconds of the game, and then West Virginia's coming back too. They were, they had to score 14 points, or hell, 21 points. It would have been ultimately to take over and win the game against Memphis. But they were driving it, and then all of a sudden, they throw an interception at the end of the game to seal their fate, and Memphis ends up winning the damn game. But yeah, I'm not into every damn bowl game, but if you have a little scratch in the game, it makes it a lot easier to watch. So
yeah,
I guess that's my I guess that's my damn shit. What's it called? Public service
PSA.
That's my public service announcement for wanting to make your damn picks with your cousin, I guess.
These games get a lot more entertaining to me, because it's like when the NFL playoffs start, where people are all fired up and all that. I always say that I look at it as, well, we only got 7 games left. I mean, it's exciting, it's great. I mean, you're going to crown a champion, but at the same time, you look at this to where it's like, okay,
you go into that mode that early. Like as soon as you enter playoff mode, you start getting in bittersweet mode.
I do. It's really bad the divisional weekend, to where it's like, oh my God, after this, we only have 3 games left. 3 games left.
No, I mean, I'm like that. I'm probably like that in the penultimate week, right? Like in the week before, but not like 3 weeks, or not like as soon as we enter the playoffs. I mean, dude, you gotta appreciate the sport while it's there, right? You can't be doomsdaying, a month before it's over, bro.
I know. I've got mental issues.
And right now, but and I get it, football's the money driver. I understand that, but football, it's almost to the point now where football is almost an all year round sport, right? When it comes to all the other actions off the field that we're paying attention to. I think they've done that very, very well. It's been very well done, to where they've strategically placed, just events that's in the off season that keeps everybody entertained, or honestly just keeps the thing driving, keeps the train going all year round.
And I think, to me, that's where NASCAR is so tailored to me, because that season lasts forever. I mean, you start in February and you go all the way to the end of November, almost December, you know.
Oh, it feels like a basketball season.
It is.
I don't know if you've seen the movie Basketball, but remember how they
Yeah.
made fun of, you know, the long sports schooling seasons to where, you know, almost goes 2 years into a season is what it takes,
I know.
you know, to complete it. That's kind of what it feels like with NASCAR already.
It really is. I mean, it's forever. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So you had the Boca Raton Bowl last night, James Madison over Western Kentucky.
Western Kentucky. Did you have any action on that?
No, I did not have any action on that at all. UNLV over Cal in the Art of Sport LA Bowl tonight. So the New Orleans Bowl, and that's at the Superdome. It's like, I would have. How many people are going to go there to watch Georgia Southern and Sam Houston?
Did you watch any college basketball last night?
I did not.
Did you watch Alabama?
I didn't.
Alabama, North Dakota?
Nope.
All right. So
I was watching the bowl games over here.
This thing, I don't know what it opened at, but this thing was tied at 2.5. And now I'm imagining that Alabama was massively favored, heavily favored in this contest, right? But they were playing on the road at North Dakota. Now, my point is this: whenever you have a chance to take a home dog in basketball, take the home dog. Take the home dog. You might not win all the time, but you're going to win more times than not. The home dog in college basketball is the best bet that anybody can take in college, and not just college basketball, but in all of betting. I swear, I will die on that hill, because more times than not, the college dog will usually cover, or it's wrong team favored and they pull off the upset. North Dakota almost did it last night. They come up just a little short, but they still covered.
Nice. Yeah, no college basketball. I was kind of checking out.
I accidentally won $30 on a
Hey, that's not a bad thing, because it's usually the other way. It's usually the other way. Wags, I'm serious, dude. If you get a chance, and this is kind of NFL, but I just want to remind you, read that article, The Athletic, about Woody Johnson and the Jets. Dude, makes the Dallas Cowboys look like a gold star franchise.
Yeah, you sent it to me. I didn't get a chance to take a look at that.
Oh my God.
I'll take a look then. We can talk about it tomorrow, man.
Yeah. Woody Johnson once turned down a trade because of a Madden rating, for crying out loud. Come on, man. A Madden rating.
Serious?
Jerry Jeudy. Yeah. It's well written. It's like 3 different people wrote that. And it's like, that's how they're basing their antics over there with the New York Football Jets, is crap like that.
Troy, we need to get up, period. We need to get up, share a beer, share some stories, and talk some ideas for sure. That sounds like a great idea, man.
I think that would be a really, I think some evening stuff on here would be really cool. Stuff like that kind of show right there, I think would be really cool.
What, like an X-rated stuff?
Come on. Hey now.
I don't know what you're getting at. You say the evening, like ladies of the night
after 7 p.m. sports show.
Athletes of the evening. Huh?
That would be really good. I bet those numbers would really rise for about 2 days, and then we would be done. Call-in show, says Jake.
A call-in show where you request my feet. I wouldn't mind a call-in show. As a matter of fact, I still love traditional East Coast radio, where callers will call in and just chop it up with the host or whatever. Like, you guys know me, man. I'm a huge fan of Chris Mad Dog Russo. Anybody that loves baseball, and if you're from the East Coast, I would like to think that he's one of your media personalities that you're kind of honed in on, or that you kind of admire or respect the most. I think he talks the best baseball. He's a screamer. A lot of, he's very, abrasive at times, and he's just very loud, and sometimes it runs people the wrong way. But as an East Coast dude, that's kind of my forte, bro. Like, I love chaos.
I got to tell you, Wags, I've got theory. So here in my studio, I've got a dedicated line right here on this board with a dedicated phone.
You got a bat phone?
It's right here, man. We could take a call right now if we wanted to.
You got a bat phone?
You probably have to put headphones
on.
Well,
we're already taking calls. That's half the issue, though, is we're already taking calls with
That's true.
The Coda text line, and then also with the YouTube channel here. So
yeah. So
we kind of already got that thing up and fired off. Where else you want to go? We got more Clemson in Texas we can break into yesterday. I wanted to break down the offense today, but that interview with Coach Sanders went a little bit long, and rightfully so. I mean, I wasn't about to end an interview where we're talking X and O's with Drew. So
no, that was really good stuff right there. I did want to ask you, it's something interesting that I saw yesterday. Did you see Mike?
I love it. I love where this is going.
Demeanor wire. See, Mike Norvell restructured his contract.
I did. I saw that yesterday. I wanted to talk a little bit about that yesterday, man. We thought that Norvell was going to be out with Florida State, but goes to the board. Hey guys, I got a great idea. Let's restructure my contract to where you're not paying me as much and we can bring in some other stuff. I know I didn't earn it, guys. I think we got a little out of hand with the knee-jerk reaction after, I had a little bit of success here. Why don't we walk it back a little bit, guys?
Yeah, I love that. I'll dedicate $4 million to fundraising, and I'll still get 6. But I'll go ahead and let's fix this. Man, that is really, really good. That's like when your boss calls you in and you're like, oh my God, please don't. I mean, I need this health insurance. I mean,
I got it. I got it. I got the fix. I've been thinking about it. I understand. You guys gave me way too much money. I'm only going to keep 6.
So that, I mean, that's a pretty genius idea right there. And I wonder how that
No, you get it. You're getting ahead of it, right?
Absolutely.
You're control. The ball is still in your quarter, or I guess you still have possession of the football in this analogy.
And I think that this is something where with college football changing, and by the way, that Diego Pavia thing yesterday is really going to change this whole NIL thing to where with the junior college One more year. Although Alan Bowman declared for the draft. It's like, dude, you're on Social Security. You want to come play NFL football now? But I think that we're really going to start seeing now to where these coaches towards these huge contracts, it's like there's going to be clauses in these contracts to where if you start sucking, part of your salary needs to go over here to NIL.
Or it needs to be deferred somewhere else.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to be the case. I just think that, institution or programs need to honestly just be better about paying, be more realistic about paying these dudes. You're sitting here throwing them Jimbo Fisher money. Okay. Yeah. Expect a little bit of leeway and expect a tougher path. It's not just going to be sunshines and rainbows. I say that from time to time, but now that I hear it, I don't know where the hell I heard it from. It's an East Coast saying. I know that, but
the Wizard of Oz,
sunshines and rainbows. It's not going to be exactly all that, but
and this is where I think that with Clemson coming into town this weekend. By the way, do you see it's going to be $80 million boom for the Austin economy? I think with this game coming in, good for them. I wish that reciprocated down to us, but we're in Williamson County. But I think this is maybe one of the last runs that you're going to see with Dabo not utilizing the portal to get a team to the where they are. I mean, you can argue about if they should be in there or not, but I think these days are going to pass. Because now with all the movement, and it's still really weird to me that we have all these bowl games that we're talking about, and you've got the playoffs that start on Friday and Saturday, and you've got all these transfers happening right now. It's like free agency during the season still. It's like that just this needs to be pulled back a little bit, but I don't know who's going to govern it. That's a whole different discussion we can have at another time because it very much is Wild West right now with all of this stuff.
Rightfully so. I don't see it settling down anytime soon. As a matter of fact, my amigo.
Yeah.
Where else do we want to go? We got anything else left on the schedule here? Ike's sending picks. No, I got you. We'll get our picks in. We'll get it in, Ike. We'll get it.
TNF. You got Chargers and Broncos tonight. Yeah, this is an important football game here tonight. in the AFC.
I got a little bit of Bo Nix sprinkled in this forecast today. I got some Bo Nix playing in my fantasy playoffs with some Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy got me 4 points last week. But thankfully, the dude that I was going up against had Tua Tagovailoa, who only put up about 5. And then I forget who else I was the other quarterback that this dude had. But he only had about 3 points. So there was a tumultuous quarterback play across the board. He might have had Will Levis. No, he didn't have. There's no damn way he had Will Levis. He had a decent No, he had Geno Smith. He had Geno Smith and he had Tua Tagovailoa as his quarterbacks, and neither of those two quarterbacks performed, to any means, to any type of championship status on Sunday. And hell, me sitting here thinking that Brock Purdy was going to honestly be the underlying factor of my loss. I had Bo Nix that only put up like 12 or 14 points, but it was just a weird, odd, wild season or wild week for fantasy. But again, I guess, it was kind of, following suit in terms of, the regular wins for, I guess, the stalwarts in the NFL.
And that's what really makes you think, to where it's like, with the fantasy aspect of all this, to where you.
I don't know if I would bench Sutton, Rodney.
No, I would not bench. I would not bench Sutton right now.
Well, it depends. I got to see who your options are. I got to see who the valuable options are for your lineup here, amigo.
I think that dude's become a pretty damn good viable fantasy option here in the last 6 weeks or so. I mean, and with Denver, I mean, all the questions about Sean Payton and had Sean Payton's days passed him by or whatever, I think he's answering that pretty damn emphatically right here, where he's got himself another franchise quarterback right here, and Denver appears to be on the right path. There was a lot of 2 or 3 years right there in Denver. Denver's kind of living in on the past, but I mean, I think Denver has turned the corner with Sean Payton.
Yeah. All right. So if that's the guys that you have to put up in terms of Sutton, I don't know, because Flowers has been getting busy too. Scary Terry just had a huge game this past week, and then Smith and Jigba. Damn, man, that's maybe you sit Smith and Jigba, but I feel like the productivity between Smith and Jigba and Sutton it's pretty relative or pretty comparable, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I guess let's look at matchups on in Jigba and then also on Sutton to see which is the better out there. Hey, there they are. What's up, guys? How are we?
What's going on, fellas? See people.
Apologies that I scooted so early yesterday, man. I had a doctor appointment that I had to get to.
Don't apologize, Wax. I see. Are either you guys going to the game on Saturday? Y'all going to GK on Saturday? Wags, you're not, Rodney. You're not.
No.
I see people talking about the ticket prices and everything. I think it's this first year is going to be really interesting from the standpoint of seeing what attendance looks like and what the atmospheres are like at these on-campus sites, because school's out, so there's no students. You've got some people only budget for season tickets. Some people budgeted for, hey, I'll go to Atlanta for the SEC championship game, thinking, hey, Texas will win and they won't have to host. So I want to see kind of what the atmosphere is on Saturday at 3:00.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right, guys, I got to bounce. Y'all have a great show.
We'll check later, Rodney. Thanks for the conversation, amigo.
You bet, man.
See you.
All right,
later, boys. I'm going to be out too. You'll be good.
Thank you, Wags. Thank you to the Chaos Theory crew. Here's Jordan Scruggs. I'm Jeff Howe. It's only an hour. Jordan, I don't want to talk about CFP attendance, but I do want to start talking about something that I heard. I think it was a Facebook reel that I came across this morning while I was out running a couple errands before the show. And have you heard the same number that I heard thrown out? Jackson Arnold's getting over $2.5 million on a 1-year NIL deal from Auburn.
I haven't. I mean, I've seen that. I haven't tried to confirm it or anything. If it's 2.5 across 2 years, I mean, yeah, that sounds about right for a quarterback. Even though he didn't have the best 2 years in Norman, but still a lot of value to that arm. He was a 5-star for a reason out of high school, and a lot of those tools that got him that ranking, and it was accolade. It was a Gatorade Player of the Year, not just for Texas, the entire country.
Yeah,
you get that for a reason. And while confidence might have been shaken a little bit, it doesn't help playing behind arguably the worst offensive line at Power 4 when your entire receiver room is decimated with injuries. So I'm not ready to close the book on Jackson Arnold quite yet. And I know I feel like I've kind of been higher on him than most people, especially throughout this fall, but there's still a lot to work with there. And man, when you combine him with Cam Coleman, they're going to get other portal receivers, potentially Eric Singleton, plus an offensive line. I think they're returning like 3 of their starters or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You should have better results than what happened at Oklahoma last year. So if it's 2.5 across 2 years, I think, that sounds about right. But if we're talking 2.5 for this year, then shout out his agent. And by the way, shout out his agent, because I talked to someone in the NIL world, and this is why I'm trying to stay away from crystal balls, specifically now in the portal. Agents know exactly what these predictions do to other collectives. They're not stupid. And they know how to talk people in this industry into putting in those predictions so that they have leverage. I have it on very good authority Jackson Arnold was never going to Mississippi State. And that it was kind of a move to put out Mississippi State was a potential option in order to effectively force Auburn's hand to hurry up with offering NIL. If you remember, they also hosted Malik Murphy the same week as Jackson Arnold. So that was kind of pressuring Auburn into deciding, okay, who's your guy? And they went with Arnold, and it worked out. Meanwhile, Malik Murphy's visiting. He visited Oregon State yesterday. I'm not sure what's up next for him, but it seems like now most people have figured out what happened at Duke, even though I've kind of been trying to tell y'all for the last week or two. Very unfortunate situation for Murphy, especially after he beat all their records. But nonetheless, he'll end up on his feet. And I mean, this is a good segue. There's a big ruling yesterday about in the NCAA and Juko. Maybe Malik Murphy just goes and tears it up at Juko for 2 years and, keeps his eligibility and comes back at FN 26 and is the best QB in college football. Who knows?
Well, the Juko thing is interesting. And I forget which quarterback it was, but they were saying, man, I've been fighting. I played 2 games my redshirt year and I can't get an extra year back, but you sue the NCAA.
I saw that. It was Shager from Highland Park, who's at Hawaii.
There you go. Yeah. I guess he's still fighting to get an extra year back, but yeah, that was the best move Diego Pavia could have made, because what is the one thing the NCAA just wants nothing to do with? Litigation. If you sue them, dude, they will fold like a cheap suit. So that was a good play on his part. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the statement from the NCAA after the ruling came out, where, it's all that fluff about, oh, we want student athletes to take advantage of their name, image, and yeah, that's why you fought it for, I don't know, your entire existence. And then at the very end said something to the effect of, this is why it's it's imperative now more than ever that Congress step in and involve. Dude, I don't trust Congress to deal with our day-to-day issues in life, let alone Congress needs to have NIL oversight. I need to be the head of NASA. Dude, let them figure out what they're supposed to figure out and leave the NIL stuff to people that actually can legislate it properly and govern it properly and have oversight of it properly. But look, what I do hope this does, though, Jordan, and I don't let me re-rack that. It will provide the high school recruits that are getting lost in the shuffle, where normally they would be, basically the way I see it, unless you're the cream of the crop, everybody's kind of getting pushed down a level because of the portal.
Yeah.
So this gives those kids that coming out of high school, maybe you've got, nothing but Division II. And ain't nothing wrong with D2 options, right? You get your school paid for, take it. I'm all for it. That's how people should look at it. But basically, instead of going to D2, if you really have a dream of playing, even at a G5, man, you can go to Juko for a couple of years. And at that point, you're not thinking about, man, can I make it to the league? You just want to play big time FBS level college football, and the Juko path is going to be more suitable. So my hope is that this revitalizes Juko recruiting and makes Juko's a viable pipeline again.
I hate it. I gotta be honest. I hate every single part of this.
Really?
Yeah. So I believe they came out and said, whatever the correct legal term is, whatever, that them granting Juko doesn't count towards eligibility is only specifically for Pavia right now. It's not like they just, opened the door and said, hey, everyone in Juko, your years there don't count.
Right.
They haven't done that yet.
It's in what Diego Pavia got was an injunction that allows him right now to prepare as though he is going to be able to play in 2025.
Exactly. And I believe too, because of it. Like if the NCAA wanted to change their mind tomorrow, it's already too late. He has eligibility for this upcoming year.
Yeah.
So I hate it. Yes, it's just for Pavia right now, but eventually it's going to swing open where JUCO eligibility doesn't count, and it's stupid. What is the entire argument for Pavia getting his eligibility back from JUCO? I could make money off my name, image, and likeness in JUCO. Yes, because no one cares about JUCO. That's why. Why did you have to go to JUCO? Because you weren't good enough to go to New Mexico or New Mexico State out of high school. You weren't. So you went JUCO, and that's fine. But this is the same shit we were talking about with why youth sports is in a horrible space right now. Everyone gets a trophy. If you're not good enough, why do you get rewarded with extra eligibility? It's dumb. There should not be 26, 27, 28-year-olds playing college football. And if they are, it should be because they're Mormon and they did a 2-year mission. That's about it for me. You know, like I hate it because why are you rewarding people that aren't good enough and giving them a grace period for extra time for JUCO? It's when you really dumb it down, that's what it is. And also the JUCO thing, way too many kids are going to get way in over their head thinking, oh, not a single college offered me, but I'm going to try to go to this JUCO. Hell no. The JUCOs are being way more selective now. Way more selective. And two, 90% of these kids don't know shit about JUCO. And 90% of these kids don't have it in them to make it out of JUCO. It's not fun. It's not hard.
There's a reason why you only spend a year or two at JC.
Yeah.
Because the minute you get there, you realize, I got to get my stuff done. I want to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, there's a reason everyone who's ever successfully made it out of JUCO has a hashtag JUCO product all over their social media. It's not easy to do. It's something to be very proud of. And a lot of these kids, I think, are going to think it's much easier than it is.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I'm also curious about, I mean, this kind of already happens in college football. This has been happening in college football for a long time. But, man, what's stopping Sark in Texas or literally name any other school in America?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, snap. We like this kid a lot. He runs 10.4. He high jumps 6.4. But he kind of sucks as a football player. But, you know, he's 6'2", is a good athlete. We think we could probably coach him up, but we're not wasting a scholarship on him. Son, we think you should go to TJC. Call TJC. Hey, we really think y'all should get this kid. And then a year later, 2 years later, when Texas has been calling the JUCO every single day, asking for updates on the kid. Oh, he's developing? Cool. Send us videos. Oh, we love this kid. He's awesome. Then in a year when he leaves JUCO, tell me where he's going. He's going to Texas. And that's just a hypothetical situation, but literally any school in America can do that.
That happens
Schools
right
in America.
That happens right
yeah,
now.
I know. Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying, but that problem is going to get even worse because there's no eligibility towards JUCO, or there won't be soon.
I think I get what you're saying, but I think we don't need to overcook our bacon here. I think Diego Pavia is the exception, not the rule, right? Of guys that take the path he did, where you're not good enough to get recruited out of high school by an FCS, let alone an FBS or a Power 4. But what that can do is, the premise of his lawsuit, I agree with it, and it's not about right or wrong. It's about a legal precedent, and I never thought about it, and it makes sense. Why does the NCAA start your eligibility clock when you enter a junior college when they don't govern junior college athletics?
Yeah.
That would be like that, Jordan. That would be like, okay, you got two employers, right? You've got Horns 24/7, and you've got you've got Texas Sports Unfiltered. That would be like pick your values. That would be like the boss man here at Texas Sports Unfiltered trying to hold something against you that you did at Horns 24/7. One didn't have anything to do with the other. So why is he why is the boss man meddling in stuff that has nothing to do with him? It's not his company. It's not his paper. He has no oversight. So why are you trying to meddle? Like, it's kind of the same thing, So in terms of, I get we're getting into the weeds about what it could mean, but at its core, that fundamental issue that's at play here, I never thought about it, but when you sit down and really think about it, like, yeah, that actually does make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, I don't know if I wanted to let you finish the point before I put you backstage, but you're frozen, so I'm going to put you backstage and then bring you back and hope that works. We'll see. Jeff, you got us? Okay. I guess we'll just remove him. Kick from studio. Let me text him. Okay. Yeah, Jordan, the techie, trying to be. For some reason, BK gave me privileges on how to do stuff backstage, but not Jeff. So I don't know. Last Juko guy, Texas guy. That's what we need Jeff for. Here he is.
Yeah, I figured it out. I've been like, is it my Wi-Fi? It is a webcam issue. It is a webcam issue because I tried to rejoin just now and like my webcam just straight up would not work. So it's a webcam issue because I'm not buffering.
You just muted yourself. But never a dull moment on It's Only an Hour.
All right. How about how we doing now?
Your mic is not plugged in. I think it's the laptop mic, but I mean, we can thug it out. Honestly, it's probably fine. Good.
Give me just a sec.
Okay. And CB, I know I was talking about this just for.
How are we doing now? Are we good?
There we go.
Good.
Perfect.
There we go.
There we go. We needed you for this question. You're the better fact checker of memory than I am. But was Gary Johnson the last junior college edition Texas?
Juwan Mitchell.
That's right. Hey,
Juwan
Mitchell used the portal.
That would have been Juwan Mitchell. Willie Tyler, I think, was Willie Tyler in that 2019 class. I think he was. Yeah, it was that crew of guys. Actually, yeah, Jacoby Jones was in that class too. So it was that group of guys in 2019 because I don't think Texas, I can go back and look, but I don't think Texas took any JUCOs in 2020. And I know Sark hasn't taken any JCs, but
yeah. Interesting.
But if anybody, if I left off anywhere, if anybody needs any clarification on anything I said or needs me to elaborate, I'd be more than happy to do it. But I mean, did I get did you understand where I was coming from though, Jordan? Like the premise of it, the premise of the lawsuit, I actually agree with it because when you sit down and think about it, it is pretty messed up.
I don't like it. Like I get it at some point when you change something, it's the people who didn't have that change decades before are going to be pissed about it because they wish they had it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I know you have to deal with that no matter any time change happens, but like, I hate it. I'm always going to hate it. JUCO is there for people who go to college, flame out, need to come back and rebuild themselves, or guys who aren't good enough.
Yeah.
Nowadays, and I get what you're saying. This is really good for the guys that slip through the cracks. The thing is, almost no one slips through the cracks anymore. They don't. I know a lot of kids feel like they do, but you're just undersized and you run poorly testing-wise. That's what it is. You're not slept on. You play at a 6A program in the Austin Metro. You are very findable.
I don't.
And
go ahead. Sorry.
Even for the kids that I guess you could say slip through the cracks and end up at smaller schools that aren't, an elite Power 4 like maybe they should be going to, they start as freshmen and they transfer, and that's how it works. Would you rather a G5 program gets ransacked by Power 4 guys tampering with them, or would you rather the kid go to JUCO and he struggles in Corsicana, Texas for a year or two, and then he ends up at a group? You know what I mean? So
I'll compare JUCO football because I got my eyes open. I've talked about this trip I made when Quincy Russell went to Trinity Valley. In between, he signed with Texas, didn't make it academically, and then went to Trinity Valley and then ended up at OU. I went to see Quincy Russell and spent the day with him up in Athens, and just getting a glimpse of like what day-to-day life is in junior college, brother. It was, I didn't expect it to be that rough. Like it's set up to where like, hey, you shouldn't want to be here for more than 2 years. Get done and get out. So it is rough. And I don't want to turn what I'm about to say into a political discussion, but I have strong feelings about public education in this state, specifically in the bigger major metro areas. If this is going to help a kid from Dallas ISD or Houston ISD, one of your big major ISDs in your major metro areas, an Austin ISD kid, if this is going to give them an opportunity to where they can look at Juko now and say, hey, now there is a path there. If it keeps one kid on the straight and narrow because they see that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, then I'm all for it. You know, that and what I'm talking about is your non-qualifiers that, you know, to no fault of their own. And look, there are some kids that just don't put in the work, but I'm talking about the kids that can't do it or that really struggle or didn't have the help that that other kids in some more affluent school districts had. I'm all for those kids getting an opportunity to make a better life for themselves, even if it doesn't work out with them going to a Power 4 school. If they end up going from a JC to a Division II and end up getting a degree, then this whole thing will have been worth it. You know, basically get that kid, he spends 2 years at junior college, he spends 4 years at a D2. Well, he got his whole school paid for. Now he can go get a job and his life is going to be better for it. So I'm all for whatever is going to give players the best chance to maximize their value, whatever their value is. Their value might be, I'm going to be a more productive member of society with a degree from a 4-year university. Their value might be, like Diego Pavia, I'm not going to play in the National Football League, but I can make a pretty good living off NIL money in college. Or you're the Kelvin Banks of the world where I'm 3 and done to the NFL. Let me make a little bit of money, just kind of a little nest egg I can set aside in case something happens between now and then. And then, you know, Kelvin, at this point, you know, you're off to the NFL, and I think we can all look at rookie contracts and kind of gauge what his signing bonus is going to be, which everybody always says, everybody that plays in the league always says that's your biggest check. That's your biggest single check is that first signing bonus check. And that'll probably be the biggest check of Kelvin's life that he gets. So happy for him. But like I said, your value can be determined in a number of ways, Jordan, and I'm all for guys maximizing it.
Yeah. No, I mean, you make a great point. You make a great point. And I'm going to seem like an asshole, but I still stand on everything I said in regards.
Hey, we can agree. So, I don't even think we're agreeing to disagree. You just don't. Would it make you feel better? I think what we're moving toward, and see, if the NCAA just did this, if they listened to guys like Mac Brown and Gary Patterson and Nick Saban and coaches that are in it,
5 for 5.
They could have saved themselves a lot of headaches. You've got 5 years of eligibility. You've got 5 seasons to play. However, if it takes you 6 to get him in, if it takes you 7 to get him in, you got 5 seasons to play. If it takes you 5 to get him in, if you only want to use 3, whatever, we're going to give you 5.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. It's the easiest way to do it. And JUCO eligibility counts towards that in my eyes. The main, I know we've talked about it a bunch.
Well, here's the thing though. I think at some point, and again, I'm trying to apply logic to an illogical situation. I'm trying to say the NCAA should have done fill in the blank, and everyone's like, well, that makes a lot of sense, which is exactly why the NCAA didn't do it. Yeah. I think, Jordan, to get the available eligibility, there's got to be some kind of academic component tied to it. In other words, I think you have to go back to kind of old school, what got Vondrell McGee ineligible for the 2009 season. You have to go back to, hey, by a certain point, if you want to continue being eligible, you have to have made whatever your degree is in based on that major and the number of credit hours you need to graduate. You have to have made X amount of progress toward that degree to get that eligibility. In other words, it's not a given. You don't just automatically get it. But if you're going to class and handling your business and doing something productive, then yes, you can get that extra eligibility.
Yeah. And I know we talked about it a bunch, but like the main thing for Pavia and him winning this that scares me. What's stopping JUCO players from, not being able to have eligibility? We've talked about that part. But whenever JUCO players get it, where when you're in JUCO, that doesn't count towards your college eligibility, because the main reason is that they can't profit off name, image, and likeness because no one cares about JUCO football. What is stopping a kid at a D2 school from suing the NCAA for the same damn thing? Saying, hey, I know we're playing college football under your jurisdiction now, not in JUCO, but we can't really make money here either. We go to a school that only has 2,000 kids at it, and we had more people at my high school JV games than we do at our D2 game. We can't really make money off our name, image, and likeness here, so this shouldn't count towards our eligibility like it doesn't for JUCO. And then you have that rolls over to the group of 5 or FCS, where they're saying, oh, hey, I'm at Jacksonville State. We have $20K for our entire team. That's basically nothing. And then you have infinite eligibility. That's I don't think that's going to happen, but with how crazy things have gone in the NCAA the last 10 years, it's certainly on the table. It's certainly possible years from now. So
this is why, man, the sooner we get to power conference college football breaking off and becoming its own entity, the better off we'll be, because I want, and I just mentioned some retired coaches, but I want Mac Brown and Nick Saban and Gary Patterson. I want them in that room saying, these are the rules that make sense. Because you know what? I've been at Alabama, I've been at LSU, and I've been at Texas, and I've been at North Carolina as a power conference school. And Gary Patterson's been at TCU. He's been behind the scenes at Texas. I want those guys in the room that can make sensible rules and put a body of work in place, a governing body in place that can govern it properly.
Yeah.
It's better than what we have now, which is nothing.
Yeah, Mac Brown, Nick Saban, Gary Patterson.
Shoot, but Frank Beamer. I mean,
Frank Beamer. Every dude with a decent rep that's still alive at a head coaching as a head football coach in college need to band up, storm the Capitol. Remember what the Clippers did to keep DeAndre Jordan in free agency when they locked him in his house till he signed? Do that with who's ever in charge of the NCAA in Washington to get the 5 for 5. Do that.
I think there's. I wonder, and you know what? I'll probably see him coaching school probably the next time I see him. But Craig Bowl from the AFCA, Beef only has Jason. Man, I don't know anybody that's got more time on their hands that wouldn't love to sit in a boardroom and shoot the breeze more than Bob Stoops. Like, Bob Stoops probably has all kinds of good ideas. But like, I want to, if nothing's done by then, which I doubt it is.
Hey,
Craig
bring
Bowl,
Pete Carroll.
Yeah,
the NCAA will love to hear what Pete Carroll says.
Craig Bowl in the AFCA. I mean, surely they can. There's enough people in their membership to make things happen. You can have a commissioner and pretty much have like, hey, this is basically in effect. Forget having all these investigators with the NCAA that they have. Basically, take all those retired coaches and figure out how many. Kind of do it like the CFP selection committee, except you can put tenure limits on how long they're on this board. But basically, they become like your Supreme Court. They're your governing body of power conference college football.
Yeah. I don't know what just made me think of this, but since the Pavia stuff came out, I see people, like so many people, when something happens like this that isn't even really that much to do with tampering and NIL, people just go in the comment section bitching about tampering and NIL because they're fed up with college football, right? The amount of people I've seen in the last 6 months, and specifically like the last few weeks because of the portal, that are like, there should be a draft every year for colleges and players. No, there shouldn't. Like, what do you mean these 17, 18-year-old kids and their families can't decide where they're going to go spend the next 4 years of their life? This isn't the NFL draft. This is way different.
Yeah.
What if they get drafted to a school that doesn't have their major? This is obviously never going to happen, but I can't believe people think that's remotely a good idea.
No.
Not
going to happen.
Hey, Go ahead.
What would be interesting though is, well, I guess it wouldn't really matter. You're gonna between revenue sharing. Here's the deal: between revenue sharing, what effectively is going to be a salary cap, and going to, what do you say? It's 100. It's 105. They're going to, right? 105 scholarships.
Yeah, the SEC staying at 85 though.
That's gonna level the playing field to as much as it can be between. But understand, we're talking about leveling the playing field between power conference schools. You're never going to level the playing field between, my alma mater, Texas State, and Texas or Texas A&M. It's never going to be a level playing field. Sorry, I don't have that much money to give to the collective, so it ain't gonna happen. But also, JW Crunch mentions that I'm assuming, talking about the guys on the board, said all these guys come from the same old system. Sorry, look, you can to do it however you want, but I want people that really have college football's best interest at heart as a whole on that oversight committee, that board, if you will. And you know what, Jordan, I see so many people, just some of it's old man yelling at clouds. Some people, it's just the chicken little troll nature of the internet. It's, oh man, what is wrong with college football? It's headed downhill and it's in my college football. We just talked about it yesterday. EA's College Football 25 is the best-selling sports video game of all time. The networks are setting all kinds of ratings records this season. This is going to go down as the most watched college football season ever.
And it's also like the most pirated stream college football season ever.
Yeah.
It's still hitting that.
We've got schools still making their revenues. We've got players getting paid. We've got so many things. We've got structure. You've got now. We're going into this 12-team playoff. There's more parity at the tippy top of college football than there's ever been. You can make a case between Oregon, Georgia, Texas, take your top probably 7 or 8 seeds in this playoff. You can make an argument for any of them winning the national championship.
Yeah, in the top 12, there's less arguments to be made about teams. Oh, they're not going to win it, compared to teams. Oh, they have a shot. There's more teams that have a shot than clearly aren't going to win it in that 12-team format. So,
Jake Bayless, put this quote up from Jake Bayless. This post. This perfectly sums it up. Those of you who are on audio only, Jake says none of that S matters to us when the games kick off. We're loyal AF. Yeah, because all the issues that we're like, oh my gosh, this is an issue. Do you think I'm going to give a fat rat's ass about the Diego Pavia injunction at 3:00 on Saturday? No, I barely care enough about it right now. I'm just talking about it because we got showtime to fill. But and plus, I do feel strongly about that the point of the lawsuit. But yeah, at the end of the day, man, we just love our football, and it kind of goes back, Jordan, to, I think anybody if you played even like at the smallest level of high school football, this, man. No matter what's going on in your life, you walk into that locker room every day, and then you walk out on that field on a Friday night or Saturday afternoon in college or a Sunday in the NFL, and it doesn't matter if your parents are going through a divorce, if your kids hate you, whatever's going on, man, you can leave it all at the door and just lose yourself for 3.5 hours.
Yep. Great point. I'm thinking with about 20-something minutes left, we just start hitting on some questions in the comments. So anything y'all want to ask us, just drop it in there, and we'll get to it.
Over at Horns 24/7, we got the Insider posted, and Chip, Hank, and Eric with some good nuggets. Eric's got some Texas basketball injury news, if you want to get over there and check that out. Hank's got about recruiting restrictions for the college football playoff, and Chip's got some behind the scenes stuff. One thing that I did, I was fascinated by a few things that, because since I edit this thing and get it published for us, I get to see the Insider before everybody else does. But when as I'm reading that thing this morning and looking at everything that Chip was talking about, one of the things was talking about, he talked to a college coach, not in the CFP, familiar with both rosters, that said Kade Klubnik is going to be the best dual threat quarterback Texas has faced this year. I think about it, Jordan. I don't think that's that big of a. I don't think that's that big of a leap. I don't think it's that, because it really, in the discussion, it's Pavia, Taylor Green, Marcel Reed. They didn't face Lagway.
Thank God.
Of the guys they faced, yeah, I think there's no question.
Van Buren, kind of.
It's tough because that was Van Buren's first start. So how Levy insulated him really well. If you remember that game plan, they ran the ball a lot. They just wanted to kill clock and shorten the game, which
get
really
the F out of there.
really, it's really shocked me that Levy had the patience to do that, because that's kind of the antithesis of the veer and shoot. You want to go fast and you want to try to score a bunch of points. It's not a clock training offense. But
the other team can score more points when the clock keeps getting stopped, and if you know you're not winning anyways, you might as well just get out of Dodge ASAP. So I get it, but I mean, that is a good point. I know Pavia is a dual threat, and I know that, but I look at him as more of a gamer type than a dual threat, even though those are kind of similar things. I think Taylor Green.
Can I call without? Is it an insult if I call Diego Pavia a poor man Sam Ehlinger?
No.
Okay.
They're very similar.
I think Diego Pavia is a poor man Sam Ehlinger.
They're both built like fire hydrants, both team guys, both will die for their team. And, neither of them are even close to the most talented arm talent-wise or anything, but they get the job done and they figure out ways to win. And, I haven't even thought about that. I really like that comp. Imagine how much money Sam Ehlinger could have made in the NIL days.
Oh, dude, that when all this stuff started happening, he was the first person I thought of. Like, man, what a kid from Westlake who's always dreamed about being the quarterback at Texas. Parents went to Texas. Now he's a 4-year starter at Texas.
And he's actually good.
Yeah.
And he's the reason they win games, because the rest of the team stinks.
He is Sam Ehlinger. And I say this is not, me being biased or anything. This is a factual statement. Sam Ehlinger is the most statistically prolific quarterback to ever play at Texas, not named Colt McCoy.
Yeah. Yep. Well, all right. We are going to roll into some comments. CB with the blast from the past. Did you know 10 years ago today, Malik Jefferson committed to Texas? He was the number 2 prospect in his class in Texas behind Kyler, right?
It was Malik, Kyler, Dalen Mack was up there too.
Dalen Mack, Jesus, man. So I know the NFL agency, they tried to bring him on, and just I'm not going to get into the stories, but some of the stuff I've heard about managing that guy and just trying to keep him in line once he got to the NFL after what happened in College Station was kind of ridiculous. It really opened my eyes. And that was 2-3 years ago, and I was first really getting into media. But man, Malik Jefferson, any fun things you remember from this day 10 years ago? Well, you had his announcement or anything?
In the I'm going back and looking at the recruiting rankings in our in-house rankings, which this was the Barton Simmons days of Barton leading the rankings team.
Barton Himmons.
There were 5 5-star prospects in the state of Texas. All 5 ended up in the NFL. Various ways they got there. Malik was number 1. He was our number 1 recruit in the state that year.
What was his overall ranking?
12. He was 12 in the top 247 for 2015. Yeah, Malik, Jarrett Stidham, Dalen Mack, Kyler Murray, and Kendall Sheffield.
Kendall Sheffield. Where did Kendall Sheffield go to high school?
Fort Bend Marshall.
Because Dalen Mack was Gladewater, right?
Gladewater, yep.
And Sheffield went to Bama, right?
Sheffield went to Bama, yep. You had actually, you know what? Your top 8. I mean, Maitea Hama. I thought he had discipline problems at LSU. I think that's why
I've never heard of that name.
He didn't work out there. Deontay Thompson from West Orange Stark went to Bama, drafted, played in the league. Ronald Jones drafted, played in the league. Did DeMarcus Lodge make it in the league? I don't remember. But man,
I don't know. But he's a TCU D-line coach now. Or am I mixing him up with DeMarcus McFarland?
You're thinking about Zarnell Fitch.
No, I'm thinking of DeMarcus
you're thinking about
Jamarcus McFarland. My bad.
Jamarcus McFarland, yeah.
Yeah, who's from Lufkin.
Holton
Marcus
Hill
Lodge was the Cedar Hill receiver? Or am I
Yes.
messing up? Okay.
Yeah, Marcus Lodge was Cedar Hill.
Yeah.
But man, a lot of guys ended up. This was a really good class in state. Holton Hill, Chris Boyd, Chris Warren, Soso Jamabo, Blake Lynch, Rodney Anderson would have made it there if not for the injuries. Yeah, pretty good year.
Yep. How did the Malik Jefferson recruitment go down? Like, because I remember, it was a big deal. Texas landed him. He was the #1 player in the state. But
yeah.
And I vividly remember actually my I don't know how true this is because my dad was an Orange Bloods member until I started getting into media and he switched to the good guys. But
yeah,
I remember him telling me around the time he committed that apparently it was like well documented. Kyler Murray's dad called someone and basically chewed his ass out over the phone for not getting Malik Jefferson because Kyler had already committed to A&M and they were trying to get the #1 class or something.
Yeah. That whole cycle, that was, you've had, I forget which cycle it was for you. I think it might have been this last one, or maybe it was the 24 cycle. The 15-1 for me was one at the very end where I was like, man, that was a lot of fun. I hope to hell I never have another one like that. Because it was every day it was twist. Like I'm telling you, man, the one of the days I'll never forget is the day, and we'd heard it was coming down. It's like, all right, it's like you're preparing yourself for it. Like it's going to happen at some point. And as soon as Kyler and DeMarcus Lodge posted the tweets that they were at Texas on visits, dude, seriously, like it. I don't know of another recruiting event that could have come close to breaking social media, but that damn near did it. When Kyler, and all he tweeted out was it was a picture of a Texas jersey. That was the tweet. But that we knew that, okay, he's on campus and this is happening. The Malik recruitment was interesting, and I don't want to go. I covered that one wire to wire. By the way, I won the Malik Jefferson crystal ball, which I told myself I don't need to do a crystal ball prediction again because I entered Malik's like 2 years before and it ended up being Texas. Malik loved Texas initially, and actually it ended up being weird. When Texas fired Manny Diaz, that actually hurt Texas a little bit because Malik and Manny Diaz have gotten really close. Yeah, believe it or not.
No.
They got really close.
Okay, the relationship is fine. That's much better than you being like, yeah, he loved his scheme and his defensive vision and all this.
No, because Manny, I don't know if Manny was the first to offer him, but Manny really took the lead in that recruitment, and they got fired. And Greg Robinson didn't really have a chance or time to recruit him because he's trying to save Mac's job. And so, Malik had to work a little bit to establish a rapport with the Charlie Strong staff. And I really think I know this, I saw CB mention it because Malik told me straight up that this was the truth. He said, I thought he was going to A&M at the end. And A&M had fired, I think Mark Snyder was the defensive coordinator, and they had fired him. And they had you kind of assumed that they were going to hire John Chavis, but who had a much different reputation at that time than he does now. But Malik would ask Kevin Sumlin, and even like just for his own peace of mind, he's like, I just want Coach Sumlin to tell me what direction they're going in. Just give him all Malik wanted was just like, hey, tell me what your plan is. I just want to know, you don't have to give me, I don't even think Malik was looking for names. Just tell me what you're doing. And someone couldn't tell him anything. And at the time, Malik was like, well, I know Brian Jean-Marie's going to be at Texas for a while. I know he's recruiting me. I know as long as Charlie's the head coach, the structure of this defense isn't going to change. So yeah, he went to Texas, and that A&M class, Malik was really the last piece. And by A&M not getting Malik, it cost them Chris Boyd, which probably cost them. Chris Boyd was much closer, I think.
How did that cost them Chris Boyd?
Chris Boyd was much closer to going to A&M than, say, Holton Hill was.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Holton Hill was going to be Texas all the way pretty much, but Chris Boyd, that you guys remember at the time, Jeff Traylor hadn't taken the job on the Texas staff yet.
Yeah.
So that hadn't been done when Chris signed. I thought Chris would have gone to A&M, but when when Malik picked Texas, I think Chris and Holton Hill actually went to campus and committed together like a week later or 2 weeks later, whatever it was. Yeah, but it's that Malik recruitment was really interesting because I could tell by the end. I think the last time before he committed, I had a face-to-face with Malik was the weekend they had played. Oh gosh, who did they play? They had played the Colony at the Cotton Bowl in like a third or fourth round game. And I remember talking, being out at the bus, Poteet's getting ready to get on the bus and leave. And I remember talking to Malik, and you could just see at that point, like it was wearing on him. I could tell. And
you notice that nowadays too.
I'm not going to name any names, but there was a reporter in the A&M market who had recorded a phone call with Malik's mom to talk to Malik's mom after Malik's official to A&M. And from what I was told by the people on Malik's side, the call was recorded without her knowing it was recorded. And there was stuff from said phone call that was reported or insinuated based on the phone call. So that didn't go over well at all. And I think there were less issues prevalent. Because I'll be honest, I don't know. I'd be interested to talk to him now. I remember even talking to Malik at the Under Armour game. Mm-hmm. And I still even think at that point, I don't know if he was 100% sold on Texas. As a matter of fact, I would venture to say he wasn't 100% sold on Texas. But I know he was 100% sold on it not being A&M, if that makes any sense.
And it was always going to be one of those two.
Yeah, when it came down to it, yeah. I mean, he could have gone anywhere he wanted, but yeah, I think at the end of the day, it was going to be one of those two.
Yeah, so I want to get
Jordan. USC was in it. The one school that with him never really got in it, and he never really gave them the time of day was Oklahoma. Now Malik and I, Oklahoma. I don't ever remember Oklahoma coming up in the conversations I had with Malik and the conversation other reporters in the market had with Malik. And I'm not saying I had the best relationship with Malik. I'm not going to sit here and say that because I don't believe I did. But I don't ever remember Oklahoma coming up. That's just always struck me as weird.
Interesting. So I want to get to these other questions, but real quick before we do,
I know that was a lot.
I'm just curious what your thoughts are. You know, he was the number 12 player in the country, the number one prospect in the state of Texas. You get those labels, those rankings for a reason. And if I'm not mistaken, he was a consensus 5-star at every site back then. I remember seeing a play early on at Texas in his true freshman year. He'd make flashes. And I remember turning to my dad and being like, holy shit, Texas is going to have this guy for 2 more years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I remember doing the same thing with Caden Stearns, too, his freshman year, and that didn't turn out very well. But, you know, with Malik early on into his career and even later, he always flashed, right? And he showed the potential of what he could be, but he never really reached that potential in college. And what do you think is the main reason his career didn't turn out the way it was projected to out of high school as a projected first-round draft pick?
I think in high school, what makes him different from even a guy like Jalen Ford or even a guy like Anthony Hill, first off, the reason why he was a 5-star, go back and look at the old Nike Spark testing numbers. Insane for a guy 6'2", 220 pounds.
Yeah.
40. I mean, I actually think he had the record for the highest Spark score at one point. Like it was, an insane athlete. But I think the way Poteet used him, they put him on the edge, and it was like see ball, get ball. There wasn't a lot of.
He had to be taught off ball linebacker.
Yeah, he really did. And I know that frustrated the Texas staff because they tried to put him in the middle, and he had to play there out of necessity as a freshman. And I think it helped him as a freshman because I've heard baseball coaches use this, but really this is kind of what the Texas staff told him. Like, look, you can screw up. We're not going to take you out because we don't have anybody else. You're going to have to learn on the fly. I think the second year in 2016, after the 15 defense statistically was so bad, I think he lost faith in the scheme and lost some faith in the staff. And what really resurrected his career was Todd Orlando pairing him with Gary Johnson and kind of making it, okay, I don't want him to be a C gap to C gap thumper because we don't need him to be a C gap to C gap thumper. And that's not his best skill set, right?
Yeah.
He needs to be in space where he can see the ball and go get it because his closing speed is insane. And that's why Texas had the fastest linebacker tandem in the country. That's not me being biased. Go look at the NFL 40, the 40 times for linebackers at the combine. Like Gary Johnson had the fastest time ever run. Malik had the second fastest. So
I forget. Malik go undrafted or he was like 6th or 7th round.
Third round. Yeah. Third round.
Wow.
Because he was, I think the other thing too was his sophomore year, he was banged up a lot. And I think Sark has found the happy medium, whereas I think the Charlie Strong staff with the training staff and the medical staff, I heard nothing but, man, it's like it wasn't neglect, but there definitely wasn't a sense of urgency to get guys back on the field. But the Tom Herman training staff and the medical staff and Yancey McKnight and that crew, it was, you didn't need to rule it with an iron fist and be old school meatheads either. I think Sark's staff, there's the happy medium there, but Malik was dealing with both issues. And I honestly think a lot of those guys, I think Malik and Deshaun Elliott and probably Connor Williams. If the coach at Texas in 2018 was going to be anybody but Tom Herman, I think those guys would have come back.
Yeah.
As seniors. But they were done with Herman. And I think there was just a chasm there because I think Herman looked at them as Charlie Strong guys and I think treated them as Charlie. Whereas it's funny, like Sark with the culture tried to say, I don't care who recruited you, you're all here. This is our culture. If we're going to win, this is what it has to be. And the coach set the tone. I felt, this is my personal opinion. Malik, Deshaun, nobody's ever told me this. This is my personal opinion. I think Herman looked at those guys as those are Charlie Strong guys, and I think treated them like, okay, those are Charlie Strong guys. Once they cycle out of here and I get my guys in here, then the culture will take care of itself. And it looked like it was headed that way, but it never really got there.
Good point. Well, sweet. Jake Bayless, I agree. I love if Last Chance U comes back. Some great stuff there. Jose Rodriguez says, if we get Eric Singleton, does Texas still pursue Zach Branch? I feel like they're the same player, but Singleton has more production. Also, both guys are Sark prototype wide receivers. I don't think Texas would pursue Zach Branch if they get Singleton. Everything Hank and I have heard when, speaking to sources is that they're not going to pivot to Zach Branch until they know they can't get Singleton. A lot of people are like, Singleton wants $1 million. He's not worth that. They shouldn't pay that. Well, the thing is, Zach Branch isn't going anywhere unless his brother comes. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to his brother, but Zion Branch, I don't think would even be in the 4 deep at Texas or 3 deep at Texas. Texas has a really good safety room with guys that they picked and choose. And, Zion Branch, a lot of schools, like Zach Branch doesn't have quite the market a lot of people thought he would, not in terms of NIL, but schools wanting him. And it's because his brother's there. Not every school wants to have to take an extra body of a guy who can't really play that much or see a ton of snaps,
Yeah.
So it's a tricky situation. And I mean, this happens in recruiting all the time where parents want to keep their kids together, the brothers want to stay together. And, it'll come down to which school is okay with taking that extra brother. And for Branch, he entered with a no contact tag. So schools can't talk to him unless he reaches out to them first, or at least those are the NCAA rules on that. I've seen Georgia reported and Arizona State reported more than the other 2 schools. I'm not really sure if Kirby Smart is going to want to also take the brother as well. I could see Kenny Dillingham doing that, but not necessarily, Kirby Smart. I'm not sure. So we'll see what happens. But, I think Texas is definitely waiting to see what happens with Singleton first before potentially pivoting to Zach Branch. Want to ask you about this guy CB brought up. He said, My guy, Sonny Davis from Lanier, was a parade All-American in 2000, signed with Texas 2000, never played at Texas, went to Juko, passed away in 07.
Insanely talented guy from Austin ISD. One of those guys that you kind of, I mean, for me, growing up, the kind of the pillars of defensive linemen in the area, it was Sonny Davis was one, Tommy Harris was the other.
Yeah,
I mean, Sonny Davis was that good, but just
did he have off the field or grades or
grades?
Yeah,
academics bit him in the backside. But yeah, man, there was a couple guys like that Mac recruited. You know, and it sounds cliche to say like, oh man, this guy that you've never heard of, yeah, he was great, but you know, Sonny Davis is one. Eric Hardiman, like we talked about. I'm so glad Griff told you about Eric Hardiman because, dude, Eric, I'm telling you, man, Eric Hardiman. When I watched him at Pflugerville, I'm like, dude, that's think about if J.K. Dobbins was legitimately 6 foot. That was Eric Hardiman.
Yeah,
that type guy. Hardiman was one. Robert Timmons was a wide receiver Texas took out of the Dallas area in 2002 as talent in a room with Roy Williams and BJ Johnson and Sloan Thomas, as talented as any of those guys, but just could not get his stuff together. I remember Bobby Burton talked to Dwayne Aquina a lot at the time, and when Texas recruited Dorian McCullough was a kid they took. I think Dorian McCullough was North Garland, and I think he was like legitimately the fastest man in the state his senior year. It was him and DeBrian Blanton from Forney were the two fastest guys. And McCullough, like you could see it, like dude, like this dude looks like an NFL corner, like he's gonna be in the league. And Bobby Burton told me one time, Dwayne Aquina told him, he's like, yeah, we've got him for one semester. And he's like, well, no, he'll be good. He's like, we've got him for one semester. Like they knew academic wise, he wasn't going to be able to cut it at Texas. They had one season with a Dorian McCullough, and he flashed at times, but ended up going JUCO, signed with Oregon State, and didn't qualify academically there. Ended up at City College of San Francisco, and at the time where there were several levels of cuts, he was literally like the last guy or the next to last guy the Jacksonville Jaguars cut in training camp when he finally got to the league. Like, played very little big time college football, but was so freaking good that he almost, as like an undrafted, unknown free agent, damn near made an NFL roster.
Wow. I don't recognize this name. Travis Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah. Travis Johnson. Gage Bame's situation is weird because if I remember right, there was some situation with his signing with A&M, and there was something with the eligibility there that I think there was a question mark about. But either way, from what I can share this now because he's no longer the baseball coach, from what David Pierce had told me about Gage Bame, and this could be wrong. I'm getting this from David Pierce. Gage really, really badly wanted to pitch at least one season for Texas. Like, loved Texas baseball, from Hutto down the road, wanted to pitch for Texas. So pretty much once he had the productive year he did, it was assumed that he wasn't going to come back. That if David Pierce had returned, they were not planning on Gage Bame being back.
Gotcha. Michael Engelman said, Jordan, did you see my note on Nick Brooks? He was ejected from the state championship game last night. I did. I saw that. I saw that as I was in the waiting room for the show. I'm just gonna respond to you after. But yeah, he plays with a mean streak, and he's gonna do some stuff after the play sometimes. A lot of top-tier offensive linemen kind of will do stuff like that in high school, and they usually can get coached out of them.
What did he teabag somebody or what?
Let's see.
Can I say teabag on this show and not get flagged by YouTube?
Okay. Hey, I assume this is okay to share, Michael Engelman, because it's not like people can't just figure this out on YouTube and go back and figure out the play he did it. But he said, I think he intentionally stepped on or kicked the dude on the ground. Well, at least he has a lot of dog in him.
Well,
right.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a Cam Williams situation, who averaged probably about twice as many flags in high school per game than he does now. 90% of the time they can coach that out of someone, or just be like, hey, dude, we can't do this,
CB, that's what Urban Dictionary is for.
And also, it's a little different in college too, where you can't really step on people or do that because they're the same size as you now. So
here's my thing on that. As long as you're not, like in Ndamukong Suh, Albert Haynesworth, where you're just blatantly like stomping on dudes and kicking dudes, or like old boy from UTSA that punched Kelvin Banks punched him in his little Kelvins, and that's why Kelvin had to leave the UTSA game for a little bit.
Or Shamar Turner, who just declared. I thought about quote tweeting his declared post with the slow-mo video of him like uppercutting the Ole Miss dude in the nuts, but I was like, nah, I'm gonna piss people off at DeSoto if I do that.
Nah, that's where you gotta draw the line somewhere, man. You gotta draw the line somewhere. You remember I think it was the second Austin Powers movie where what's her face kicks fat bastard right in the tenders, and he goes, "Look, I don't care who you are, you don't give a man a shot in the pills." That's taking it too far, man.
Yeah, apparently Sark said he disagrees with the Pavia ruling. There we go, same wavelength. Javon Felix is coming home to Austin with New Orleans coming soon.
My brother Joe, who's got his hot sports opinions, I don't know. I'm sure I'll get it. I'm sure he's driving his route for work right now listening, and I'm about to get a dispatch from somewhere in Williamson or Travis County. I don't know what Javon Felix did to my brother, but my brother has just some irrational hate. My brother loves Texas basketball more than anybody I know, and he has some kind of irrational hatred for Javon Felix. I don't know what did it, but yeah, he has an irrational hatred for Javon Felix, Jordan.
Sorry, real quick. Just because I wasn't on the scene like that back then, because, I was in, like, middle school or high school. But I see this every now and then. I've never really gotten a story here. This will be the last thing we talk about before we bring the guys in. What the hell is this? Texags made a documentary for an uncommitted recruit, and he ended up at Texas, and his name is Brandon. I know who Brandon Jones is, but is there any story to this that you can tell me or any comments?
No. So Texags decided to do basically kind of like following Brandon Jones through the recruitment. And it's actually, I never saw the whole thing. I saw like they would release like segments of it. And basically starting from, I think it was pretty much that whole fall of his senior year leading up to his decision. It's really well done. Shout out to Billy Lucci and the guys at Texags. It was a quality production, but it just he ended up picking Texas at the end. Brandon Jones was another one that I thought was going to A&M, but the ace and the ace up Charlie Strong sleeve in that deal was Jeff Traylor.
Yeah.
If Jeff Traylor's not at Texas, I feel like I could say the same. If Jeff Traylor's not at Texas, Brandon Jones is probably an Aggie.
Fighting Texas Aggie. Yeah, the nasty knack.
There's only one Texas, sir, and that'd be the University of Texas.
Jeff, real quick, can I ask you a question about that before I kind of ramble on about some of the weirdness of the Zoom? Because this was a spicy Sark Thursday.
Oh, you guys got surly Sark today?
Do not ask Steve Sarkisian hypothetical questions because he is not interested in your hypothetical questions.
Yeah, nice.
Although, probably a gripe I'd make about journalism is we ask too many hypothetical questions because all we do is ask hypothetical questions.
You didn't ask the hypothetical, did you?
No, that was another bald black brother. You can decipher. It was like it's five of us, so you can figure out which one.
It ain't gonna take long to call roll in that group.
That is true. How does Steve Sarkisian feel about JUCO players getting more time? Basically, fuck Diego Pavia. Is basically what Steve Sarkisian said.
I basically spent 10 minutes saying the same thing to start this show. So,
Jeff, I may be taking some liberties. Steve didn't quite see it that way, but if you thought that a fellow JUCO athlete like Steve Sarkisian would have any sympathy on these grown men, no. Steve basically said you don't need to get a job. So we got spicy Sark today. But Jeff, what I was gonna ask, sorry, I'm sure you saw that comment come through at the end. Yeah. Hang on, Jeff. I'm actually genuinely curious about this. The Texas Aggie thing. Like I've meant to ask this for like a while now, and I don't get it. Like, why do they call themselves Texas Aggies? Like, is that
I'll be honest, I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's to prove that they're older or have superior standing to Texas. Therefore, they are the flagship university of Texas. I could be wrong on that, but it's something in that realm.
Okay, because I was always curious. Like the first time I heard it when I covered that regional game, was like Texas Aggies, and I'm like, all right, like I guess y'all not A&M, but cool. So yeah, it's been a bit of an interesting Thursday, fellas.
Those are the Texas agricultural and mining Aggies, my friend. That's what they are. It's agricultural and mining, or agricultural and mechanics.
Mechanical, right?
Yeah, it's mechanical.
Shit, I don't know. I didn't go to A&M.
Well, I just thought that's what every A&M stood for, was mechanical. So
I thought it was military for like the first 10 years of my life because of the Corps and whatnot. But
Jeff, I'll answer this. I won't say the name, but Seth, what goes is Chris Bennett? I'm not responding to that, so you can take that energy somewhere else. What goes through our mind? It's you just kind of duck for cover and hope it goes well. You know, Jeff, would you agree?
it's an experience.
It's an experience. It's an experience.
So, some days it delivers good, some days it delivers bad, and some days I get really bad secondhand embarrassment.
Yes.
Me too,
yes.
Man. Me too.
Some days when that does, as long as that doesn't happen, then we made it. We're good.
Jordan, have you experienced the experience before, Jordan?
I'll be honest. I just looked up that person's Twitter because I don't know who it is. But you remember at the Arkansas game how me, you, and Chip were walking up to the press box after and talking about someone? Dealing with that person in recruiting interviews is fascinating because there's not just a crowd of people.
Talking about. Okay, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
There's not a crowd of people around to kind of look at him like, yo, did he really just say that? Because it's just you, him, and the kid sometimes. So fair amount of times I'll try to grab kids solo just so it doesn't get wrecked. But yeah. But hey, I got to run and pack my stuff up because I'm about to go to AT&T Stadium to see Gunter. Who are they playing? Gunter and Woodville at 3 and Malakoff and Columbus at 7 in the 3A state title game. So,
all right. Ricardo got the parting shot there. Everybody stay tuned for False Start. Keenan and Eric, you guys have a great show. Jordan and I will be back to do it tomorrow.
We'll see. Have a good one.
That was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs taking up to around midday. We are your midday crew. We are False Start. I am Eric Henry. He is the nature boy himself, back for a second day in a row in nature, enjoying nature. What's life if you can't enjoy nature? He is Keenan Womack. K-Wo, what's going on, my guy?
Weather is beautiful, man. I could not be happier to be outside doing this show. There is no landscapers today, so we should be all good on that front. I won't have to continually deal with that. So yeah, we're all good. Nobody's out here, so I think we're all good to go, man.
We are good to go. I'll run through a couple of the comments here before I set today's show. Seth, you got the answer to that question. It's good. Seth is clearly, Keenan, by that comment, a watcher of the Texas pressers on LHM because they are.
I know exactly who he's talking about and what's going on there.
Absolutely. Listen, it's a sweetheart of a man.
He is. He truly is.
That's why I refuse to say the name.
Yeah.
But it's an experience, brother. It is an experience.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Chris Bennett, no. Listen, all right. I'm not entertaining this. I am not entertaining that.
Here's the thing: if that even happened, everybody's got a team. Everybody's a Rangers fan or Astros fan in Texas. You know what I mean? Like those teams are established now that they've both won championships in the last few years, last 3 years, 4 years.
Let's actually. So I'll set the show. We're gonna have our guy Austin Hannon from Clemson 247, Clemson 24/7 coming on the show in about 3 minutes to talk all things Clemson in Texas. We'll just kind of go through our feelings on the matchup. A couple keys to watch, and of course, I'll give Keenan a little bit of room to give his thoughts on college basketball and things of that nature. But Keenan, I'm glad you mentioned that there because again, I do not want my team. It's easy to crack the joke on the Rays, right? Like They play in a warehouse. They don't have attendance. But if you're 33 like me and the Rays came to existence in 1998, it is the team that I grew up with, right?
Sure.
So like, I don't want them to leave. But I'm glad you mentioned that, right? Because I've always been super curious about Austin's ability to, quite frankly, handle a professional sports team. And I'm not dissing Austin FC, right? Like MLS, I don't. Keenan, is it fair to call MLS a niche sport in America?
Yeah, I think so. It's outside of the top 4, so I would call it that. Yeah, I mean, I think tennis is bigger. I think, and that's not a top 4 sport. Golf is bigger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not that soccer is a niche sport. You know, it's that I think MLS. I think most people, when they think of soccer, they still think of Premier League. They still think of UEFA. They don't, right? So that's why I said that way. So no disrespect to them. But I've always been super curious about Austin's ability to handle a professional sports team, right? And we've talked about it a little bit, like football, and we've said, hey, listen, there's a reason why that won't work. You got this little thing called the Longhorns here. Basketball seems like it does fairly well the times that the Spurs come to town. But before Austin hops on, just curious your thoughts. Thoughts on Austin's ability. Let's take football out of it, take soccer out of it. Obviously, I don't think hockey has any real feasibility here in Austin. Austin's ability to kind of handle another professional sports team and what that would look like.
Yeah, I mean, the traffic implications are terrifying. That's my first thought, is that it would be very trafficy. But, I mean, like, if they play at the Moody Center, I mean, the Spurs are playing 4 games at the Moody Center this year.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations where, I don't know, I feel like the best option would be a baseball team. But I don't want to take your Rays away. I know that's your squad. But, if they were to expand to 32 teams, which I think they're probably trying to do at some point, with the way that baseball is going as far as these contracts and the money coming in and the TV deals and stuff, I feel like they're definitely going to try to expand it to 32 teams, get some expansion teams in there. So I would say, I mean, I don't know if you've been out to Dell Diamond in Round Rock.
I haven't.
Oh, it's awesome. We should go. We should go this summer, man. It's like the coolest. It's such a cool park. And I love minor league baseball. I love baseball in general, but I think baseball would make the most sense out of all of those sports because you have 3 professional basketball teams already in Texas, and one of them's down the road. So I think baseball would make the most sense out of all those teams.
No, I got you. I mean, that does make sense. And to your point, right? Like the Rockets have a storied history when it comes to basketball. The Spurs have a storied history. The Mavs, back in the 80s and 90s, sure, not so much, but over the past really 2.5 decades.
So won a championship, went to the finals last year. Yeah, they have some history too. And they have like guys like Dirk and,
Yeah. So there you go. Keenan, last thing before I bring on Austin, I'll say this. One of the most unique things about this beat I've learned, just kind of going back to Seth's comment, is the amount of people who care so much about like what we think and say, that is genuinely been a learning experience. Like, I'm going to tell a quick story. This popped in my head because I had someone who just like posted a clown emoji and tagged me and Chip in it, right? And I'm like, to me on Twitter, like, it's one thing if you want to just, throw shots, like, cool, whatever. But I'm all up for a good faith conversation, right? Like, if you just want to call me a shithead, all right, cool, whatever. But I'm going to ask you, like, yo, what's the genesis behind this? And it was someone on Twitter who apparently thought that I said that Arch Manning needs to be the starter. I've never said that once.
Never once have you said that, ever.
You've done this show with me now for 7, 8, 9 months. I do not feel that way at all, right?
You feel the opposite.
And I literally just screenshot 3 articles that I wrote this year saying that Quinn Ewers deserves better. But the quick story before I bring on Austin is I don't want to say who I was with as far as the Texas beat. I'll just say Clarence Hill. Shout out Chill Hill, covers the Cowboys. Clarence Hill was one of the people I was with.
Great guy.
And this was Big 12, the night before Big 12 championship game. And there's a fan, a very noted Texas fan. So I'm not going to say the woman's name. Season ticket holder, whatever. And she saw me and literally would not talk to me because I do a show with Chip Brown. She was like, I hate Chip Brown. So as a result, F you too. You can get it. She's like, I rock with insert website. And people from that website were there, right? And she's like, that's who I rock with. So I'm not talking to you. I'm like, all right, man, cool. Like, nice to meet you too, right? Like, and we're not talking
Very
about the old.
embarrassing.
And we're not talking about the older person. We're talking about someone like in their late 30s, early 40s, right? So that was like, that's been a unique thing to kind of figure out about the speed. People just like, yo, they care so much about us that we're almost like these personalities that I'm just like, yo, it's not that serious to me. But always interesting, no doubt. I'll come back to some of the comments in a second. But again, we are going to dive into all things Texas and Clemson. And to do that, we've got our guy, Austin Hannon. He is the publisher of Clemson 247. You can find him on Twitter at Austin Hannon. That's Hannon, Hannon. Gonna bring him on now. Austin, I know you are joining us just by audio. What's going on, my man?
How's it going, guys? Good to hear.
Oh man, doing well. First thing as we start off, just kind of your general thoughts on this matchup. I know you and I did a Q&A, or excuse me, you did a Q&A for our site. Go check that out on horns247.com. Going to have you kind of bring a little bit of that to the audience here. Your general thoughts on this matchup, and kind of what was the reaction from you and kind of the folks down there in South Carolina when this matchup was announced?
Yeah, it's kind of funny, like that whole week leading up to the ACC championship game, just kind of trying to figure out plans and stuff for afterwards, because there were so many scenarios of what if, and it really seemed like that for honestly a few months in the whole sport as a whole, of what are these seedings going to look like. Like every week we're turning on our TV on Tuesday night and they're telling us that, hey, if this played out tomorrow, this is what the bracket would look like. And yet, obviously that none of that ever happened, because the bracket was only made one time. And so I think when they won the ACC championship, it was hard to make the argument that Clemson should get one of those buys just because of the resume and the body of work and the losses they suffered. And I don't think it helped that Arizona State put on the statement they did early in the day. And then, of course, Clemson goes down to the wire at the very end of the day against a team that in SMU that I guess the committee has a lot of respect for, but, the national public as a whole maybe didn't. And so when Clemson, ekes by in that game and Arizona State makes the statement they did against Iowa State, it was hard to make that case, especially with the extra loss. So I think going into that selection Sunday, the idea was they're probably going to be the 11 or the 12, kind of depending on what they wanted to do with SMU. They ended up giving SMU a higher seed than the morning after they lost the head-to-head matchup, which, it is what it is. But that, I guess the discrepancy there would have been either a trip to Happy Valley or a trip to Longhorn country. And so they got the Texas matchup. And obviously there's a lot of connections. You guys have talked about it on your site. We've talked about it on ours. The Makuba Bowl, right? We've got Kade Klubnik coming from Austin. Obviously played against Quinn Ewers, I think, in middle school and high school. Played a state title against him. So there's so many connections. So I think that was pretty cool. And of course, Dabo Sweeney talked about earlier this week his connection with Mac Brown when he took over as Clemson's head coach way back when. Kind of a fun story about, he took over as interim, obviously, after Terry Bowden left. And he was reaching out to coaches across the country, just kind of trying to learn how to be a head coach in the sport. And the one guy that reached out was Texas and Mac Brown. And so he went there for a couple days and took his new staff and learned the ropes. And he said that was the only time he had been in Austin, except for on a recruiting visit to see Kade Klubnik. So it'll be his third time back in Austin. Obviously for Klubnik, this is a big homecoming. And he's got a pretty big, challenge on his hands with the Texas secondary.
I'm going to ask one more question before I pass it over to Keenan. I'm sure Keenan may take some of the offensive side of the ball for Clemson, so I'm going to go to the defensive side of the ball. And again, you and I talked about this a little bit on the site, but if you can bring it for our audience here, talk about the matchup between TJ Parker and Kelvin Banks. And maybe just as a whole, in addition to that, give the audience a little bit of a feel for this Clemson defense, because Steve Sarkisian, we just got off a Zoom with him at 11 o'clock here Central Time, and he's been very complimentary of Clemson's defense, despite, again, not a bad defense by stretch of imagination, but certainly not one that many people would put in the stratosphere of the Longhorns this year.
Yeah, no, just not up to their expectations, not up to par. I think that's the big mark. That is the opinion of the Clemson fan base this year. Is I think they've all gotten kind of used to a unit that's going to be top 10, top 20. I think it was 8th last year in total defense. And they had a 4-loss season despite that because of the offensive struggles. And so I think the idea entering the season this year was we might see something similar where it's going to be a more defensive team, and maybe Klubnik takes that next step. Maybe he doesn't, but maybe he'll be a little bit improved at least, and they have a chance. And then you kind of see the season unfold, and offense was kind of the story for Clemson. So Defensively, they've got the names. They've got Peter Woods, they've got TJ Parker, they've got RJ Mickens, a veteran guy at safety. Avion Terrell is an excellent cornerback. He's been a little bit of a slump this back half of the season, but a guy that I think is going to be very, very high on draft boards when he's eligible after next season at corner. But TJ Parker, to your point, I mean, I think he's been the star of the show on this defense all season. He's been super consistent. And he kind of talked about him and his coach, Chris Rum, in the offseason. They didn't really love where he was physically. They didn't love the shape he was in. He even admitted it himself in a press conference that he felt like he was a little fat. And it came after a season where he was a freshman All-American and nearly set records in a bunch of different categories on defense as a freshman. And, maybe let it get the best of him for a little bit. And then he got back in shape, though, as the season came around. And he set the single season record for forced fumbles just a few weeks ago, 6 now. So he's a guy you got to keep an eye on. Number 3, he's wearing that defensive end number 3 jersey that we've seen a lot of Clemson stars shine in the past. Most recently, Xavier Thomas. Of course, Vic Beasley in the past wore 3 at defensive end. So he kind of took that number on and that responsibility. And I think he's doing the most with it this season. He's been a phenomenal player. And I think he's one of those guys that, you kind of get worried about if this guy was to hit the portal. He would have one of the biggest, followings of any player in the portal, probably all cycle. He's a guy that came over from Alabama. I think that there's been a little bit of push, especially in his high school recruitment from Alabama and Auburn. And, he was initially going to go to Penn State, following the footsteps of Micah Parsons, but then, last minute decided to go to Clemson. And I think the Tigers are pretty happy about that at this point.
Go ahead, Keenan.
Yeah. So similarly, the number 7 on defense for Texas is a big deal, and John A. Barron kind of took the mantle for there. Kade Klubnik's had an amazing season statistically, and he's put up really crazy numbers, like 33 touchdowns to 5 picks, I believe was the ratio. But I talked to a Clemson fan recently. I did a podcast with a guy who's a Clemson fan, and he was telling me that he has had some struggles against some of these more maybe athletic defensive lines, bigger defensive lines, and Texas kind of has that. They have really good edge rushers. What do you think is going to be the key for Clemson's offense against this Texas defense?
Yeah, that's a good point you made, because those splits are there. And I think the same can be said about his road and home splits. He's had an excellent time, even going back to last season when playing in Death Valley, and things have been a little bit tougher for him on the road. And I mean, I think that's something a lot of quarterbacks at the college level, their splits probably agree with that, because playing on the road in college football, obviously, as both is very, very difficult, and especially in an environment like he's going to go in on Saturday. So he definitely struggled a little bit. I think that they're in that first game against Georgia, since that's kind of the common opponent, especially for Texas, who unfortunately got to see them twice. That was a tough matchup, and it was week 1, and it was coming off a season with where he didn't perform his best last year. And he kind of was very open about that. And so to take on that team in Atlanta, like Texas had to last 2 weeks ago, I guess that was now, that was a tough matchup. And I think he made some winning plays in that game. I think the wide receiver play was not good. I think the offensive line play was pretty good. But they just really could. There were a lot of ticky-tacky things in that game that when you go back and watch the film, it's like, wow, I mean, it ended up being 34-3, but it was a competitive game deep into the third quarter. There were pre-snap penalties on offense. There were illegal motions, all this kind of stuff that you just can't do and beat Georgia. But then, going through the year, Louisville didn't play well. That was really a whole team effort, though. Their kind of second biggest game of the year, after that Georgia one was the Louisville one. And they didn't come prepared that night. And so they got out-coached. They got outplayed by a team that has a lot of athletes. I mean, Louisville's got a pretty good roster. And they took it to them. And then, of course, they played South Carolina. And I think he played a very good football game in that one. And that was against a defensive front that kind of looks similar to Texas. I mean, you've got some really explosive guys on the outside. And they didn't really get any pressure on him. And I think the offensive line really held their own in that game. Obviously, they didn't win the game, and he ended up having the game-losing interception on that final drive. A little bit of a miscommunication with Moff out of the backfield. It gets tipped, intercepted, game over. In field goal range. So that game was literally scraping towards overtime when that happened. So there have just been little hiccups in his career where you look at the screen and you go, man, that was just such a questionable decision to throw that ball or this or that. And those are just things you can't do in a playoff game like this with these implications on the road. So I think he's got a ton of excitement. for this opportunity. I mean, being a kid that went to Westlake, he's going to have tons of friends there. He's going to be playing against friends, and I'm sure he'll have tons of family and friends in the stands too. So he knows the pressure he's got on him, and I think that he's kind of excited for the opportunity as well.
I had one more question too, because I used to work for a different site than you guys, but one of the guys I worked with at that site, coming out of high school, preferred Klubnik to Ewers. I just want your thoughts on the battle between those two guys and who you think is more primed to have a good game against the opposing defense.
Yeah. So good question. Quinn Ewers is an interesting one for me, as I've kind of watched him over his college career. I'm not sure you guys know this about me. I was actually on the Alabama beat prior to coming to Clemson. Graduated there, was a student reporter, and then did professional beat for 1 year. And so I actually got to see both of Quinn Ewers' performances against Alabama, the one where he got injured in Austin on that hit from Dallas Turner that I'm sure you guys remember. And then, of course, the game in Bryant-Denny, when I thought that night, I was like, this guy is the truth. Texas is going to win back-to-back national titles. This guy's going to be the first pick of the draft. I've seen enough. I mean, just some of the throws he made in that game against Nick Saban's defense was unbelievable to see that firsthand. Just lobbing some of those balls, just right into the hands of those receivers. So, and then Klubnik, the guy that I still think is developing. I still don't think and I don't think Ewers is there either, really, even though he's had probably a little bit more playing time at this point. I think they're both still kind of in a developmental part of their game. I think they both still have flaws. I think they both have tons of potential, and they're not too different. I think Klubnik's probably got a little bit of an advantage in the running game, and I think Ewers probably has a little bit of advantage with his arm. But they're pretty similar players, and obviously they come from similar backgrounds. They played each other in high school. So two very cool stories to follow as they get closer and closer to the NFL. I think they have a great shot to be good players at the NFL level. But I still think they both may need another year of college. I think Klubnik, he didn't hint at leaving, but he didn't say that he didn't say he was coming back the other day. But it's pretty, I think there's a lot of confidence that he is going to come back in 2025. I'm not sure exactly where Ewers sits on that, just because I know that Arch Manning and everybody's getting pretty anxious about that situation over there. But I'm pretty sure Klubnik will be back for one more year, and then, hopefully stamp his process and put his name in the draft the next year.
Austin, final one before we get you out of here. And again, appreciate you making the time. You can find Austin at Twitter find him on Twitter at Austin Hannon _ I think I left out the underscore the first time I gave out your handle. Just how do you see this one playing out? Again, you don't have to give a score prediction if you don't want to, but just how do you see, as we sit here now, about 48-ish, 51, 52 hours away from kickoff, how you kind of see this one playing out?
It's tough for me to honestly, when you work for a site, you'd like to kind of give them the favorable view. And there is a reason, I think, for Clemson fans to believe they can compete in this one. I mean, they have the track record of being an underdog and kind of creating the upset and creating a little bit of magic, if you will. I mean, you think about those old runs Dabo Sweeney went on in the playoff, and those Alabama teams they win against, he's said time and time again. I mean, they weren't picked to win those games, and they won that game. They weren't picked to beat SMU by a lot of people, and they beat SMU. So I think that in that way, if you want to have a head coach in your corner to lead a group of guys out onto the field as an underdog in a playoff game, I would think you would want it to be Dabo Sweeney. But yeah, just the matchup itself doesn't look good for Clemson at all. When you look at the defensive numbers for Texas, what they're able to do, and I just think that I have so much concern with Clemson's ability to run the ball in this game. Just with Phil Maffa being nowhere near 100%. You guys obviously don't watch every snap of every Clemson game, but we're talking about a guy that was more or less running through face masks and running through defenders the first couple months of the season, and is now like a very shy, avoiding contact version of himself with what I believe has reportedly been called a torn labrum in his shoulder that he's playing through and has been playing through for weeks now. So with that being the case, and then the backup running back, which the snap counts, all season for Clemson at running back it's been a wide mark. Like Maffa's been on the field for 85% of the game. And then the second guy, Jay Haynes, tears his ACL in Charlotte in the ACC title game. He was the kick return guy and kind of the change of pace speed guy that they would bring off the bench when necessary. And now they don't have him as an option. And so there's a true freshman in there. There's a guy that's, a little undersized that doesn't really have the experience yet. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they can factor in the run game. To me, it looks like it's going to be kind of what it was when they played SMU. And so in that game, the game plan was we're going to let Klubnik throw it 40 times and we'll see what happens. And so I think that's going to be the plan of attack. I don't expect that they think that they're going to be able to run the ball effectively against that defensive front, which means Texas, they're happy with you throwing the ball too. That's the number one pass defense in the country. They've got great corners, great safeties. Klubnik was talking about earlier this week. They want you to take the 3 or 4 yards every play and be happy with it, because when you start, we saw Carson Beck try to start taking those shots, taking those deep field plays, and it turns into interceptions. And so Texas is happy. If you want to take the 3-yard slant, the 3-yard out route, and just keep making it 2nd and 7 every possession, or 3rd and 4, and then they can blitz you and get you off the field. That's what they want. So for Clemson, I think the key is shortening this game, trying to stay on the field as much as possible. Take what Texas gives you. Don't try to force the ball downfield when it's not there, because if one team is going to turn this ball over, it's going to have to be Texas from a Clemson perspective. If Clemson starts turning the ball over, I think they have no chance. And I think one of the big factors to them having a chance is getting Quinn Ewers to make a couple of those mistakes that we saw him make against Georgia.
Great stuff. He is Austin Hannon. He is the publisher of Clemson 24/7, part, of course, of the 24/7 Sports Network. Austin, real quick, are you a Charlotte guy?
I am.
All right. Just I'll have to come back another time on that. Charlotte always treated me well. So, Austin, I covered Conference USA prior to this beat. So, spent a fair amount of time making trips to Charlotte to cover the Niners, the 49ers there.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm slightly south of the city, closer on the commute side over to South Carolina for my job. But yeah, I'm about 20 to 30 minutes outside of Uptown. So I know the area pretty well at this point.
Gotcha. I'll have to come back another time. Charlotte always treated me well. Austin, appreciate you making a couple minutes here, and I will catch with you down the road.
Thanks, man.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff as always. Keenan, I am going to make sure that I do not delay the folks any further from the information they need to know. Because the reason why I am in such a chipper mood right now, I'm looking good, I'm sounding good. I'll let the folks determine if I look good, but I think I sound better. It's because I'm getting great sleep. Thank you, Keenan. It's because I'm getting great sleep, phenomenal sleep. It's not just the coffee, it's great sleep. And Keenan, let the folks know where they can go to get great sleep.
Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues, such as sleep apnea. The focus is to educate the patient on what is going on in his or her body and provide all possible treatment options related to that specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. We can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer have to sleep in a separate bedroom from your significant other. Individuals and families welcome. 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages from 6 to 106. Family owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, but they do offer treatments that include CPAPs, as well as oral devices, epigenetic devices. They can help with weight loss. They can use lasers. They can use radio frequency. In network with most medical insurances. So give my man, the good doctor, Dr. Denman, a call at 254-284-6812. Visit Sleep Cycle Centers with an S.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
You heard it there first. Sleep Cycle Center. Going to go to a couple of the comments here really quick. James Cox asked in relation to Spicy Steve being on the line. He said, if he was spicy, makes me wonder if practice wasn't as crisp as he would have liked. James, that's not a bad assumption. But to give you the actual, probably the truth, sometimes Steve just likes shitting on us. Sometimes Steve wakes up in a mood just for like shitting on us. It really is. Sometimes, especially on Thursdays, that just tends to be the case. But you're not quite off there. Jake Bayless says, Keenan, how do you want to celebrate the dub Saturday night? I'll give you an opportunity to
DM me on Twitter, brother. We'll figure something out. We'll rendezvous.
You heard it there from the man himself. What else we got here in the queue? Jake's in the Rays will stay in Tampa, St. Pete. Ain't no way they're ever leaving at this point. I hope so. We shall see.
I think you'll keep them.
Keenan, I want your thoughts on this. I don't know if you heard. I'm going to assume you have, but I know you've been at the office. Did you hear the news that Diego Pavia has been made eligible for another year of college football? Because in essence, they ruled that his time at junior college should not be essentially held against him, and that players, if you start your career at the junior college level, you will still be entitled to 4 years of NCAA football. That because the junior college level is not the NCAA, that should not count against your clock. Keenan, did you hear about that?
Yeah, I heard about it. I don't like it. I think it really puts high school players in a tough position. It seems like you'd be at a disadvantage going straight to college if you're like say you're not a star, you're not a 5-star, maybe you're a high 3-star or something like that. It seems like it would be smarter for you to go to Juko, play 2 years, and then go play for a university. And I feel like they're going to create a pipeline for that kind of situation. So I don't like it. It's really bad for basketball too, because just with the basketball players, like those 2 years, I mean, they mean a big difference in football, but just like developing skills and stuff like that is crazy in Juco. Like so many, like it's not as common to go from Juco to play basketball, but like when it does happen, a lot of those guys, they've played 2 more years. They have a lot more experience. And I just don't think it's fair to the college players. Or the high school players, sorry.
Before I give my thoughts, that's actually where I wanted to come to you, because I'll admit I am not as nuanced or well-versed on the basketball pipeline of JUCO. I mean, I've seen things like Last Chance U, which phenomenal Last Chance U documentary. The school out in California. I'm forgetting the name of it right now. Do you remember the name of it?
In Oakland, right? It was in Oakland?
Nah, the basketball one. The basketball one is in
LA Junior College.
Yeah, thank you. East LA Junior College. Great documentary. Love
KJ Allen played for
so that's why I'm asking you the question, because I mean, hell, I had a real good homeboy in high school, dude named Faisal Aiden, who played with Klay Thompson at Washington State, came from Hillsborough Community College, right? So like I know of guys who went JUCO and then went, played significant college basketball. But you telling me that in essence, the JUCO pipeline isn't that's
it's not quite as common, I wouldn't say, especially not at Power 4, but it will be now.
Right.
Yeah, that much.
So one more question what percentage of high school players would you say kind of fit in that category, right? Because I can give it to you for football.
Give it to me for football and I'll compare it.
For football, I would say there's probably, to be completely honest, if we're just talking about FBS, I'm not talking about FCS or Division II. Like I'd have been a perfect candidate to go JUCO, quite frankly.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I graduated early. I was underdeveloped, like physically. I'd have been a perfect candidate. But probably 20 to 25% of kids, if we're talking about FBS, like the lower tier FBS, probably should go JUCO. If the scenario is like, you can get 2 years of JUCO, develop, and then come back to this, yeah, probably a quarter. If probably maybe close to a third, really, of players should go that route.
I would say anybody not in the top 500, man, like truly in basketball. There's so many fewer spots to play in basketball. I mean, there's more teams that are D1, but I'm talking Power 4. There's smaller rosters, man, and if you're trying to get that NIL money and you want to get a big bag coming from JUCO, I'm sure that's going to become a thing, is guys getting big bags coming from JUCO, you know what I mean, as opposed to coming straight out of high school. So, I think this is really bad for high school kids, man. I think this is a really bad ruling, truly.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the crosstalk, Steve Sarkisian was not a fan. And that answer actually surprised me, because for those who may not know, Steve Sarkisian was a junior college athlete. He began his career as a baseball player at USC, decided to go a different route, went JUCO, and then went BYU. And Steve said he thinks it's – and I don't want to misquote him, but and the gist of it was he didn't agree. He just was like, so now we're going to have guys playing until they're 26, 27, 28. Which in essence, you could say you already have that, right? With some of the transfer rules and some of the COVID years and some of the waivers. But no, I was genuinely surprised by Steve's answer. I guess I thought as a coach, he would say, hey, there's an opportunity for me to recruit, quote unquote, more mature players. But no. And in essence, if you look at Texas's roster, they have not used JUCO at all.
No, not at all.
It does.
Look at Jake's comment. Honestly, just make the max age for collegiate athletics like 24 or something. Call it the LinkedIn rule.
I mean, listen, I did get a kick out of that. I saw that some of these dudes do need to get their LinkedIn right. Which, side note, if you ever looked at a college athlete's LinkedIn, it's trash.
It's very funny. I mean, my LinkedIn's trash too. I can't really talk.
I shouldn't hate it because my LinkedIn is horrendous.
My LinkedIn is not updated very often.
But Jake, what are you going to do when, insert college, insert former baseball player decides he wants to give it a run? Brandon Whedon, right? You can't not give us those stories.
Yeah, you cannot give us those stories, I think.
Are you saying get a job, Keenan?
I'm saying get a job if you're 29. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who's that Miami tight end who's 29?
Cam McCormick. Although Keenan, if I may call bullshit on you, sir, how old were you when you graduated college?
25, but I wasn't an athlete.
Bruh, it was like, Keenan, get out of here, get a job.
I know.
I
had. The thing was, I dropped out to work, so I did have a job, and then I went back to get a better job. That's fair. I learned that I didn't want to work in the industry I was working in, and I would rather have a degree and do something with that. So that's why I went back.
What nefarious industry were you working in?
I was working in a bar, man. I was doing bartender stuff.
Oh, okay.
Not for me. Not for me.
Nah,
it's a lot of stress, man.
Well, listen, as someone who bartended through undergrad, through grad school, it is a lot of stress.
Restaurant. I was a waiter. I worked in a kitchen. I did all kinds of stuff. It was just, I was like, I need to put my writing to use. So
I feel you, dog. No, it was super interesting. The other thing that Steve Sarkisian was, quite frankly, I thought he was a little bit testy, unnecessarily testy, because as I mentioned, the crosstalk, right? For better or worse, a lot of questions are hypotheticals. I tried to stay away from hypotheticals because you can't really get a substantive answer at times. But a lot of questions are hypotheticals. The hypothetical, which quite frankly, again, I thought would have been a fair question had Steve let the reporter finish the question. And he eventually did. He just had him rephrase it, was if Saturday is Quinn Ewers' final game at Texas, what impact has he had on the program? And that's the question I do want to ask you, Keenan. Let's put aside all the Quinn Arch talk for a second, put aside all of that stuff. Just pure impact on Texas football. Your thoughts?
One of the best to ever do it, man. I don't care what anybody has to say. The leadership he's shown, the injuries he's fought through, the wins he's gotten, the performances he's had. Yeah, he hasn't been the most consistent guy, but look what he did against Alabama. That was a program defining victory against Alabama, and he balled out in that game. Played really well in the national semifinal last year. I know they didn't win, and he had, whatever. I think he deserves as much respect as anybody because he's a huge part of this turnaround, not just from his play, but from the leadership perspective, from recruiting guys to play with him. I think he deserves all the respect in the world, man. I truly have a ton of respect and gratitude, truly, for him. You look at the quarterbacks Texas had, I'm not going to name them, over the last 15 years. He's, Ellinger's the only guy in his neighborhood, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He deserves better from the fans, like you wrote in that piece, which was a very good piece, by the way. Check it out if you haven't read it. Yeah, man, I think he's so important to this program and the turnaround. And will Arch be better? Maybe. Could be, but this dude deserves his due, man. The guy was nails in a lot of really important games. And I especially go back to that Alabama game. That game was so important for this program, and he was amazing.
Before I give my take, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to Jack Burton.
Typical service industry Dallas site. I was doing it in Austin, but yeah, I mean, a lot of Dallas guys end up becoming bartenders. I feel like a lot of guys from my high school are bartenders, but a lot of them went to college and then became bartenders. Like my sister, went to college and then was like, "Oh, I'm making almost six figures. I'm just gonna do this."
You're seeing the bar industry in Dallas is where it's at.
It's popping. Yeah, it's popping here though. It's hard. The thing is, it's hard to get a bartending job in Austin because it's so competitive. Yeah, it's competitive. If you have to start as a bar back for 6 months at least, you gotta just get tipped out. It's not easy to jump into the bar industry in Austin. When I was in college, I worked the back year and a half of college. I worked as a very intimidating doorman, the scariest doorman. No, I was just checking IDs and stuff, but I'm very grateful for that job because it helped me pay for college and stuff like that. But yeah, I didn't even try to become a bartender. I was just like, I'm just gonna stay up here.
Keenan, I'm so glad that I'm not gonna throw my boy under the bus, but my best friend, he and I, another dude who we both work out. He actually works in the fitness industry.
Nice.
He had a job. He picked up a gig when we were in college, and he was the door guy. Folks, if you are running a business, do not allow a 20/21-year-old to be a door person at a college bar.
No.
All right.
No.
As you can imagine, he was using that to his advantage to be like, so what you trying to do to get in this bar?
Yeah. But my brother is just moved here and he's doing door guy stuff, but like he's 27 or 28 and he's trained in boxing. So like a guy messed with him and he's just like, I will just pop you, dude. Like, it's not a problem. he's a tough dude. He's bigger than me. He can box, man. He's no guy you'd want to play with. You know what I mean?
My boy had a rotation of like freshmen, and he's like 21 at the time, and like 18, 19. He had a rotation of freshmen who would be like, "Oh yeah, James can get us in. We just got to swing by his crib prior."
Yeah.
Wait, crap. I mean, Tony. Tony can get us in.
You just outed your man, dude.
Luckily, I don't think she'll get back in. Tony can get us in. Crap, my bad. Anyhow, back to Quinn Ewers before I talk myself any more trouble. No, I completely agree with you. I've said this many times, as far as on podcasts. I've written it. I think Quinn deserves just a lot of respect. Being the quarterback at Texas, especially when you are a Texan. And Keenan, you would know this better than I. I only know the, bigger names, right? How many kids over the last 15 years have been Texans who've taken that job, right? Obviously, Colt is a Texan. Sam Ehlinger, obviously a Texan. Quinn, a Texan. Hudson Card, obviously a Texan.
Vince
right?
Young.
Of course, Vince Young,
He's
right?
older,
But like I look at, like Sims, right? Who obviously is from New Jersey. I've always had a lot of respect for Quinn's ability to block out the noise and the fact that like, he's a Texan. Like he's gonna when the ball stops for him, when the cleats are hung up, he's gonna be in Texas, right? I mean, he's probably gonna be in Southlake or DFW, right? Like he's gonna live his life here, and a huge part of that existence is gonna be as Quinn Ewers, Longhorn quarterback, right? And you can tell. I mentioned this to Chip. You can tell that when he gets asked those legacy questions, that like he wants to say more, but I think he understands right now there's just no benefit. There's no point in it. He just might as well focus on the here and now. But I always have a lot of respect for Quinn Ewers' ability in that regard. Keenan, going back to this Clemson and Texas matchup, who's one player on the offensive side of the ball that you would like to see kind of step up and have a breakout game?
I'd like to see Isaiah Bond, man. I don't know if he's banged up. I think he's been banged up. I think he's had some problems with injury and not effort, but just like being on the same page as Quinn. And I think that interception in the game was kind of not his fault, but like it was kind of a mix between their faults. And I would just really like to see him get right because they're going to need him if they end up playing against Oregon or Ohio State or Tennessee or whatever. If they advance past Clemson and then advance past Arizona State, they're going to need Isaiah Bond to go off. As good as DeAndre Moore was, they need multiple threats at wide receiver. And I think Isaiah Bond is your burner. He's your guy you need to go off. He's your guy that you need to be able to get downfield and stretch the field and open it up for those intermediate pass plays.
IB is one, and Steve Sarkisian gave an update on his health. He did say that things are trending in the right direction. He said the same thing about Kelvin Banks, but we have no reason to believe that Kelvin Banks won't play. So I guess that would lead you to be the same thing with Isaiah Bond. This is what I do know. I'm going to answer the question I asked you, but I just wrote this. Check it out on the site, horns247.com. Keenan, Texas has been outscored 48-13 in the third quarter over the last 6 games.
Bad.
They've committed 5 turnovers.
Bad.
They've allowed 9 sacks. Excuse me, allowed 3 sacks. Bad. And I asked Steve Sarkisian that question, and I don't want to say that I caught him off guard, but Steve is usually someone who's pretty prepared with like whatever's gonna be thrown his way. The reason I say that I feel like I may have caught him off guard is he said that he would like to he'd like to think that he's had a sizable lead in those games in the third quarter. That's not true. The Florida game,
it's not.
The Florida game, they had a sizable lead. But outside of that, and I ran down the list in the stories. You can go check it out. Most of those games, I think the biggest lead they had was Vanderbilt, if memory serves me correct. But outside of that, those were all games that third quarter made those games competitive heading into the fourth quarter. The Arkansas game was one. The Georgia game, obviously they were up 6-3, and then Georgia took the lead, the SEC title game. The Kentucky game, they were up like 14 points. I think they were up 17, and that made it like a 10-point or 14-point game. So it wasn't that they had, like 30-point leads. It was games, quite frankly, in which the third quarter would have been the quarter that they would have stomped out the opponent, and they failed to do so. So I say all that to say that I would agree with you. Isaiah Bond is the guy. Ryan Wingo has been a little quiet, but again, that's just circumstances in my mind. Still a true freshman. A lot to ask. I think IB is that guy who, when he's right, can take the top off the defense. He's that guy who, big play, you're pushing the ball downfield. Silas Bolden, obviously, if he's in the game, has that type of ability. But I would agree with you. I think Isaiah Bond has to get going. Keenan, your thoughts on Texas's point differential disparity over the last 6 games? Again, those opponents have been Vanderbilt, Kentucky, Florida, Texas A&M, Arkansas, and the SEC championship game against Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, it's concerning, and it goes back to the beginning of his tenure because, like, if they've struggled in the third quarter since the beginning, right? Like they struggled in the third quarter against, like OU, for example, in 2021. Like they blew that game, or was it 21? Because I was at that game. That was the most miserable time I've ever had in a Texas, as a Texas fan, or whatever you want to call it. It was horrible. So this is a problem that's gone back for a while. But if they can figure out the third quarter and they don't even have to dominate the third quarter, just don't get dominated, they can win all of these games. And like with Georgia's quarterback situation, there is a chance Notre Dame could beat them. And I think Texas can beat anybody else. And I think Texas can beat Georgia in a rematch. I really do. So this Texas seems primed for a national title run. I mean, they're going to have to put it together, and they're going to have to not turn the ball over, and they're going to have to win these third quarters. But they have everything they need to win a national championship. And I truly believe that. And I don't think that's a jinx. I think that's just looking at it objectively. They truly do have a national title roster right now, and I think that they have a chance to do it this year.
Keenan, I'm going to give you a chance to end the show to talk about Doug Gottlieb. But before we do, Jonte Cook, please stop tweeting. There's a account that I won't mention who essentially quote tweeted Grace Rayner, who does a great job covering, or she was covering Clemson at the time, now covering college football for The Athletic. This person quote tweeted Grace's tweet. That's essentially saying that Jonte Cook signed with Texas. That Jonte said that Deion Sanders called his mom ahead of signing day to see where he was, but mom essentially shut down that recruitment, wanted to go to Texas. Jonte has responded because the person quote tweeted and said, expletive, let his mama burn a bridge. She burn a bridge she never has to walk over. Parents are insane. Jonte has said, hey, watch what you say about my mama, little bro. And now he's now threatening dude on Twitter, which, listen, I understand defending your parents, but dog, you don't need to be respond to everybody on Twitter. Just just get off of Twitter for a second, Jonte. Like that's what I need you to do. But that aside, Doug Gottlieb, I sent you a quote when Doug Gottlieb felt that he was playing Little Sisters of the Poor, whatever he called them, and then went on to lose to said team. Your thoughts on Doug Gottlieb as a Division I head coach?
Doug Gottlieb is a clown. I've always thought he was a clown. Since he was an analyst, he was a clown. He's now a clown as a head coach. They lost to Michigan Tech, who is Division II, they're not even FCS in football. I think they're Division II in football. To go out there and lose that game is humiliating. I feel bad for his players. He has a podcast he does like every other day. He's on the radio all the time. It's like, dude, you got to take this job more seriously. And he's like getting in Twitter beefs with people. He's like Jonte Coach, kind of. He's like, I'm kidding. I don't want to bring his name into this, but you know what I mean? Like he's tweeting at people. He's being a complete jackass. And yeah, I'm glad he lost, and I'm glad he will continue to lose. And I feel bad for his players. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Keenan, it takes a lot of ego to think that you're going to do a daily radio show and coach a Division I team. Like, or I mean, any team for that matter, right? But I mean, this isn't coaching Division III, right? Like, that's it takes a lot of ego. So I think Doug, I've always been, I've respected him, not always agreed with him, quite frankly. I found some of his takes to be a little bit outlandish, but yeah, I think he's in for it, and his team is 2-10. So yeah, getting in beefs with Adam Schefter and others probably not the best look. I'll jump to some of the comments here as we're up on the 1 p.m. hour. I know Keen's gonna have to get back to work in a second, so when Zay hops on, I'll let him hop off. Neman says that Sark built a roster that Ray Charles could win with. Ewers is a great young man. But he also says, Eric, these guys are open. Ewers isn't seeing the field. I'm not debating whether the guys are open or Quinn doesn't need to play better. I'm just strictly talking about the fact that I think Quinn's legacy, I hope, is one. I talked about this on AM 1300 with my guys Mike Harge and the world's strongest man Mark Henry. I just hope that Quinn's legacy is one that it can be appreciated in the near future. Keenan, I'm not someone who's big on like give these guys their flowers, right? Like, it's okay. There's room to critique people while they're playing. Like, that's just fair, right? But I think there's also room to give people their due as well. And that's my position there with Quinn. I hope his Texas legacy is one that I think should get the amount of wins, the amount of success, back-to-back college ball playoff appearances. It's one that I think should be viewed favorably. That's the way I look at it, Keenan. I don't think that's debatable.
No, I totally agree. I think it's fan spoiledness to not give him his due. He's been so important to the turnaround of this program, and he's gotten them. I don't even know what his record is, but it's crazy good, especially compared to the past quarterbacks.
Keenan, you will be in the house Saturday. What are you looking forward to most as a fan? Just enjoying this CFP tournament, CFP first round. I'll let you finish that answer and then bring on Zay Collier.
Yeah, man. This is the biggest game at DKR ever, I guess you would say. I mean, there are probably games I'm forgetting, but just given it's a playoff matchup, I think you have to consider that it's the biggest game to ever have been played there, on the way to a national championship run, possibly. So, yeah, I'm just excited for the environment, man. I'm excited to go with my dad. We haven't been to a game together in a long time, so it'll be a lot of fun to do that. And I'm looking forward to the whole thing, man. The tailgating, all of it, and just the energy in the building is going to be awesome. So, really looking forward to all of it, man.
There you go. I'm going to bring on Zay Collier so Keenan Womack can get back to work. K-Wo, appreciate it. As always, we'll do it again tomorrow, my guy.
Much love, guys. Talk to you later.
No. You can. Jack Burton, I'll just quickly address that comment. Yes, the same Mark Henry, the world's strongest man that pulled a semi-truck around. That's insane strength. I didn't even know that story. But yeah, Mark does a morning show, 1300 with Harge. So that is who I was on this morning with. Zay Collier. Happy Thursday, my man. What is going on to you? I see you got the HEB bag in the background. I see some groceries, my guy.
Oh, yeah, man. You always got to represent Texas native, HEB. Big reason why it'll be hard for me to ever move out of this state. Like, I put HEB as a grocery store up against anyone. I know you're probably a Publix guy and stuff, if you being a Florida native. And Publix is cool, but Jameis Winston ain't stealing no crab legs at HEB. I'm telling you that. Somebody gonna knock his ass out before he gets to it. So we don't play them games down here in the Lone Star State, you dig?
Zay, I will say this, two things. One, yes, I've only been inside of an HEB like 3 times, but I'm always impressed. No, it's not that I don't go to HEB. Zay, I'm not gonna lie, because I'm always like trying to write an article or I'm in between DKR, man, I be Instacarting them things. So it's not that I don't shop at HEB. It's that sometimes I just don't have the chance, go inside. That's all. I love HEB. HEB, very solid grocery store, better than what I had in Chicago. There's a spot called Jewel Osco in Chicago. That's what it's trash, dog. So HEB definitely love. But this is what I will say. One, I was impressed with the security presence. Jameis is not running out of there. But two, Zay, we all know the deal, dog. We know the deal, Zay. You played once upon a time. You know the deal. You really think Jameis walked into the local Tally Publix and they hadn't been hooking him up forever? And it's just the one time he got caught? You know what I'm saying? Like the amount of Florida State football players who go into insert Publix, you're like, yo, you want a little free pump something? It's over there on the side, bro. Go pick that up. Like, I don't really think Jameis was like, dog, I got to steal these crab legs. I think it was hey, J-Mo, you are a guy, dog. You come here fairly often. You know what's up. We're going to take care of you. And someone just didn't get the memo. That's my thought on it.
Nah, that dude, he tried to think that his entitlement was going to keep running it up, and somebody finally got his country ass on that. So Jameis, I'll never let that slide. All that inspirational stuff that Jameis Winston be doing, like I still remember when you were stealing crab legs, bro. Don't get it twisted. Like you were still very ignorant, in my opinion. I'm glad he's doing well, though. You know, I know the Browns are struggling, but Jameis, great career in the league, even though he doesn't look like a number one guy. Number one quarterback pick, selected overall in the draft. He hasn't lived up to that. But if you can last 10 plus years in the National Football League, that's a great career, no matter who you are, no matter what your expectation was. So I'm going to give Jameis his flowers, but if I ever shook his hand, I'd be like, yo, bro, what was up with them crab legs, dog? I need to know the full 411, Mary J. Blige on them. I need to know why'd you think that was okay? You know what I'm saying? So I'll let Jameis live for the rest of the evening. But yeah, HEB. Now you're a downtown guy, right? You stay. Okay, so what's the closest HEB? Is it that Lake Austin one?
That's the closest one. I got a Trader Joe's nearby me. I got like a Whole Foods nearby me. But yeah, it's that Lake Austin one.
Okay.
I will say this before I bring on Chip Brown. I got a friend of mine who played for the Bucks with Jameis and said, and I can't quote him verbatim, but I'm gonna pass the show to you guys on this. Zay essentially said, James be in the locker room doing all the inspirational stuff, all the speeches, all the blah blah blah, and this person who was a defensive player, right? So that should give you, the thoughts, right? Remember, we're talking about 30 touchdowns, 30 picks. Jameis Winston, first pass in the league, pick 6, last pass with the Bucks, pick 6. And Zay, this person said to me, they said to Jameis, gave the inspirational speech. You pull him aside as they're heading out to the field, Raymond James, and said, Ninja, shut up. Just don't throw the ball to the other team. And with that, I will pass it along. Chip Brown and Zay Collier. Fellas, y'all have a fantastic Thursday.
Appreciate you, E. Henry.
E. Henry. Hey, any more to words of Judy Brown? Happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us. Chip and Zay off the rails on a Thursday. Zay, we've got T-minus 2 days to Texas Clemson. We heard from Steve Sarkisian today. And I don't know whether to get into this or not. I don't know how much you're interested in this, but it is fascinating to me that the national discussion about Texas is all about Quinn Ewers.
Yep.
And how many Texas fans are still behind him or are ready to move on. And I mean, everywhere you turn, the conversation when it comes to the Texas Longhorns. And part of me is like, we need to be talking about this defense, Yeah. Part of it is we need to be talking about the great accomplishments of this team. And And look, Quinn Ewers has been a big part of the accomplishments of this team. Has he had two of his toughest days in Texas's 2 losses? Yeah, but a lot of guys had their toughest days. I mean, the offensive line had their toughest days again. That's a tough matchup, especially because Steve Sarkisian doesn't run the quarterback or roll the quarterback or do the things that you can do to try to help alleviate when you've got a defense that's just slamming through the gaps, trying to penetrate and disrupt everything. So I just haven't been, my stomach is not up for it. I want to get your thoughts on it, though, Zay, because, Lance Taylor's going to join us here. He's had his criticism of Quinn Ewers. He's not sold. But what is your take? Because Steve Sarkisian was asked today, if this is Quinn Ewers' last home game, what's been his impact? And he was like, I'm not doing hypotheticals. Would you like to rephrase the question? And so the person rephrased the question and just said, what has been his impact? And he gave a very eloquent answer about he came in when we were 5-7, helped us get to 8-5 to 12-2. We're back in the college football playoff. He's won big games and, but I want to get your take on it.
Yeah, I mean, we all know if that backup quarterback's last name wasn't what it was, then I don't think these discussions would be happening. Nobody has to deal with the criticism that Quinn Ewers does because of that situation. 2, the dude came in as probably the highest touted high school quarterback in some rankings ever. So with that comes a type of pressure that he hasn't necessarily had big games, but he's had just so many dark moments. There's still more to prove. And I think that he's handled that well. We know he's not a rah-rah guy. We know he's one of those guys that's just pretty quiet and pretty chill, and that rubs people the wrong way. I say this all the time. This ain't the first time I've heard me say this on Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Tom Brady ruined a lot for everybody. We look at him as the standard. That dude was as fiery as it gets. You don't need gasoline to fire up Tom Brady by any means. He'll chew out his coaches. He'll chew out his players. He was yelling before the game. That's the standard. So when we think about the quarterback position, it always goes back to TB12. Quinn Ewers, he does it in a different way. So when things go bad and he has that face about him, it can rub people the wrong way. I've been a guy to criticize it before. Like, damn, man, like, I get it. You're down, but you ain't out. You know what I'm saying? And each year he's improved that, whether it was his fault or Steve Sarkisian's fault. You got to put a lot on Sark on some of these games where he didn't give Quinn Ewers the best opportunities to be successful. Oblique injury. To be honest, I still don't think he's fully back from that. I still think that's going to be here for the rest of the season. Yes, he's had time missing games and, buys and stuff. But overall, with that type of injury, that's one of those, you need about a few months for you to get back. And he hasn't had those few months. He ain't bitch about it. He hasn't complained. I applaud him for that. Like, it's one of those, everybody's hurt during this time of the year, but with the attributes that Quinn Ewers has, he's just now getting over the ankle, didn't have the brace on all week, probably don't expect him to have the brace on Saturday. He's fought through it the best that he's can. But the throws, the bad throws, they're always going to be there. That's a bit odd. He doesn't fire the ball at times in those tight windows. He kind of lofts it in there and gives the defensive, secondary chances to make plays on it. If you get rid of that, then he looks like the guy that's going top 15 pick. but that's always going to be there. So do I think all the national criticism is fair? Absolutely not. But do I think that a lot of people have points on talking a little bit more about Arch Manning? I get that too. I don't think Arch Manning should start like some of these jabronis have been saying. National media, like, starting is crazy. But I'd like to see Arch Manning get 10 snaps, especially in the red zone where the Longhorns have struggled as of late.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. There's a lot of chatter about, is Sarkisian ready to make a jump from Quinn Ewers to Arch Manning in these playoffs like Saban did in going from Jalen Hurts to Tua Tagovailoa, and everybody's trying to set up the scenario about, what's it going to take? Is it a early interception? Is it trailing at halftime? And look, this is why Steve Sarkisian is making $10 million, because that is his side of the ball. He is the offensive play caller. This is Steve Sarkisian's wheelhouse. So, of course, you hope Quinn Ewers plays free and has fun playing the game that you hope he loves. I think he loves the game. I think sometimes people have tried to steal his love of the game, and he's done a good job of blocking out the noise and needs to do a really good job of blocking out the noise right now, because it just seems like it's everywhere. So fascinated, excited about what's going to happen on Saturday at 3:00. Love the storylines. Love that Steve Sarkisian's, to get to the national title, he's got to go through a coach who's won 2 national titles, just like he's had to try to solve Kirby Smart and the Georgia Bulldogs. What did Steve Sarkisian learn? He was so pissed off after that loss in the SEC title game. There had to have been some great ideas born from that frustration, that disappointment, that loss. So let's see what has been learned. What has this team learned? Is the resolve greater than ever? How do they keep each other loose? How do they keep each other playing free? So many distractions with the portal opening on the 9th. I mean, I wrote in the Insider today over at horns247.com, some guys who are returning are having their NIL negotiations basically tabled until next week. And, some of those players thought they were going to have that stuff hammered out before the first playoff game. So there are a lot of distractions. And that's, you and I were talking yesterday, Zay, the team with the best culture might end up being the team that wins the national championship, because we got a ruling within the last 2 days that guys who played Juko ball can get another year in D1. So Diego Pavia is going to be coming to Austin next year.
Yeah, I get, because Steve Sarkisian commented on it, and they were asking him, especially about Diego Pavia situation. He's the one that leads this storyline on the Juko move, which I agree with Sark. It's bogus, but man, you got to play that guy next year. Remember that. That dude will be coming into DKR, and Vanderbilt, they're going to come in with a lot of momentum. It might not be like this year. They might not catch everybody off guard like they did Bama and such, but yeah, I'm sure Vanderbilt, when that time comes, they're going to be using that as bulletin board material. But I just, Quinn's been in a tough spot for the last few years with Arch Manning being his backup. Like, we all know that. And you got to be able to run the ball. That'll help out Quinn Ewers. The fact that they couldn't run the ball against Georgia both times, that's why you lost both of those games. Your only losses of the year. I think Clemson's defense, a lot more vulnerable than Georgia's is. Kirby Smart, as good as Dabo is, I give Kirby a little bit of upper hand, but Kirby, no pun intended, also has the dogs to match. Where Dabo, you don't got those teams that had Deshaun Watson or Trevor Lawrence on them with those defenses that could just choke you out all game long. Like, you should be able to move the ball. So the pressure factor, that's what scares me the most about this game. You talk about Chip being freely and playing loose and having fun. I mean, yeah, that sounds all nice and gravy, but this is Texas. You lose this game, we're going to have a lot of questions about Steve Sarkisian for the foreseeable future. Dabo and them, they're the ones coming in loose. They're the ones, we ain't even supposed to be here. That's why Dabo was smiling and giggling and scratching and stuff on the podium the other day, cracking jokes. Like, oh, yeah, I got my running backs out. So what? So who cares? We're going in there. We got a fighting chance. We got a great kicker. Texas don't got no great kicker. We do. So sorry, that was wrong. I didn't have to do all that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't be tight. Sark was tight against Georgia. He was tight. When you're tight, the whole team feels that. When you're out here pissed off and surly and, you're bitching about calls, yeah, the calls, some were bad, but hey, y'all were holding at times. Isaiah Bond's out here running into guys on pass interference calls. Like, Cam Williams was terrible. Terrible. You don't have Kelvin Banks in that game. You can't feed off of that negative emotion. Even though it's there, going into halftime, it seemed like they were already defeated. Everybody thought Sark talking to, I think it was Laura Rutledge at half, where he was bitching about the calls. Everybody thought that was cool and stuff. I hated that. I didn't see it because I was at the game, but going back and watching and stuff and seeing all on the X and social media and whatnot, I hated that. I hated that. Like, dude, y'all are moving the ball. Y'all are playing good football. Like, get rid of the penalties. Let your team know. Go in there with a smile on your face. Be like, yo, man, we're not playing very well, and we're up, and we're getting anything we want against Georgia. If y'all go out and play clean, we're going to come out SEC champs. I don't think he did that. I don't have a microphone in the locker room. I don't know. I'm speculating, but with the energy that he gave me after halftime, he looked tight, and you can't look tight in this moment. So if you have any of that, then Clemson could be in this game. And if they have any type of life with the way Dabo can coach and get his guys motivated, you talked about that this week. He's one of the best motivators in all of college football. The dude got it from the mud, had moms come live with him because Pops was acting crazy and stuff. Like, this guy, there's a reason why Kade Klubnik went over 12,000 miles to go play for him instead of staying in the Lone Star State. Like, this team, they love Dabo. So you got to be careful. That coaching matchup, that's going to be really interesting, even though Texas has the better talent on paper. Like I said yesterday, ain't nobody won a national championship on paper.
Yeah. And this is what you cannot play into. CB's right, but Quinn cannot be paying attention to stuff like this. The only difference in this scenario, the 0-1 Big 12 title game, this was, we'd seen what Major could do. Major was the starter who got benched for Arch Manning. Major got benched for Chris Sims, son of Phil Simms, Super Bowl MVP Phil Simms. And the fans had seen Major deliver. They hadn't seen Chris Sims do it yet. Sims had to develop into it. Mac rushed him. And in the 0-1 Big 12 title game, Chris Sims, I jokingly said, watching it, I was covering the Cowboys at that time. I said, this guy's having a nervous breakdown in the middle of this game. They got to get him out just to get him a breath, you know? And Major came in, he almost won the game. In this situation, we've seen Arch a little bit, and it was spectacular against UTSA. It was okay against ULM. It's okay. 2 interceptions, got a little greedy. But Quinn Ewers at Alabama last year, come on, man. That dude, and look, people are saying, you know, we all thought blah, blah, blah. And it hasn't turned out the way Quinn thought. The injury. The most emotion I've ever seen Quinn show was when he pulled his jersey up over his face going into the medical tent, because he knew. You always know when you hear that pop or you feel that rip. And he knew that he was going to be out. And he wanted to make it through this season healthy, put up the numbers that he was expecting to put up, not give Arch any runway to get traction, which, look, he's thankful he's got a guy. If something happens to Quinn Saturday and he's going to be out for an extended time, no one's going to be cheering harder for Arch Manning than Quinn Ewers, because he wants his team to win. And that's the part about Quinn. He's not very eloquent. He's a man of few words. He kind of wants to say what he's got to say and then move on. But it is important for him to win championships. It was super important for him to win that Big 12 championship last year. He played great in that game. Let's see if he can lean on his faith, put the blinders on, go out there, have fun with his teammates, and do what he's got to do. He's seen enough football. He's made enough plays. He should be able to tell Sark, hey, I think we need to do this. I think we need to do that. Let's bootleg, let's waggle, let's do some different things that we don't normally do, and let's get after it. Yeah. And we'll see. Because Sark, you're right. In the Georgia game against, in the SEC title game, I genuinely think Sark was confident that their running game would be improved enough to be able to find traction in the running game, and it wasn't. And now Sark's got to find another solution to the problem.
Yeah.
I talked to a coach, I think I said this yesterday, who says that Clemson's front and their defense is very similar to A&M, probably a little better in the back end, but similar. So Texas ran the ball 50 times for 200 plus yards. Texas should be able to run the ball Saturday. They're not, they penetrate, they get upfield like Georgia, but they don't have Michael Williams and Jalen Walker. So Texas should be able to run the football. That means Quinn should have the benefit of play action. There should be some deep shots. And let's see if Texas can get its mojo back.
Yeah, man. Sark was tighter than George Strait's jeans in that Georgia game. We got to loosen it up. We got to get baggy on them.
Yeah, because Zay, I'll never forget. I'm on the floor of the Rose Bowl before the 2005 national championship game, and Vince Young's got his earbuds in, and he's dancing. His head's bobbling like a bobblehead. He was so loose. And he's cracking jokes and getting everybody, that dude's generational. He and Quinn Ewers had the same recruiting ranking. Numero uno. Arch Manning, same recruiting ranking. It's amazing Texas has 3 of these quarterbacks because there's not many. I think there was a USC quarterback in the last 20 years. I'm trying to remember which one it was, but
I think Trevor Lawrence was too.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence. So they do it different ways. Vince was unbelievable. He transformed a team, a program, an administration.
Yeah.
Quinn's, like you said, more of the silent assassin.
And people look at that as a weakness. Like people hate that.
Right. Like what were they thinking when he was throwing deep ball touchdowns against Florida?
I don't know. That's why the Arkansas game, his last play, that 4th and 2, where he kept it on the RPO and then lowered his head. Should have still, I would have slid there. Slide, Quinn, slide. But lowered his head. Make sure he got that yardage. And what did he do when he got up? Passionate, yelling, pumping his fist, that emotion. Like, you want to see him with that emotion a little bit more. But this is what you got. So I hate it for him. I feel bad for him because I think he's done enough to keep the job and not have really any talks. Do I think Arch Manning should play? Absolutely. Just because with his dual threat ability, he gives you a different aspect of the game that will change it up and give defenses problems. But as far as moving the ball and being the head honcho, Quinn's that guy. He's that guy. Like, I got a homegirl that was like, hey, I know you're going to talk about Quinn Sewers on your show. I was like, Sewers? That's what we're calling him? We're calling him Sewers? That's I haven't heard that one before. Like, man, we are real. My own family. My pops talking about, man, they rally around Arch. I'm like, Cece, what? What are you talking about? Like, you on this too? It's just.
Hey, to be fair, I went back, you watched it too, watched it back, the SEC championship game. Kirk Herbstreit was talking about how that team was rallying around Gunnar Stockton. So, sometimes it's, look, the most popular guy on campus is always the backup quarterback, especially when his name is Manning. So it's been an amazing ride, and for Texas fans, you got to hope that that Sarkisian, Quinn, this offense are dialed in, because this defense means business. And this offense, and I'm not trying to get it to where you just don't want to waste this opportunity. It's hard to get a team that pulls for each other, that communicates. You're not going to see probably communication in the secondary like this. I mean, it's been since 2009 that you saw communication like this on the defense. Hell, it might be better now. We might be talking about 2005. So this is a special group, and you don't want to waste this opportunity when you've got the firepower, you've got the horses, you've got 4 starters back in your offensive line, and the Outland Lombardi first-team All-American left tackle. You've got 2 quarterbacks who had a perfect recruiting rating. You've got a warrior running back and, Trey Wisner, and a jet, a rocket man, and Jaden Blue. You got receivers. You got one of the best tight ends in the country. They got a lot of talent, Zay. And let's grab Lance, because I know we've got a short time with him. Lance Taylor
on the road.
LT.
Hey, fellas.
What it do?
I am heading to an appointment I don't want to go to. Long story. I'm not going to bore you guys with that, but getting ready for a little college football playoff action. One of our guys on the set today was like, man, it just doesn't seem like the timing is really weird. It doesn't feel like a college football playoff. And I'm wondering, is it really the timing? Is it around Christmas, or is it the fact that Alabama is on the outside of a 12-team playoff?
Well, yeah. Alabama fans. I mean, you said it, Lance. Y'all been living in, high cotton for 17 straight years, and now it's an adjustment period. But let me get your thoughts on this Texas Clemson game. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I think Kelvin Banks coming back is huge. I mean, obviously, arguably the best offensive lineman in all of football. And I think one of the reasons that, Glenn Schumann and Kirby Smart sold out against the run. Hey, they were going to make Quinn Ewers beat them. And it ultimately worked. Texas couldn't run the football, but I think with Banks back, and you look at this Clemson defense, it ain't Georgia, and especially the run defense, statistically the worst run defense that Dabo Sweeney's had in the last decade. I think Texas should be able to run it, and then I think that's going to open things up for Ewers. I mean, Ewers is, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this, there is only one quarterback in this entire field that has college football playoff experience, and that is Ewers, and I think that does account for something. And I think Ewers is probably, he obviously wants to win a championship, but I saw him in a mock draft today. I was just saying a couple of weeks ago, and I know I'm all over the place, but guys like Ewers and Carson Beck and Jalen Milroe should come back and make $4 or $5 million, play more consistently, and solidify themselves as first-round guys. Well, I saw a mock draft today that had Jalen Milroe going to the Browns at like number 12, and it had Ewers going to the Pittsburgh Steelers at like 27. So with that said, like if Ewers goes out and completely balls, he really can jump that stock. So I think there's a lot of reasons that Quinn Ewers is going to play with motivation. And I think with him effectively running the football, I think it's going to open things up. This is one of those games I really like in the first round. I do like Texas a lot. I know Clemson's playing with house money, and the most experienced coach of any in the college football playoff right now is Dabo Sweeney. But I just like the way this Texas defense is playing, and I think Clemson, as good as Kade Klubnik's been this year, I just don't think they're going to have a lot of success offensively. And again, I think Texas is going to be able to run the football.
Yeah, Lance, definitely agree with you there. I mean, you go back and look at the Georgia game. They had 40-something pressures in both of those games, the one on October 19th and then the SEC championship game. And then Texas, all the other games, it was probably like 80-something for the rest of the teams that they played. So Georgia's a different beast. I don't think Clemson provides that same fear that the Bulldogs do. But the fear is with Dabo Sweeney and Steve Sarkisian. I give Dabo the upper hand, as I should. Sark still got to prove a lot to me. Dabo has been there and done that. With those guys coming in just with no really expectations there, I mean, they probably think in the locker room they can play with anybody, but they really don't have any pressure riding on them. They weren't even supposed to be here, and if it wasn't for that Syracuse win against Miami, they probably wouldn't be here. Should that scare Texas fans, the fact that Clemson just has nothing to lose?
Yeah, I mean, coming in and playing loose, and Klubnik being an Austin guy, and I know that's a great storyline. Yeah, I mean, I think that is a fear, and I think that's one of the things you look at with like an SMU going to play Penn State, the last team in the field, and we've seen this in the field of 68 come March, where some of these teams, they were the last team in the field, and what do? They make a Sweet 16 run. So, I think there is that fear there, but when you're just looking at roster to roster, skill to skill, to me, it's not even close. I give Dabo credit because, when they got run off week one against Georgia in that second half, I was like, damn, man, it looks like he's lost his fastball. Then they recalibrated. They got it going in the right direction. They lose to Louisville. They're dead and buried. Like with 2 losses, there's no chance Clemson's going to be able to come back into this thing. Then they lose to South Carolina, and they still find a way to beat SMU. So they are playing with house money. I don't know how good they are. Now, with Texas, I could look at it 2 ways. I could say that Steve Sarkisian has a Kirby Smart problem. Kirby Smart had a Nick Saban problem. And maybe it's just one of those matchups where it's going to take Sark a little bit of time to figure this thing out. But I do think that Sark has gotten much more talent. And I start looking at the wins, though. The 2 losses to Georgia, who has Texas beaten? Best win? I mean, is it Michigan now? I don't know. You guys tell me.
Yeah.
A&M? Maybe.
Yeah, A&M. But
put it this way, there's no wow win on
right,
that schedule.
Right. There's no win at Tuscaloosa a year ago.
Right. Yeah.
And that's where everybody's waiting to see the Texas team come out and really put someone away. So that we're waiting too. Lance Taylor, lanceslock.com for the picks. Who do you see any upset possibility in this first round?
I don't. I want to say it's Indiana. Indiana scares me because we've seen them play two really good defenses, Ohio State and Michigan, and their offense couldn't do anything. With the time off, they've got a lot of motivation. State championship of Indiana. Curtis Rourke has a ton of experience. I don't know if they can manufacture enough offense against that Al Golden defense. I do think Notre Dame's got a really, really good defense. I think Indiana will give them problems defensively. I just don't think that they can manufacture enough. Now, if they force some turnovers, completely different story. That would be potentially one I would look at. And then the other one would be SMU, because I just don't know how good Penn State is. Maybe played their best game against Oregon in a loss. But, I've seen Penn State down double digits to USC. So I'm not sold on Penn State. I know weather's going to be a factor. It's a whiteout. But I could see SMU be that last team in that's playing with a chip on their shoulder. Hey, we weren't supposed to be here. Everybody said it should have been Alabama, and they go on and win a game or two, because I do think your Mustangs are pretty good.
Kevin Jennings, come on, baby.
I don't think Tennessee, everybody's sexy, trendy first-round upset is Tennessee over Ohio State. Ohio State has not lost back-to-back home games since 1990. I know Ryan Day has a lot of pressure. We say that if he's to get fired, I think the buyout's in excess of $30 million. So, hell, I wouldn't even show up for work if you were going to pay me $30 million to go home and sit on the couch. But I know it's a different motivation for him. But I just think Ohio State in front of their home crowd, I think they're going to play well. I actually think Ohio State's going to win the game by double digits.
If Tennessee were to win, what would have to happen, Lance?
Well, Nico's got to play better on the road. Nico has gone over 301 game this year, and guess what? It was week 1. Back August 31st against, oh my God, I forgot.
NC State.
No, it's Chattanooga.
Oh,
Chattanooga was a 300-yard game. Neutral site NC State, they did carve them up. NC State was one of the major disappointments of the ACC. So Nico played 4 true road games in the SEC. If we don't count Vanderbilt, because there were more Tennessee fans there, in the other 3 road games, Nico had 1 touchdown pass. I think Nico's going to end up being good. I just don't think Nico, against what I believe, along with Texas, is the best defense in this field, Ohio State, is going to be able to go on the road in Columbus in front of that crowd and make things happen. I would assume that Jim Knowles is going to sell out. Dylan Sampson is the guy we've got to stop. And if Nico beats us, so be it. I think Tennessee's defense can give Ohio State some problems, but I just don't see Tennessee having a lot of success offensively.
All right, I know you're up against it, so tell us when you've arrived at where you need to go.
I'm here. I gotta
okay,
be
well
in there,
then just tell us what's going on at lanceslock.com.
Yeah, so we've got a all-inclusive postseason package. You will get every bowl game that we give out. You'll get every college football playoff play that we give out. You'll get every NFL postseason play that we give out. So starting from this moment through the Super Bowl, it's only $75. So if you've ever wanted to try something out, if you've got the degenerate gambler in your family who needs a good stocking stuffer, lanceslock.com. All forms of major payments, lanceslock.com. Free play every single day. Right now we've got 11 plays up today, including tonight's Broncos Chargers. We've got side total. We've also got the bowl game today, and we have 5 plays in the NBA, and I think it's a total of 3 plays in college hoops tonight. All available right now, lanceslock.com.
All right. We may try to get you early next week, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going out of town. I'm going to see my Rams play Sunday. So I'll be back Monday. So I can do something Monday or Tuesday. Just let me know.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Lance.
Talk to you next week.
Yeah, see you guys.
All right. Lance Taylor, lanceslock.com for the picks. $75 for the whole postseason. He's got you covered. lanceslock.com. All right. Zay, I agree with him. The coaches I talked to think Texas is going to be able to run the ball in this game, and that, it could be grimy, could be low scoring, could be a lot like the A&M game. But if Texas just takes care of the football, the A&M game is a 28, 31-7 type game. So there's been a lot of that. Texas got to hang on to the football. 7 turnovers in the last 3 games. That's too much. You can't be turning it over twice. You can't be turning over in the red zone. You can't be not scoring touchdowns in the red zone. Last 20 red zone trips, only 10 touchdowns. Remember at the beginning of the year, it was, 27 trips in the red zone, 25 scores, 24 of them were touchdowns. That was through August and September. We were like, whoa, this offense is a juggernaut. It's explosive. They score in the red zone. They're not kicking any field goals because they're just scoring touchdowns. And then, obviously, the injury to Ewers, they still made Oklahoma's defense look bad. But that was thanks to the Texas defense turning over OU deep in their own territory twice for 2 nice, quick scores before halftime. But look, it's in there. We know it. We've seen it. So you just gotta go do it now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Quinn Ewers, I really do think the oblique injury is still a thing. I know we don't talk about it much. Again, everyone's hurt this time of the year, and Quinn Ewers, he wouldn't even mention it. If you asked him about it, he just says, I'm fine, I'm ready to go. But that zip on the ball, it just hasn't been the same like we saw against Michigan. And in the red zone, man, you got to get into some tight windows. And I don't know if Steve Sarkisian has the confidence to give Quinn Ewers those opportunities to squeak it in. Like, we've seen a lot of lob passes on wheel routes or that fake screen, fade, things like that where you can lob the ball and put some touch on it, which Quinn Ewers, that touch, that hasn't declined in any way. Like, his touch ball is still really good. Definitely thought he should have hit some of those touch lob passes in the second half of the Georgia game, especially that one to DeAndre Moore that was wide open. And there was one where he just didn't read, and that safety who was pretending like he was going towards the middle jumped back to the sideline and almost had that pick for the Bulldogs. So, you're right. The turnovers, that's been a problem. And then Jaden Blue, I talked about this earlier this week. Like, the fact that you can't trust him, that holds you back. Like, that guy, he's just too talented for him not to be getting the reps. And I get why he's not getting the reps. I mean, the fumbling issue has been problematic all year long. Just when you think he's good, the ball's protected, he's carrying it around campus and stuff like that, he goes and he fumbles it again. Hell, go back to that Kentucky game. The touchdown that he had, he fumbled it after he crossed the line. So thank goodness he crossed it before that ball came loose. But it just seems like every time he gets the ball, you're holding your breath as a Texas fan, and that's just not a positive way to live by any means. So yes, Quintravion Wisener has been terrific as of late. Again, Kelvin Banks coming back, that should be a huge difference. Like, you could really attack that left side like they were when the Lombardi and Outland Trophy winner was available. Him and Hayden Connor and Jake Majors, those guys, they could really move some folks and get going, especially in the second half when that defense gets a little bit fatigued. But the penalties, man, you cannot set yourself back. You can't be moving the ball and all of a sudden have a false start or a holding where now you're behind the chains and your play calling completely has to adjust. Like, that's exactly what Clemson's going to be banking for. And this is a team that has forced a lot of turnovers too. I know Clemson, they're vulnerable in the run game. They're back in the secondary. Isn't as good as we've seen in recent years, but they got like 25 plus turnovers for that defense. So, yeah, it's against ACC competition, but that's good for anybody. Like, these guys will take chances. They will try to make plays. They're good enough to keep it a game, especially if Texas doesn't bring their A game offensively. So you don't allow that. You move the ball. You protect it. You run it, which opens up the passing game. Quinn Ewers is hitting his passes. And, yeah, Texas should be making their trip to Atlanta the following week. But, hey, it could be a game.
And give me Is anyone paying attention to the Lions offense? Give me that little hook and lateral.
Oh my gosh.
It's been working. You throw that little hook route, little turnaround route, throw it to Helm, and then you have Bolden or Bond come flying by and he just flips it to him, and away they go. Come on, Sark. You got this. You've seen what's out there. Go get you some.
I do like that play, which we haven't talked about your lines, man. Are you nervous?
Oh, yeah, they don't have anyone left. They don't have anyone left.
Yeah.
I mean, you got 13 guys on defense on IR. Now you got David Montgomery on IR. I said to L, I was like, I don't know if they're going to have enough dudes left. I love what Dan Campbell said after the game. He's like, hey, it's opportunities for new guys. And we're going to go play like hell. We're going to go get it done. So let's hope.
Yeah, you put up the numbers that they did and still lose. And it's the Bills, man. Josh Allen's playing some of the best football at the quarterback position you're ever going to see. So it's going to be hard to get in the way of that train that they got going on in Buffalo. But, yeah, those injuries, that curse, man, that curse might be knocking on the door. I was like, man, the curse is going to get stuffed this year. That curse, that ain't going to be a problem. Sure enough.
My guy, Bobby Lane.
Bobby Lane.
Got his book right here somewhere, but yeah, I mean, look, they were able to hide Terry and Arnold because they had Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil and Anzalone and guys who were making plays up front. And now all those guys I just mentioned are gone. Terry and Arnold's still there. I mean, you still got Brian Branch, who's unbelievable. I mean, to me, he's top 5 safety in the league. But you gotta, the offense has to be special. It has to be super special.
And these last 3 games are brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta play the Vikings.
Golly.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be, oh wow. Today's Bobby Lane's birthday. Oh, isn't that great? That's my guy. Bobby Lane.
Legend.
Johnny Manziel. Way before Johnny Manziel.
Yeah. Yo, Jose, leave Dan Campbell alone. I saw that picture of his teeth too. It's tough. It's a tough pick, but he's an Aggie. He's an Aggie.
I missed that.
Oh, you missed that? Oh, man. Yeah, I was like, this can't be real. Oh, look at old Bobby. Heart of the line.
Happy birthday, Bobby. Ease up on that curse, will you?
Please.
You don't need that curse.
Man,
the curse has been tough.
IR. Wow. And Aiden Hutchinson was like, yo, Super Bowl. They play in the Super Bowl. He'll be back.
I know.
He said it on some podcast. He said, hey, that's the only way I'll be back. We make it to that big game at the Superdome, New Orleans.
Oh, they're saying that Dan Campbell was dipping. I haven't seen the photo.
It's tough.
It's tough?
Yeah, it's tough.
I went to the dentist
dipping
today.
his whole life. He's definitely a dip guy. Like, you kidding me? That dude, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's on that. Steve Sarkisian, ESPN got Steve Sarkisian on that dip cup before the Georgia game.
Oh, I see the picture now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some work to do. Probably got some teeth to replace here soon. But you in Sark rule, because Sark was a Joe guy. So they've now said that you get an extra year if you played Juko. And Sark said, this is a quote, I totally disagree with the NCAA determination on this. We chose to go to junior college football, and that's where we wanted to start and play our career. So I don't understand it at all. We're going to have guys 28, 29 years old playing college football. Like, what's the point, man? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand it. I totally disagree with it. Yeah, it's almost like COVID. You just extended dudes' careers by a year.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it's weird. I don't like the rule either. I mean, the JUCO life is tough. Like, it's y'all seen the Last Chance U series and stuff like that. Like, it's a different world. It's not what you think college sports is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a different type of grind, but some guys do choose it, as of what Steve Sarkisian's referring to there. And some guys, they have no choice. Look at former Texas Longhorn basketball player Arterio Morris, who's got caught up in some serious trouble, and now he's playing JUCO ball just to resurrect his career. Like, some guys just don't have a choice. And, you know, they're helping out guys like Diego Pavia and stuff. It's weird. It's a slippery slope, but I completely get where Steve Sarkisian's coming from. Well, how wasn't Chris Winkie like 28? Wasn't he old as hell? He's like 26. And what's my man that went to OU? Brandon Whedon? He was like 30.
They played pro baseball.
Yeah. So what do we say about those guys?
Right.
Brandon Whedon was nice. Brandon Whedon was pretty cold. So it's a slippery slope.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a crazy world we live in right now with college football. The NCAA is afraid to make any kind of rule that keeps a kid from being able to earn money right now. So here we go with the JUCO rule. If you played 1 or 2 years of JUCO, you get an extra year at the FBS level, or FCS for that matter. So, all right, let's get a couple mentions in here. How about for that Longhorn in your Christmas shopping? I got the easiest Christmas shopping for you. Go to LonghornFanbox.com.
Hey, Longhorn fans, it's me, Anthony Hill.
It's Madison Booker.
It's DeAndre Moore Jr.
And I'm here to announce I'm partnering with you, our most valuable fans.
I'm signing collectibles for the Longhorn Fan Box just for you.
Each box comes filled with signed posters, prints, trading cards, and more from your favorite Texas student athletes. And if you purchase the Longhorn All-American box, you can receive this signed poster from me.
So join the thousands of Longhorn fans who are supporting student athletes and capturing the magic through every season through the only player endorsed and university approved Longhorn Fan Box.
Your fan box come direct from my hands to your doorstep. Click below to support us and get a free gift valued at $99.
We are in this together. United
we fan.
United we fan. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, and when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, only one place to go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Yeah. And listen, if you're headed to the Trail of Lights, one of the great Austin traditions there, right there at Zilker, that's the perfect time to go to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Go a little early, get in there for happy hour, get that incredible selection of raw oysters, or you're getting $5 off the shareables menu, which has the mussels, the crab cake, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp, the grilled oysters, the chowder fries. Come on. This is it. Your new tradition. You go to the Trail of Lights and Salt Traders Coastal Cooking right there at Zilker. Literally, you get off of Mopac at Rollingwood. You're making that U-turn into the, Trail of Lights. Before you go, look to your right. There it is. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Make sure you stop in there for happy hour on your way in, or make a reservation for dinner at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking after you go to the Trail of Lights. All right, Zay. Steve Sarkisian, he was a little, I thought he was fantastic on Monday, by the way. I thought he looked really relaxed. I thought he was very thoughtful. The only reason I think he's getting a little irritated or sounded irritated today on his media availability was because of the hypotheticals about Quinn Ewers. So he said, I'm not doing hypotheticals. But then when the question was rephrased as what's been, Quinn Ewers' impact, he gave a very thoughtful answer. He talked about how Texas is the only one of the 4 teams from last year's playoff that made it back to the playoffs. Michigan, Alabama, Washington didn't make it. And that, Texas is starting to establish a postseason presence. And that's what Steve Sarkisian wants. I mean, he wants to do what Nick Saban was able to do at Alabama and consistently be in the national championship hunt. He's got the players, he's got the program to do it. I've said the only way this thing slows down is if Steve Sarkisian, somehow disrupts the momentum himself, because he's made good hires. He's in charge of the offense. His defense is killing it. He's been able to recruit both out of high school. Got the #1 recruiting class in 2025, and the last couple of years he's been able to supplement his high school recruiting with guys from the portal who have come in and made a big impact. So, Sarkisian's got the momentum. No time like the present. I mean, if you were handicapping this thing, Zay, like if you had to pick, we're drafting the teams we think are going to win the college football playoff. Who's your number 1? Who's your number 2?
Number 1, even though the path's very difficult, I still got to go with Oregon. Like those guys, they just get it done every game. I get it. The Ohio State game, that home field advantage was there, but everybody that's been in front of them, they've handled their business. And I think they got the best quarterback in the college football playoff in I get Diego Pavi. I can't even think right now. What's my man's name? Dylan Gabriel. Yes, thank you.
Their defense gets moved, though.
Like does.
That concerns me. Their defensive line gets, like Penn State was able to move them in the Big Ten championship game. That was more of a shootout. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, I think Dylan Gabriel he's the most dependable, most consistent, most experienced quarterback in this tournament.
And then with the Gunnar Stockton situation, I'd have to say Texas and the draw that they have. It's just all on Quinn Ewers. And rewind back to Sark a little bit. I hate when he's surly. I talked about that earlier. Like, I get it. It's frustrating to answer these questions, hypothetical and stuff. But stop letting the damn media see you sweat. lie, be fake. Being fake is good in this sense. In any other sense, being fake, nah, I'm not with that. But when you're the coach and you have these mandatory press conferences that you have to do, like, put on a fake smile. I'll be looking at folks being like, I don't know, guys. Like, we'll see. Quinn Ewers our quarterback. That's all you got to say. But he gets tired and stuff. And I don't know if he feels like when he gets upset that he's protecting Quinn Ewers and showing Quinn Ewers that he cares a lot, which Sark could be a little overly loyal, in my opinion. Like I've said on this, media network for a long time, I pull my mama out of the game if she's struggling her ass off and playing quarterback. It is what it is. Trying to win the game. You're not going to get in the way of what I think is the best option for my team. So, yes, Quinn Ewers is that option, but Arch Manning should have played a lot more than he did in that Georgia game. Was that Sark being too loyal to Quinn Ewers, or was that Sark being a little arrogant when it came to the game plan and thinking that he could just move the ball the same way he did against A&M, against the Bulldogs? That's where it gets a little murky for me. You said yourself, like, Sark, you might have to do some trickery stuff, whether it's that hook and lateral stuff. We saw that double reverse thing against Florida early on in the season. Like, you might have to spice it up a little bit more in these types of games, the college football playoff. Maybe not against Clemson, maybe not against Arizona State, but if you're lucky enough to get to that Final Four, you're going to have to pull the bunny rabbit out of the hat. And that's okay. Like, that's okay. With all the talent that you have, that's okay. Whatever it takes to win the game, you got to have that desperation in your mind, even if you have all the confidence in your team. So going into this Clemson game, only way that they lose is if Quinn Ewers is horrible and Sark allows him to be horrible for way too long to give Clemson that advantage. Other than that, I don't see it happening. Like, Jaden Blue, let's get him in the mix more. Whether it's in that short pass game, screen game, whatever, in between the tackles, you got to trust Jaden Blue a little bit more. I know that's hard for Texas fans to hear, but that guy's just too dynamic to just be sitting on the bench and getting 2 carries against Georgia? Like, that ain't nothing. Like, I get it, fumbling problem, okay, but you got to mix it up a lot more during this time of the year. And if Quinn Ewers is limited because you don't think he can make the throws, whether he just can't make them or he's not 100% to make those throws, then you got to improvise on the fly and show us why you deserve that pay increase that's brought you to the $10 million. That's made your whole family's life and decades and decades more comfortable. So I want to see that, man. I want to see Sark really let loose with his squad, let them play. And if the defense has to win you a national championship, cool. But the competition's too good to just rely on that defense. Your offense is going to have to show up and put up 6s instead of 3s. And hell, those 3s aren't even guaranteed with the way Sideshow Bert's been kicking as of late. So, yeah, Texas could beat themselves. I don't know if Clemson could beat Texas.
Yeah, and part of the issue is Texas in the third quarter. Eric Henry wrote about this, and Sark talked about it today. Texas has been outscored 48-13 in the third quarter of its last 6 games. They've committed 9 penalties, 6 offensive in the third quarter of those 6 games. Turned the ball over 5 times, twice against A&M. 1 was a pick 6, allowed 3 sacks, and have played nearly even with opponents offensively, gaining 478 yards compared to 468 yards allowed. So Sarkisian said, we've got to get in the locker room and do a better job of conveying to the players what we're going to try to do in the third quarter, and then we got to go out and execute those things for whatever reason, whether it's us not putting together a great plan, our players not understanding what we're trying to do, or maybe our mental intensity isn't where it's supposed to be. All those things have to elevate, end quote. So, outside of the Florida game, the, third quarter, Vanderbilt, Texas was up 21-10. And then after the third quarter, it was 24-17. At Arkansas, Texas was up 10-zip at halftime, and then it was 13-7 entering the fourth quarter. Against Kentucky, Texas was up 24-7 at halftime, and then it was 24-14 entering the fourth quarter. And then against A&M, Texas up 17-0 at halftime, and it became 17-7 after the third quarter. And then in the SEC championship game, Texas was up 6-3 at halftime, and then was trailing 13-6 entering the fourth quarter. So, they gotta be sharp. They gotta be sharp.
That's on the coaches to me. You're not prepared for just the different adjustments that the opposing team makes going into that third quarter. I don't know what it is. Maybe they're not eating their oranges and mandarins at halftime like they should, or the Uncrustables or something. Who knows what the hell is going on? But the coaching staff, they gotta do something different, because that is a problem. Like, you gotta be ready for those adjustments. Like, what did we do well in the first half? Okay, just like any good coaching staff would, they're going to try to stop that in the second half. So what are you going to do to counter that? What are you going to be prepared for? Because you can't just keep doing the same thing. And I feel like that's what they're doing a little bit. Like, are you just doing the same old thing coming out of halftime that you did in the first half? Because it's so easy to do that. And sometimes it works. Sometimes, you're just better. Your guys are just bigger. Your guys are just faster. But in the SEC, where everybody's big and fast too, and you got good, high-quality coaches also, you got to be ready for that. You got to be anticipating how are they going to try to stop you and bring an extra element to your game. So, the coaches, that's on them, man. Like, they got to get that right. And we'll see, because I think Dabo Sweeney, he has an issue in the second half also. Sark ain't the only one. In the second half, Clemson, they struggled too. I mean, you saw it with your Mustangs. They were beating the crap out of SMU. And then all of a sudden, that game got tight. And they needed a 56-yard kick just to win it at the end. Now, a lot of that's due to Jay Haynes going out and Phil Maffa not being 100%. And, Garrett Riley did get a little conservative in that second half, and he talked about that. He talked about, we're going to have to, be way more aggressive against a team like Texas in the second half, unlike they did in the ACC championship game. But for the Horns, man, your team's just too talented to have those third quarter woes. And the coaching staff, it ain't the defense either. You can't put it on the defense. This is an offensive problem. So that's Steve Sarkisian's baby. AJ Milwee, all those guys, Chris Jackson, all those guys, they got to figure something out. Jeff Banks, Tashard Choice, figure it out. Kyle Flood, figure it out. Because now Kelvin Banks is coming back. You should be able to do what you want against these Tigers.
I know we haven't talked about this because it happened early in the week. But how about when Michael Taft was asked about going up against Klubnik and, what's it going to be like? You're going to, square him up. You're going to just try to take him down. And Michael Taft said, It's my job to take my opponent's soul. I mean,
damn,
I
soul.
know you, yeah, his soul.
All right. Yo, that's why you're AP All-American with that type of mindset, like Michael Taff is.
Here's the quote. Asked if he would find it hard to blister Klubnik with a savage hit, Taff said, "My job is to take my opponent's soul, no matter if it's my best friend or the guy that I hate the most on this planet. That's my job. That's my goal on the field. To take my opponent's soul."
Yeah.
Come on. That's what you want. That's what you
That's what
call
you
killer instinct.
Yeah, that sounds like some.
We're trying to take souls out here. We like the devil. We taking souls.
Yo, I'm a big Mortal Kombat guy. That's my game, one of the greatest games ever invented. That's what the villain, Shang Tsung, I don't know how to pronounce his name. That's what he used to say, your soul is mine. And he used to like jump in their body and like take their soul out and kill the dude and then make him stronger with that. Like, that's what it reminds me of, for real, CB.
See?
Like,
I knew you'd like that.
That's some demonic stuff. I like that. I need that in my safety. You know,
I knew you'd like that.
Mookie John Lynch tag.
Yeah. Even for a Westlake guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can
Klubnik, man, it's going to be all on him. Like, I do not think they'll be able to move the ball on the ground with their backfield. Like, it's going to be if the fact that Phil Maffa's even going, like, salute to that dude. Because if I know I need shoulder surgery, I'm getting that surgery as quick as possible. Like, oh, you're going to have surgery, but you could play through it. Okay, cool. Let's play through it against the number one defense in the nation. That makes sense. Like, that's just, you're setting yourself up for failure there. So Phil Maffa, that dude doing anything on Saturday definitely shows his toughness. But guys like Keith Adams and Jarvis Green, like, they barely played. All of their minutes came in garbage time. So it's all on Kade Klubnik. You're going to have to force him to make some throws.
Here's what you got. If Phil Maffa can't, like, if his pain meds wear off, Jay Haynes is out for the year. He was averaging 6.9 a carry. And you got Keith Adams Jr., 27 carries for 4.1 per carry. That's not good, by the way. And then Antonio Williams, the receiver, has 7 carries for 101 yards.
Yo, he's nice. We better respect him.
Yeah,
he's good. You better respect him.
He's legit.
He's legit. He's tough.
So's Brenningstool, their tight end.
He's tough too. Yeah.
He's got 6 touchdown catches. And then Bryant Westgo. Yeah, their skill
DJ
guys
Moore.
they're young and they've upgraded. I mean, yeah.
There's no like DeAndre Hopkins or Sammy Watkins on the team, but you better respect those wideouts, man. Like, they go, you know who they gonna go after, Chip? Who does every team go after? Manny Muhammad, Gavin Holmes. They gonna attack them brothers all game long. They gonna stay away from Jade Barron, Thorpe Award winner. They gonna try to avoid him as much as possible. That's good coaching. But when they see 9 and 5 out there, they gonna test them dudes. And Wesco's 6'4". If he gets a matchup with Gavin Holmes, you're gonna see the same deep shots.
Wesco is 6'2". TJ Moore is 6'3".
Okay.
Those dudes are both freshmen, and they're making plays. Antonio Williams is a sophomore. He's their burner, 5'11", 190. He's like, their bond. And then Brenningstool is 6'6", like Helm. Jake Brenningstool, number 9, their tight end, and he's got 6 touchdown catches. So,
yeah.
Klubnik, I mean, there's a reason he's got 33 touchdown passes and only 5 interceptions. I mean, those are good numbers. Those are good numbers. You look at Quinn's got 25 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Klubnik, 33 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. So Klubnik's he's by far the best passer of the dual threat quarterbacks Texas has faced this year. It's not even close. So all these other dudes, Talon Green, Marcel Reed, Diego Pavia, they run around. Klubnik is every bit the runner those guys are, but he's way better as a passer. Now, he hadn't gone up against Colin Simmons, Anthony Hill, Barron Sorrell, Trey Moore, Ethan Burke. Trey Moore.
Big Ocho.
Big Ocho. Where's Coach 420?
Oh, he was here. He was here early. He here.
I need a prediction. I need a prediction. I need a prediction for the Big Ocho.
Yeah.
Big Ocho's got 5 straight games with a play behind the line of scrimmage.
It's a problem. He's a problem now.
Excuse me, 6 straight games. 6. And he's the man who sent Carson Beck to the IR.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you're getting death threats and all types of crazy stuff from Georgia fans. I don't recommend it. It just kind of comes with the territory. But, yeah, Big Ocho, he's been a problem. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, if you're Garrett Riley, who do you focus on? Because Alfred Collins has been the man. He's been dominant, but Vernon Broughton took over the A&M game in a way.
Oh, yeah.
Like Vernon Broughton.
Game.
Yeah, Vernon Broughton was that dude. And then
Vernon, it's already been Broughton.
And Barron Sorrell is so consistent and solid. And
he's
now
gotten
Trey
better.
Moore. Like
Barron Sorrell's he's gotten a lot better. He's going to be a good pro, man, because he's strong enough to bulldoze you back into the quarterback, but he gets your hands off him. He's got good instincts, man. Barron Sorrell's playing. He's got 39 quarterback pressures this year. Easily the best on the team.
A solid man. Now, Colin Simmons, he showed that he was a freshman in the SEC championship game. Jumping, off sides, that was tough. Those were bad moments. If he cleans that up, then he's back to being that All-American freshman that we know he can be. But, yeah, I think Leoga Lafau is going to have a good game. Because they're going to have to contain Klubnik. Both of those guys, Lafau, Anthill, they do a really good job with those running quarterbacks and not allowing them to get up the field and improvise and stuff. Yeah, Gunnar Stockton caught him off guard, but after that first drive, Gunnar Stockton was getting his bell rung and his helmet knocked off and stuff. It was more of ETN being the problem in that second half. Maffa, with his injury, even though he's been good all year, I don't think he'll be able to do that. I could be wrong, but I think the chances are real slim for Phil Maffa to go crazy on Saturday. And plus, that offensive line, they're good. They're not great. Texas defensive line, great. So just moving the ball for Clemson, man. And even if they move it and they get inside the 20s in that red zone territory, I think you're going to see a lot of threes put up because Texas, they get real stingy when they get in the red zone as a defense. And
here's the quarterback pressures. The quarterback pressure leaders, according to Pro Football Focus: Barron Sorrell, 39. Colin Simmons, 31, the freshman. Trey Moore, 26. Vernon Broughton, 23. Anthony Hill, 18. Alfred Collins, 16. Ethan Burke, 14. That's a lot of dudes with a lot of quarterback pressures. And man, when you can rotate them like that, it makes for a long day for those offensive tackles, especially when you're bringing them, like they'll line up Simmons and Hill together and they'll stunt. And that tackle's like, oh God, what do I do?
Like moving fast for a 300-pound specimen, that could be tough.
Yeah,
it'd be real tough. So, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, why? Like, if you're Steve Sarkisian, you're not. Why are you even worried about this right now? Like, I would have. You can lie, even if you like you're asked a question, you can be like, I mean, yeah, I saw it. Don't like it very much, but hey, I got bigger things to worry about right now. But he has to go on and say why he doesn't like it and talk about 23 or 28 and 29-year-olds playing and stuff like that. And now it's gone viral and everybody's posting about it and stuff. And it's just like, you don't need any distractions right now. You don't need to give the media, like you people, I don't know is it just the media, the faces, and you want to be like a nice guy too? You don't got to. Bill Belichick said like 10 words an answer, if that.
Bill Belichick doesn't care. He doesn't care.
I need him to care more. That's the problem. I need him to care more.
This doesn't bother him. Like, he said what he wanted to say.
But that clearly bothers him. What he wanted to say is what bothered him, though, which it's relevant, but not right now. At this moment, you got 4 games to worry about. That's relevant. This is irrelevant. You don't need to talk about it. Why? You're in the college football playoff. Leave that to Lane Kiffin. Leave that to Lincoln Riley. Guys that are at the crib ain't doing a damn thing.
He's got his blinders on. He's not inside that building right now. This is like,
all right.
I got you on this one.
They better not lose. I'll tell you that, because we got 2 days next week. We're off Christmas, then the rest of Friday. If they lose, I'm lighting his ass up for 4 straight hours. What you mean? I'm lighting his ass up for 4 straight hours. I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for like, why are y'all asking me questions about that? We got a game to prepare for. I'll answer questions about the game. They're like, oh sorry, man.
Now I'm laughing.
What's wrong with this guy? Like, man.
Sark loves attention. Any dude who has that hairdo loves attention.
Stop playing, Rodney. Is the hair bad? I don't think the hair is bad. It used to be more mohawk than it is now. Like when you first touched down to the ATX.
Yeah, it used to be a little more faux hawk.
Yeah, like what's my man from Little Rascals?
Alfalfa.
He had a little alfalfa going on. I feel like L'Oreal was like, all right, you're cute and all, but we're going to have to mix it up. We're going to have to change a little bit. It's not as much as, alfalfa as it used to be. Someone mentioned the other day, too, that Sark's lost some LBs. I haven't noticed that. He's always been a fit guy that looks like he takes care of himself.
Yeah, the ladies were noticing the tight pants that he wears on game day.
Okay.
He's going with the skinny pants.
I mean,
hey man, if you got it, flaunt it.
I guess. I mean, to me, if you're wearing those skinny pants, there's something that you don't got, but that's a different story.
Oh,
it'd be a lot tighter up in,
My man Sean Adams always used to say, "Hey man, be careful about those white football pants with the brothers. Make sure you got that patch that's not see-through when that stuff gets wet." I used to crack up.
Oh,
oh man,
yo,
man. See, that's what it's all about,
See, people look clean. I like Sark's fits during the game. Like, that's a clean look. Like, styling and profiling, ain't nothing wrong with that, but you just gotta. Like, I hate that this is going viral because I've seen it a lot. I've seen his answer about Diego Pavia and the Juko rule, I've seen it on different platforms on social media. I'm like, why am I seeing this right now?
Yeah, look, he'll hear about it when Vandy comes to town next year.
Oh, yeah.
Those 6 Commodore fans will have a sign. Diego will be hot. His brothers will be hot. His brothers will be wearing their farmer jeans with no shirts, with their cowboy hats, looking for trouble. They'll be trying to get down the Texas tunnel to tell Sarkisian what's up. Hey, we're
Hope
here.
Diego Pavia's mom's arm has healed with her clumsy self. You remember that? She went up for a game and she was standing at the crib and she didn't want to turn the lights on. So she buckled down.
She had the Sergio Kindle episode.
It wasn't no Sergio Kindle. Sergio Kindle was wilding.
Well, just turn the
trouble.
Brother's got to do what he's got to do.
Yeah.
But turn on the lights.
Turn on the lights.
You don't need to be tiptoeing.
Well, now we got these. Like, turn that flashlight on.
Right. Turn that little flashlight on. All right. What I was gonna ask you about something else. Yeah, I think when you look at this in terms of I'm eager to see if Sark's going to get out of his comfort zone a little bit, which to me is moving the quarterback, maybe a designed run or two. Quinn can move. Look, Brock Purdy beat the Lions last year in the NFC Championship game with a couple of well-timed runs. And Clemson plays man.
A lot.
It means they're going to turn their back to him. There's going to be gaps and there's going to be room to run. So Quinn, if you get the corner this time, don't be shocked that you get the corner. Keep those wheels in bounds, baby. Could have gotten 10, 20 more yards on that 26-yard run. He kind of weebled and wobbled and he kind of stepped out of bounds. He was like, damn, Matt Golden got that block.
Yeah, it was too late. But yeah, Quintavious show up? Like, I don't think he'll be wearing the brace on Saturday. He didn't wear the brace. Like Israel asked, how's his ankle? Right. He took the brace off. He didn't have the brace on this week during practice and stuff. So that's promising. But yeah, like I'm trying to see a little bit more of Quintavious. And he has to realize that too. Like he has to realize if that pocket is shrinking and you got to move around a little bit, then take off.
Yeah.
Get those 5, 6, 7 yards and slide and protect the ball when you slide. Unlike, we gotta cuff that thing up. Him and Jaden Blue, please protect the ball when you're out there running. But
I don't know why people are acting surprised that this game is sold out. Like this game should be popping. Like this should be the loudest you've ever heard DKR. This is for a national championship. The season ticket holders claimed their tickets. Their 12,000 students claimed their tickets. I don't think they would have claimed them because 23,000 students have that big ticket. They have to get in line and do the, claiming, the draw, whatever they call it. And 12,000 did it. This is not going to be some watered down NCAA. I've been trying to tell people, I wrote about it a week ago. This is a straight home game for Texas. They get to play their pump up music. They get to do everything that they normally do. The only thing they got to do is play a minute or whatever, 30-second video for Clemson right before the teams come out of the tunnel. That's it. Everything else, they're going to have Pat Green playing Longhorn City Limits. They got an opening band for him. Like the music starting at 11:30. Pat Green takes stage at 1:00. Beaver Boulevard, Smokies Midway, all that stuff. I mean, $5 beers during the Longhorn City Limits concert. Like,
damn, can't beat that.
Yeah, I mean, Texas, God bless, the game day atmosphere is so much better than before Del Conte and Drew Martin got here. The administration, sorry, Chris Plonsky, I am calling you out. They didn't give a flip about the fans. They didn't give a flip about the fans. You saw that game day. There was no game day atmosphere outside DKR before Del Conte got here. I mean, yeah, they sold beer in the stadium. Oh, maybe we could sell beer outside the stadium. Maybe we could turn San Jacinto into a tailgate for everybody. Oh, I know. Let's have the team walk right down Bevo Boulevard so that thousands of fans get to slap five with the players before. I mean, there was nothing like that.
You're reaching saying Chris didn't care about the fans. It's just I don't think they.
Well, they didn't put any thought into it. She was in charge of external affairs. This was her area.
That's what it was more. They didn't showcase it like CDC and Drew has.
Yeah. No, listen. Some people have different strengths. Chris Plonsky's strength is seeing all of college athletics, policy, knowing where to go, that kind of thing. Drew Martin, Chris Del Conte, those dudes are about the fan experience. It's personal that you have great experience. That's why Chris Del Conte is out there shaking hands in a suit when it's 100 degrees.
Yep, with that cowboy hat on.
Yeah, and he's still responding to fans on Twitter 7 years in.
Yeah. CDC's big, too. That dude looked like he could catch an alley-oop.
Yeah, he was a high jumper, man.
Yeah.
Got them long legs.
Got them legs, man. He looked like go back door.
At UC Santa Barbara. Like the most beautiful campus of all time. He was at Oregon State. They folded. The coach left or something. So he decided, I'm going to go to the most beautiful campus in America. They're offering me a high jump scholarship.
Speaking of Oregon State, glad you mentioned that. Malik Murphy? Head scratcher there, huh? I don't know about that, Malik. I mean, do you? I hope you're happy, but that's the Pac-2.
And no one sees you.
No one sees you.
Your games, it's Pac-12 after dark. I mean, everyone was seeing him at Duke. His games were on TV a lot. Now, everyone's going to be asleep.
Now, Manny Diaz did kind of screw him over by trying to bring in that other quarterback. Was it the Tulane guy? That's mucked up. That was wrong. Like, come on, this is Duke. We just went 9-3, won some big games, beat Carolina.
But what do you have? 26 TDs and 12 interceptions, or was it 22 and 16? Let me see.
But 9-3 is 9-3.
No, I know.
Like,
but Manny's trying to get that ACC championship because he knows. He knows that league is gettable. Look, SMU went undefeated. He's saying, and he feels like his team should have beaten SMU. Okay, 26 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers has 26 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. No, Quinn Ewers has 25 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Malik has 26 and 12. So,
yeah. I mean, I hope he does well. I hope he lights it up. But you're not going to get the attention.
He's getting closer to home. But, yeah, man. I mean, what do you want? What do you want? Do you want to be seen? You want to get to the league? Is the competition in the Pac-2 really what is going to wow the NFL? Like Auburn wanted him.
And that, once they got Jackson Arnold, that ended.
So
I love Malik Murphy, man. I think he got the short end of the stick. It's not his fault that Arch Manning came in. He probably thought he was going to be a Texas Longhorn for his whole career.
Well, he got 2 starts. He got the money. I mean, he got enough visibility, enough playing time to get paid by Duke. Now he's getting paid again, so he's doing okay.
Is Oregon State breaking them off that much? You got to get a little bit of scratch, but it can't be. They got Nike money too. It's not too far from headquarters and all that.
They don't have it like Phil.
No, Phil ain't giving it out that much, but
Phil
Phil's still
is
giving it
all
out.
about the Oregon Ducks.
But he gives them a little bit. They're a Nike school too. Like they got good facilities and stuff. It's just
So Phil and Jimmy Haslam are seen as like the 2 biggest over-the-top donors. Jimmy Haslam's a big Tennessee donor. The rumor is that he's endowed like $30 million and said, put it in a trust and take some out each year. But that way it's sustaining. Don't use up all the principal. So if that's the case, that's going to be a juggernaut if it's invested right. And really, this is what all the collectives are trying to get to, is a nest egg that you can just take, the interest out of it from year to year to pay that year's team. It's hard. It's hard to do. You got to get everybody moving in the same direction. That's why Greg Burns saying everybody thinks we have all this money. Alabama doesn't have all this money.
Sure don't.
And Texas has the money, but they don't want to keep going back to the same 5 guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they're trying to get the crowdsourcing, trying to get everybody to give $10 a month. Texas has one of the largest bodies of living alumni. It's like close to 600,000. They're just trying to get half of those people to give $10 a month, and then they're fine. Now it's almost like your alumni dues. You get the Texas X sticker or whatever.
Yeah. Hell, Houston Tillison been hitting me up. My alma mater talking about it and give back. Well, I ain't giving y'all nothing. HT, y'all got me messed up. I ain't giving y'all back anything. Like, sorry.
I was just at my stepson's graduation. That's why I missed the shows on Monday and Tuesday. And of course, they do all the graduation, everything. Everybody gets their degree. And then the last thing is a guy who gets up and says, hey, don't forget to continue making this university great. Don't forget about your college when it comes to giving back.
Nope. Can't do it.
Giving back.
Come on, John. $10 ain't nothing. $10 ain't nothing, man.
Yeah. Steve Patterson was going to Dubai to get people to give money. Not really. He was going to Dubai to try to get stadium contracts for the World Cup in Qatar. But anyway, that's another story. All right, let's get to the commentary. But before we do that, hey, passes.com /Texas One Fund. All right, has everybody bookmarked? If you're a Texas fan, go to passes.com, check out all the celebrities that are there. It's such a cool platform. They're interacting with you. But Texas One Fund, their account on passes.com is where you find all the UT student athletes, 40 of them, interacting with you, from Maddie Skinner to Sam Hurley on the track team, who's like a social media star, to, of course, Anthony Hill, Ryan Wingo, Rory Harmon, just go to passes.com/Texas1Fun. Check out what they've got. They've got the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast. Will Smith, we had him on our show. Patrick Will Smith, who heads the Texas One Fund, giving you intel about what's going on with Texas NIL. You just go to passes.com/Texas1Fund. Check it out. They had a Q&A with Tashard Choice a couple weeks ago where you can get in on it. VIP tailgate access, all of that right there at passes.com/Texas1Fund. Heck, keep an eye out for the Texas Sports Unfiltered videos, pregame, postgame. Yeah, right there. Passes.com/Texas1Fund. And of course, Cover 3, the go-to spot. Make your reservations now. Or if you're not going to the game Saturday at 3:00, actually, you probably want to get posted up a little bit earlier than that. But make your reservations because there is no better place in Austin, Texas for the best food, the best place to hang out with your buddies, best vibe, and you get to watch your favorite team on all the big screens at Cover 3 right there on Anderson Lane. Don't forget about brunch for the weekend as well. Set up early for that SMU Penn State game. Come on, Mustangs. Right there. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock off Old Settlers, and Cover 2 at 183 and Lake Creek. All right, Zay. Chip shot today. Wrote about this a little bit in the Insider today, talking to my coaches. Coach I really respect sees Clemson's defense as very similar to A&M's defense. You got these edge guys who are game wreckers. It was Nick Skirton and Shamar Stewart for A&M. This time it's TJ Parker, the sophomore, who's got 11 sacks, 19 tackles for loss, 6 forced fumbles, number 3 in your program for Clemson. And, they've got guys across their line who, have gotten into the backfield. You've got Jaheim Lawson, Peyton Page, Peter Woods, of course, TJ Parker, and then Sammy Brown, who is a freshman who's got the same numbers, very similar to Colin Simmons, both going to be freshman All-Americans. But they're not Jalen Walker, Michael Williams. So I think Texas is going to be able to run the football. I think they're going to be able to run the football. And if they run the football, forget it. Texas will have the benefit of play action. Sark will be in rhythm. Sark gets flustered and I think gets, he lacks answers when the team is not running the football. And that's normal, but you got to have other ways to run the football. If you're not able to run your bread and butter outside zone, no matter what you're doing, if you're running counter, power, pin and pull, you're trying everything, it's not working, well, then you got to run the quarterback a little bit. You got to try some unconventional stuff, maybe a hook and lateral. Roll the quarterback. Do some things that you don't show as a tendency. You got to make sure that you're moving on. Making sure that you're going on to play those crazy birds from Arizona State in the Peach Bowl in the next round. So in the quarterfinals. So I think this is going to be a game where Texas fans are going to like what they see. And let's see if, Quinn Ewers has more of a Florida type game. Do you know that this Texas has lost Let me see. This is a weird stat. But Texas has lost 8 straight games at home to teams ranked in the top 15.
Damn.
This dates all the way back to 2016. So they lost in 2016. They lost to number 11 West Virginia. 2017 they lost at home to number 10 Oklahoma State, 13-10 in overtime. In 2018 they lost to West Virginia, number 12 West Virginia, 41-42. In 2019 they lost to LSU and Joe Burrow, number 6 LSU. In 2020 they lost to number 13 Iowa State, 23-20. In 2021 they lost to number 12 Oklahoma State. And then they lost to number 1 Alabama and number 4 TCU at home in 2022. So I think that streak's coming to an end. Has lost 4 straight to top 5 teams. And Texas, of course, is a top 5 team. So I think Texas's streak will come to an end. Clemson's streak will continue. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Hell of a chip shot, my friend, per usual. Before the right call, though, got to get to some of these mentions like McCall Custom Homes. If you're in Central Texas and you're thinking about renovating your home, don't trust the scrubs or the beginners. Trust the experts. Guys that have been doing it combined years of over 50. The father and son duo of McCall Custom Homes. They will turn your house and make it a home, and renovating it, making it better. Some of y'all didn't have Christmas parties this year, didn't have New Year's parties coming up, or aren't planning for that coming up because y'all aren't comfortable with y'all's home. Y'all don't like it. Wifey says y'all need something to make this look a lot better for the people that y'all are inviting. McCall Custom Homes are your people. So again, they're Austinites. ATX, come on, they're trustworthy, they're reliable, loyal, great people at McCall Custom Homes. Check out their Instagram and Facebook and search at McCall Custom Homes so you can see what they're working with and see if it fits what you want to your home, because I'm sure it does. So hit them up at McCall Custom Homes and 512-633-9580. Give them a call and check them out. Mike will let you know what they could do, how they can upgrade your house. That's 512-633-9580, or shoot them an email at mcallcustomhomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And Covert B Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership, they've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. That's a long time. If you're doing anything for over 100 years, that means the quality is very high. New pre-owned vehicles, it doesn't matter. They got outstanding customer service, outstanding customer satisfaction. Guys like Daniel, Marcus, and Jerome, who hooked up my wife and I with our Buick Encore GT. We absolutely love it. My wife doesn't have any complaints about it. And y'all know, happy wife, happy life. So y'all could be like us, the Colliers, and get the Covert BK so you can find a vehicle for you. Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, GMC, Buick, Cadillac, it doesn't matter. The 7 terrific brands that they have all type of variety there, where you're looking for an SUV or a truck or a car, good gas mileage, et cetera, Covert Bee Cave. Those are your guys. So again, go visit them at covertbeecave.com so you see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And Leaf Landscape Supply, a full-service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. 2 amazing locations, one up north off of Pond Springs and my hood, and then one down south in BK's hood off of Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies for Phil, a landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants, rare plants, they're your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com and see what they have to offer, and go visit both of those locations. And when you're checking out, let them know Zay Collier told you at Texas Sports Unfiltered, you get 10% off. This time of the year, you're trying to look for a discount in anything because presents can be expensive. So 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. Can't beat that. Check them out. All right, Chip, got a couple of videos to show you for the right call. Both you're definitely going to be interested in, and so will the people. How should I say this? Should we start with the fun, cool video, or the other one that's going to be interesting, but also to some folks kind of bad?
Let's start with the bad.
The bad?
And then we'll end on the funny.
Then we'll end on the funny. Okay, terrific. All right, well, even though this is going to be great TV, the Cowboys are dropping a Netflix special talking about America's team, where you're going to get to hear from former Cowboys legends, of course, Jerry Jones, and other people that have been a part of the franchise and part of the process to why the Cowboys are the Cowboys. Check out this trailer right now.
If we're going to do the soap opera, then let's really get into behind the scenes, because you can't even keep up with the soap opera behind the scenes with the Jones family. Let me promise you that.
The first thing he says is it's more than just winning games. Is it? Is it?
Hey,
the problem is you don't focus on the games.
You know what this is? This is whenever I bring up the Live the Dream DVD and everyone goes, stop talking about the Live the Dream DVD from 2005. That's what this is. This is Jerry reminding people, you know, we did win Super Bowls 29, 30 years ago. Don't forget that, because some of you 30-year-olds out there don't remember when we actually were relevant and not just a sideshow. This is so sad.
It's tough.
I feel sorry. I say it all the time. I feel sorry for Cowboys fans because they got a carnival barker for a GM. They have a great owner who's done things for the NFL. He's made all the other owners rich because he sued the NFL to have his own sponsors and everything in his stadium. So 19 new stadiums got built because of Jerry Jones, because those owners went and got their cities to give them big tax breaks and allowed these guys to market like crazy and sell the naming rights and become bazillionaires. But Jerry can't get out of his own way. Doesn't draft a quarterback every year, not even every other year, so that he's always developing a guy. So he doesn't have to go spend $60 million on Dak Prescott when he knows that dude is fool's gold. You don't pay the big money. That's the one area I got Bill Belichick, and I'm going to shut up after this, Zay, but think about Belichick. How is he going to transition to college when as soon as guys got good enough to where they were going to get paid, he was like, go, someone else will pay him. We'll develop the next guy. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know how Bill Belichick's going to do it, but I can't wait for this Cowboy special. Again, the funniest thing about that trailer is Jerry saying right when it started, it's more than just winning football games. Dude, come on. That's the last thing you should be saying. It should be all about winning football games. And then
that's what you say when you're not winning games.
Exactly. Great point. That's what you say when you're on the struggle bus like they are right now. again, it's cool that they're going to have guys like Playmaker and Prime on, talking about their experiences. Didn't see Troy Aikman in it. I didn't see him in the trailer. You would think they would have 8 at least in the trailer. I don't know if he agreed to it because maybe he just doesn't agree with everything going on there and how Jerry did Jimmy Johnson. Didn't see Jimmy either. Felt like it's a hard story to tell if Jimmy Johnson's not in it. So, again, it's just one trailer, but both of those guys are pretty important to the Cowboys franchise. All right, before we bring on the SEC guys, the good video that I'm about to show. Longhorn fans, one of your favorite former Longhorns is back better than ever, trying to promote himself into the Pro Bowl once again. And his name is Cameron Dicker. Check this out.
Have you ever wanted to make the Pro Bowl but the fans didn't vote for you? And as a result, you lost your lawyer job and now you're selling used cars at super slash prices? Me neither. My name's Cameron Dicker and I'm still kicking for you. We've got kicks that can handle your toughest drive.
Knocks it through. How elite is this guy?
Check under this hood, because this leg's got horsepower. Don't let these other dealers doink you.
Kick is off the upright again. It's the upright.
Who's got better kicks than me? Nobody. Hold those deals down.
Don't front on these deals. They'll be gone in a second.
Don't believe me? Ask this satisfied customer.
This is my Quantum Thor motor coach from Cam Dicker. It's done me right.
So go to Chargers.com/vote and send me and my leg to kick for you.
And I will not stop making these until you feel.
Yeehaw!
So good. So good.
Yo, man. That's my guy. Like, he didn't start off the season that good either. It wasn't, he started off the season with a couple of misses, and ever since then, the dude's been money. I had to drop him in the fantasy league. I picked him back up. Now your boy's in the championship. A lot of that's because Cameron Dicker's been reliable. So, yeah, I appreciate it, man. That deserves a flex.
Yeah, man. Way to go, Zay.
Yeah.
Way to manage that roster.
Yeah, so what can I say? I'm a terrific GM,
Who's your top point getter?
I'd say Joe Burrow, because in our league, quarterbacks mean a lot more just because it's the quarterback position. They should mean a ton. So Joe Burrow, even though the Bengals been struggling, he hasn't. Him and Jamar Chase have been money all year. Got your boy Jahmyr Gibbs, which I know you don't like the fact that David Montgomery's out, but that means more carries for Jahmyr Gibbs. So I'll take that going into this last game of the year. But yeah, trying to go back to backs, trying to stay humble a week at a time. Don't want to get over my skis too much because that's when you could get got, when you get a little too cocky. Wideouts. God, you're putting me on the spot now. I should be able to think this. So, Justin Jefferson. I got Jordan Addison too. Both of those guys together have been money lately. Jalen Waddle's been struggling this year. I had Chris Godwin before he got hurt.
Oh,
that was too. Yeah, but I've had an easy schedule. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I had a very favorable schedule compared to everyone else in my league. The points against me, I have the least amount of points against me and my team more than anybody by a long shot. So I've had a lot of luck go my way, which is, kind of like the Texas Longhorns. All you can do is play who's in front of you and take care of business.
Now's the time. Now's the time for you to silence your critics.
Yeah.
Go win a championship.
Exactly.
Let's bring
Going to the basketball game tonight. Shout out to my man
Dave Shoemate. Dave loves him some basketball.
Yeah.
What are y'all thinking? I was just about to ask y'all that before y'all got off. What do y'all think now? Are we trajectory up, Horns? Are we going down as we're sitting there?
What, football?
Like no, basketball.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that schedule is.
Yeah, the first three are tough.
Oh, woo.
Shit, I mean, but let's be honest. There's really not an easy game in the league.
No.
I mean, like South Carolina was really by most people in a power rankings, you looked like projected to be the 16th team, and they go beat the supposed second best team in the ACC the other night. Now I know Clemson had beat Kentucky too, but still.
Yeah.
How, I hate to say it on the channel, but Oklahoma's better than everybody, even myself included. Thought.
Oh, man.
That dude flopped on that foul, though. Come on, man.
He did. I didn't think he got fouled. I'm with you.
Bad call. What are we doing?
That was a bad call.
It's just
play overtime. God's sake.
Yeah, that was a bad call.
They wonder why the sport's struggling. Like, we're not blaming the refs at all. Like, everybody's just blaming the players, NBA, college, whatever, why the game of basketball is struggling. The refs have a lot to do with it too. So,
yeah, you're right. I thought that was a soft, tick-tacky foul right there at the end.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
What's up, CP?
Every day I am amazed at people's stupidity.
I thought you were going to say every day I'm hustling.
To us.
Well, that too. Every day I'm hustling too, but every day I'm just.
Oh, what's the latest?
Well, number one, I'll say this: I'm really, really happy people care so much. I dropped my SEC Unfiltered Tour superlatives today. I didn't do like a power ranking of the visits because I just, I know it sounds like a cop out, but I enjoyed every place I went. People were great everywhere, and it just didn't feel right to put somebody like at the bottom. You know what I mean? It just didn't feel right. So we did superlatives instead. Everything from loudest stadium, best overall experience, best bar. We did best hospitality, which Texas won. Best city, which I gave to Austin. There were some Vandy people, Nashville folks that were kind of pissed, but gave it to Austin. But the reason I bring up people's stupidity amazing me is because there are people in the comments like losing their minds over this game should have gotten this or this should have gotten that. And they're mentioning games that I didn't go to. I'm like, the whole point is of the places we went. I'm like, I don't think I need to explain that, but I'm just like, because I'm like, I don't want to be that person where I'm like, assume that everyone knows what the SEC Unfiltered Tour is. But at the same time, like if you follow us and it was 15 straight weeks, you have to kind of know what this is in reference to. So again, there's just not a lot of critical thinking skills on the internet, guys.
Well, I was going to say that's another piece of content. Then you can you can go do a
well, I mean, I literally said
superlatives.
Yeah, I literally said, Chip, that listen, if you're in the comments and you're salty and you don't like the selections, it's a pretty good chance we'll be back on the road next season. Show us a good time. Maybe you'll see yourself on there next year. I don't know. Every season's different. I mean, listen, the interesting thing about the tour is that a lot of it does depend on the game. So, for example, had I gone to LSU Alabama instead of LSU Ole Miss, and then I went to, I don't know, let's substitute and say Florida Ole Miss, or just swap the games out, like LSU probably wouldn't have been the loudest stadium because, obviously I wasn't there that night in Death Valley against Bama, but I doubt it was very loud that night. I'm just saying, like, the experiences you get at certain places for certain games, it always changes and evolves. And so, like, that's what will make the superlatives, like, each season unique, is because they will inevitably change. But I'm hoping, like, fan bases kind of use it as a challenge. It's like, hey, like, the best tailgate we had this year was Morris Hall in Athens. Shout out to them. They took care of us. They fed us. They gave us drink. They gave the hospitalities. If you don't like it, like, hey, we come to Oxford next year or Austin or wherever else. Bring it on. I'm open to seeing better, So
get that moonshine into top shape.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm down. I'm down. So no, but again, every stop was great. But I wanted to do the superlatives thing and highlight. We could have done, 10 more. I had to narrow it down to 10 for sake of the graphic. But man, I'm just like, there's just some people out there that really just lack critical thinking skills, or they just want to be mad to the sake of being mad, which is fine. I mean, again, I'm just happy they care. So
fan is short, For
fanatic. Right. Yeah.
And it's the South too. Some folks in the South a little slow. Not gonna lie. Love the SEC, love the South. Some folks are a little slow. Hey, just keeping it real.
Hey,
what you fellas.
Hey, but Texas was well represented though. I even have people coming at me like, "Oh man, he's pandering to the new member of the conference." I'm like, "Yeah, that's why I picked Georgia to beat Texas."
Hey, don't worry, CP.
Yeah,
your boy Rodney Smith in the comments going to take care of you the next time you go to the ATA. Oh my God.
No.
I had a blast on 6th Street without all that madness, so I'm good. Listen, if you can't wander into Dirty Bills or Dirty Six, and if you can't, you can't take care of yourself, it's on you.
It's on you. All right, fellas.
All right, guys.
All right, boys.
Nice seeing y'all as always.
Hey, always a pleasure.
Appreciate
y'all be
y'all.
good, man. Yeah, y'all be good. Dave, what is up, man?
CP, we got to walk through these superlatives, man. Like who are the
Yeah. I mean, I haven't even.
I want to hear CP. Who were the honorable mentions? Who was next in line besides the?
Here we'll pull it up. Let me save the graphic on my laptop real quick. Yeah, you got me thinking too, man. I might actually, because here's the thing. I was like, yeah, I'll just post the graphic, and I feel like all of it is kind of self-explanatory because people, for the most part, saw the tour. I was posting the vlog weekly. I was posting pictures on my own, personal social media, stuff like that. So I'm like, well, I probably don't need to explain it all because it's going to be kind of self-explanatory. But at the same time, I think you're probably right. I may need to go into detail as to why each of these spots won the awards and, like you mentioned, honorable mention. So here, we're going to pull it up here. Let's see. All right, we're getting it uploaded now. By the way, you are right, Dave. The SEC is a basketball conference. We're just crazy how good the league is. All right. Here you go. For anybody who's missed it, this is the SEC Unfiltered Tour Superlatives. Again, it started week 1 in Gainesville for Florida, Miami, and it ended in Atlanta for the SEC Championship almost 2 weeks ago. So
put it in the awards, they say.
Yeah. Well, where do you want to go first, Dave? I mean, it's
right,
did any of these surprise you?
What was the second best game? Probably, obviously, but maybe LSU Ole Miss.
Yeah, it'd probably have to be LSU Ole Miss.
Arkansas, Tennessee.
I mean, dude, I saw some great ones. I mean, dude, literally, let's just go down the list. The best games I saw in no particular order. Obviously, Bama, Georgia, I put number 1, but LSU Ole Miss overtime finish. Arkansas, Tennessee, one of the upsets of the year. Tennessee, Alabama, 3rd Saturday in October. I mean, I have that as the best field storm. And I can explain why I had that as the best field storm. And, dude, I got to smoke a cigar on the field. So,
why best tailgate Morris Hall?
Dude, honestly, man, that was just here's the thing. Tailgating was great everywhere. But of the official tailgates we went to, the Morris Hall tailgate in Athens was the best one, just from everything, from the operations to the people to the spread to the drink selection to the music, everything that makes a tailgate great. Size of the tailgate, proximity to the stadium, everything. So again, I know best tailgate is going to be one where it's all dependent on, do you go to the right place? But here's why else, Dave, Morris Hall tailgate won best tailgate. Because not only did they take care of me in Athens, they took care of me in Atlanta at the SEC Championship. So, and guess what? If the Dogs, if we somehow venture out to New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl, they'll probably take care of us out there too. We go to Atlanta for the national title if, as they'd say down in the Peach State, God willing the Dogs are there. God willing. If the Dogs are in Atlanta, they'll take care of us again. So, yeah, it's a combination of things. I mean, there's great because putting the Grove, I just felt like was too general. The Grove is unlike anything else when it comes to tailgating, but this was more of a specific. Now, best tailgate versus best tailgating, two different things. The best tailgate was Morris Hall. The best tailgating as a whole, which of these schools I went to has just the best tailgating as a whole, probably is Ole Miss. I would probably say it is Ole Miss. Just from Ole Miss does tailgating right. They do it right.
Who finished second in tailgating for you?
Of the best tailgate, Let me think for a moment. Trying to kind of go back here. Just because I want to show him some love too. You know who did a really good job, man? Chris Doring's tailgate week 1 in Gainesville. We went to Chris Doring's because Chris Doring owns a mortgage company.
Yeah.
So we went to Chris Doring Mortgage, his tailgate. That was a lot of fun. They had like the chocolate fountains. You know what I'm talking about? You see those at events and shit.
Yeah.
They had a fireball fountain. It was literally like a fountain with fireball. Like you could just take a shot cup and fill it up with fireball, just pouring out. That was I'd never seen that before.
I've never even seen that either, but that's wild.
Yeah, it was very cool. It was very nice. Spread was great. So yeah, show them some love. Doring's tailgate was sick. So
what do we got? Loudest stadium, second.
So yeah, I mean LSU. Here's the thing. Loudest stadium was LSU. 1B would be Tennessee. I would say this. LSU was the loudest stadium from the standpoint of at its peak, it was the loudest. Like there's no question. It was the loudest. Loudest stadium, like start to finish, like just loudest for the longest, I'd probably say was Neyland. And I mean, LSU was loud throughout the entire game too, but that LSU loud hit, and I did those back to back too. I did those back to back weeks.
He wasn't pumping in the crowd noise like my guy Chris Stewart said.
They were not pumping in the crowd noise, from what I could tell. No, I think that was it's crazy some of the stuff that gets made up.
Who's runner up for best bar?
Yeah, Ennis had to have it, man. That's a place Shoe's very familiar with. Oh, Innisfree.
Yeah,
and we got in.
Used to be a big one for me back in my heyday.
Yeah, we got in for the free. Got in for the free at Innisfree.
Before the old ball and chain came along, baby.
Got in for the free. Again, Innisfree number 1. Shout out my guy Cruz Oxenrider, who showed me a great time in Tuscaloosa. That was just awesome. Runner up for best bar. I should have probably done. We should have done another graphic for runner up.
Bar, man, back in September.
I know Sky Bar at Auburn was sick. I'm trying to think. Were there any other
bars you go to in Austin?
Oh God, man, so many I can't even count.
What bar didn't I go to in Austin?
Yeah, it's that's the thing in Austin. There's not like, I mean, you know what's funny? I was gonna say Buford's was a really fun bar, but it's the Alabama bar in Austin. It felt like I was in Tuscaloosa being in there, which is kind of ironic. Second best bar. Man, I feel like I'm going to take a cop out here and rattle off a few. I don't want to do that. It's unfortunate in Oxford I didn't get to go into the library. Just from looking on the outside, that looked like it would have been probably second, but it was just cover was like $100, and I didn't have a hookup to get in, and there's just no way I was paying that.
And he's not talking about the book library for the
No. Your library card is not what you think it is in Oxford, Mississippi. I mean, because that's the thing, though, Dave. There's a lot of bars that I didn't go to in Oxford because it was so crowded and cover that looked really cool.
Oxford gets overpopulated. Yeah,
I would have loved to step into more places. I would have loved to have stepped in more places in Oxford. Joy makes a great point in the comments. LaBerge Casino, that's not a bar, but that was definitely. I mean, Baton Rouge had a great lineup. Uncle Earl's, Ivar's.
Did you go to Tigerland down there or no?
I didn't. I did not make my way over to Tigerland and Fred's and everything. So it's funny. I've still never done that. I've never done Tigerland. So when I go back, I'll have to do that. It's just so crazy on a football weekend, man. It's. Yeah, I did not venture over that way. Salty Dog in Gainesville was sick. See, it's interesting because that was week 1. It's easy to forget about that one, but Salty Dogs and then JJ's Back Bar that in Gainesville. The owner actually got us in, took us through the back, and we got in for free. Skipped the line. That was a great bar.
So the name of the bar is JJ's Back Bar.
Yeah, I think it's.
You went through the back.
Yeah. I think it's called.
Hey, you got the full extent of the bar, I guess. Then JJ's Back Bar. You went through the back.
JJ's Tavern and Back Bar. Yeah.
I've never been out in Gainesville. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, JJ's Tavern essentially, but it's JJ's Tavern and Back Bar. Yeah, I thought Gainesville was super dope. But let me give you a definitive number two. I will go with. trying to make sure I don't forget anywhere. Yeah, I'll go Skybar at Auburn. Skybar was just a really cool venue. Like it was massive, dude. It was massive. So
It's a 3-story thing. I mean,
it's a cool one. It's a very cool one.
You see it for what it is. I mean, dude, I worked at Auburn back in 2016. When you go there, when you work there in the summer and it's kind of empty, like during the week, we'd go, like people on staff, like happy hour. You go on a Wednesday at like 6 or 7. You're like, this thing's a lot bigger than I even realize when I've been in here when it's crowded. Like, you know what I mean? It's so empty. You're like, I always thought it was a unique bar. You're right. You kind of got your patio kind of vibe where it's low key. Then, and if you're into the grind sesh, you go to the dance floor down there. Then you got the upper deck if you're kind of an upper deck. I mean, it's got everything you want in one bar randomly. It is a pretty unique college bar. I'll give it credit.
Yeah. All right, best hospitality, Texas. I feel like this is one.
Why is that?
You probably heard me talk about this, Dave, but
because of Chip and Zay.
yeah, the TSU boys. No, I mean the hospitality everywhere was great, man. But Texas was the only place that I went that it literally started like a week before I ever went on the trip. Like there were people, dude. No other trip did I get so many like DMs and emails and people reaching out. Going out of their way to make sure I had a good time. Really, truly. My buddies in Austin obviously took care of me. My guy took me into the stadium, got on the field, showed me around essentially toured me around the campus. So I don't know, man. Just I had a place to stay for free in Austin. I had free tickets to the game. Like I was very well taken care of. And I will tell you, Dave, listen, and I want to make this very clear. I hope that me and Bowen are still cool, man, because it hurt my heart to leave Arkansas off this graphic. It did. It really did.
Bring it up, man. You killed them.
It did. It hurt my heart, man. It did.
I mean, they could have factored in the best film storm, right?
They could have. No, listen. Here's the thing. We only had room for 10 superlatives. Before we cut it down, I had about 16, and one of the categories was most underrated, and Arkansas was the honoree there. Because, when you think about Arkansas, man, they don't have the biggest stadium. They don't win the most. I don't know. It's like, do you feel like, Dave, it's kind of easy to forget about Arkansas to a degree when you're talking about all the other SEC institutions? But it's
I hear you, CP. You hate Arkansas is what you're saying.
Of all the, middle of the pack places, I feel like Fayetteville is a must do, Yeah,
Fayetteville's a nice town.
Fayetteville's cool. Fayetteville's really cool. I loved it. Again, the hospitality there was great. I mean, our guy Bowen showed me around the facility, indoor practice field, the field itself. My guy Ty Richardson, John Neighbors, they showed me around Dixon Street and game day, and I tailgated with them. And like you mentioned, stormed the field. I mean, I had a great weekend in Fayetteville, man. So it also led to me trying barbecue spaghetti in Memphis. So that was a unique experience.
Never tried that,
dude. The Memphis barbecue. I had Jim Neely's Interstate Barbecue. God, man. Oh my God. Some of the best barbecue I've ever eaten. I mean, that was insane, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like an experience.
Yeah, that Memphis barbecue was crazy. That Memphis barbecue. And dude, barbecue spaghetti is exactly as it sounds. It's just literally spaghetti noodles, pulled pork, and barbecue sauce. And I'm telling you, Dave, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
You're a big barbecue guy, CP?
I like barbecue, yeah. Bro, I'll tell you this. The Texas barbecue. Boy, they do it right. They do it. They do it right, man. Texas.
Better than your neck of the woods over there in Carolina?
Do what now?
Is it better than your neck of the woods barbecue?
I mean, listen, I'm not. They're different.
You're not going to be like Bear is with the chili and put.
I'm not. No, I'm not. Listen, if there's one thing that'll piss people off more than SEC Unfiltered Tour superlatives or power rankings, it's power ranking barbecues. You want to piss people off? Yeah, that's fighting words. You go tell a Texan or a Carolinian that their barbecue is second best. You go do that. You can have at it. I ain't doing it.
So CP, who'd you say was the second best hospitality?
I'd say Arkansas. I would. Yep, I'd say Arkansas.
We're going to give them a silver medal out of all this.
Yeah, we're going to give them a silver medal. They still deserve a gold, though. They still deserve a gold.
That's City, baby. We got the Horns coming in.
Yeah, I got to go off.
You hadn't even been to Barton Springs yet, and they got number one. So they can they can't even go any higher.
Yeah, and I mean, listen,
amplify it.
I'll say this, man. Like, Nashville certainly could have been this. I would say the thing that Austin had going for it that Nashville didn't was in Austin. I was with a local. I was with some Texas guys. They took me out and about. I mean, I went on 6th Street 3 nights in a row. You know, my Nashville experience was Broadway, essentially. You know what I mean? And it was great. I mean, listen, I left Nashville feeling like I could live here, you know? And I still feel that way. I don't know where I'm going yet. I could live there. So it could happen. Very well could happen.
We need to go to the SEC tournament and determine if that can be your ultimate trip there to determine if you're going to move there.
That's in March, right?
March.
That'll be perfect because I don't move till May, so it'll be like right before where I
can
really
month to decide if you're going to ultimately do it. CP.
Yeah, it is. That'll be
trip goes.
Well, see, that's the thing. Dave. Maybe it can be that week. I really want to go back to Nashville and get like the local experience, like because obviously if you live in Nashville. Dude, you're not going to Broadway every weekend. Like you just
I think most locals stay away from it.
Yeah. If you're a local, you might go like 2 or 3 times a year, you know. So, I mean, now that I'm thinking about it too, man, like Nashville's a great city. It really is. It really, really is, man. But yeah, Austin took it. Just my experience, man, in Austin. I loved the city. So much to do. So cool. Keep Austin weird. So. Yeah, honorable mention would be Nashville, easily. So, best college town, Dave, Athens. I mean, I went on record when I went there
for 2 years. I would agree.
Best college town in the SEC. I don't even like. Here's the thing. I don't even think that's a hot take. I don't even.
That's coming from an Alabama alum. I think it's pretty fair.
It's just it's the way the city. It's such a. I mean, they call it the classic city for a reason. The way it feeds into the University of Georgia, like it's awesome, dude. I loved it. Loved every second of it. I've always thought that about Athens. And I'll tell you that. Here, honorable mention, Dave. I'll give you an honorable mention. You know what my honorable mention would be? Honorable mention. Best college town? Oh, see, now I'm like divided. I was certain a moment ago. I'm divided. Because there's 2 that come to mind when I say this. I'm going to go Knoxville. Knoxville honorable mention. But the other one that came to mind, Dave, was Auburn. Because, like, Auburn's more, I think, of a pure college town than maybe Knoxville is. Knoxville's much more of a city than a pure college town. You know what I mean?
They all have their perks in this league. And, again, I've never been to Norman, so I can't explain to that. I'm sure the comments in here would tell me Norman sucks. So I can't – there's a little bias in here. I can't listen to some of this stuff. I want to go make my own opinion. I'll say the only town I've been to where you're just like –
Starkville?
Yeah, where it's hard to find something. Dude, and again, I'm from the coast of Mississippi. Remember, I'm from Ocean Springs, Biloxi, Mississippi. So a lot of my high school buddies went to Mississippi State, and I went to Alabama. And as you know, Tuscaloosa and Starkville are the 2 closest SEC schools just on Highway 82 over there. Dude,
how far are they? Like 50 miles?
An hour and 15 minutes, 82 miles to be exact. On the same stretch. It's a 2-way highway, Highway 82. Right. Dude, me and my buddy in college, a couple buddies in college used to go up and hang out with my friends from Mississippi State. It was a blast, but it's definitely one of those towns where if you were a Texas fan and like they're going to Starkville next year, like you just went and like didn't know anybody, or you went with a buddy. It's like, let's just go check out, make the fun. Like in Austin, you could go find fun there wherever you're at. Nashville, yeah, there's enough where you don't have to know somebody. Starkville, you better know somebody who can show you kind of the lay of the land. You're going to be like, this place is, how do people live here 365 days of the year?
Yeah, I've heard that about Starkville, unfortunately. We're not trying to pick on Stark Vegas.
Yeah, I hate to offend all the Mississippi State fans listening to the show.
Yeah. So many of them, so many Hail State folks are tuned in right now, up in arms. But yeah, so Athens, best college town for sure. Best stadium, Dave. Yeah, I had to go Kyle Field, man. That just maybe it's some. I don't think it's recency bias. I don't. But it's just nothing like it, man. It's biggest stadium in the SEC, 3 decks. It's beautiful, man. So that one just, and when I say best stadium, again, it's not best atmosphere. It's not loudest stadium. It's just the building itself. The building itself. Kyle Field is, I mean, it's just one of one, dude. It's a gargantuan place. I would agree. The old tackle box, as Billy Lucci told me it used to be called before they had those end zones. The old tackle box.
Tackle box.
They called it
the
tackle box.
I mean, I'd say Kyle Fields. Very, very clean, very nice. Yeah,
it's a beautiful thing. You can hate on A&M all you want. They're a cult. They're this. Kyle Field is gorgeous. It is a gorgeous stadium. I mean, it is a cathedral. Like really, truly. Like it is. Like I'll tell you this again. All the Longhorns in here, they're going to cut this off and plug their ears and whatever. When you tell me everything's bigger in Texas, to me, Texas A&M, they exemplify that. Everything they do, everything there to the more extreme. You know what I mean? Like, the stadium is a great microcosm of that.
Yeah.
Like, think about it, Dave. Like, they looked at their stadium. They had 2 decks. They're like, you know what'd be good on top of this other deck? Another deck. Like, let's put a 3rd deck. You know?
Yeah, I think Alabama's is not. I mean, I don't really.
Oh, I love Bryant Denny.
Yeah, Bryant Denny's. Bryant Denny's a very professional.
I told them, listen, I told them, Dave, if there's any other stadium that Kyle Field could compare to me, like just the setup, the building, again, it was Bryant Denny. Because you've got the end zones in the corners, like it's a very similar layout. It's
very corporate feel.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, and that's what's so interesting about Bama, man, is like you talk about the corporate field. They don't have any they don't have a ring of honor in there. They don't have anything. It's just kind of it's not barren per se, but it's they actively choose, obviously.
Used to not have the upper deck end zones, and it used to be like you could kind of see out there similar to how it was a little higher, but how Georgia's is on one side when you go to that on the bridge side, it was like that on both sides. And I think my junior year of high school, they put in the north, and then when I was in college, they were working on the south upper deck.
Yeah, and obviously Bama, they enshrine all of their legends. What is that over at Chimes?
The Walk of Champions, and they had the Denny Chimes there for their cleat print, handprint.
Yeah, the captains, right?
Yeah,
it's pretty
cool. Each team.
Yeah. Dave, best field storm, like I said, Bama, Tennessee, in Knoxville. So Neyland
got screwed, man. You hate them.
Hate the Hogs. No, I do. I really do love the Hogs. I love the Hogs. I mean, listen, here, you know what's funny, man? And I should have done that. Like, we could make another graphic. I kind of feel like I need to make another graphic because and I forgot to put this superlative on here.
What are you about to do? You about to give out silver medals here?
No, this would have been another superlative. I'm saying there's other things. I could have put probably 10 more superlatives. Dude, I had everything from like best fans to most underrated experience to best tour guide. I may need another graphic. High key. Anyways, though, you know what Arkansas definitely would have won, Dave? Most unique tradition that I came across is Woo Pig Suey. Calling the Hogs. That's the most unique tradition I experienced. You can say whatever you want about A&M and you're right. Hullabaloo, connect. That's I never heard anything like that in my life. You know, Auburn with Weagle, War Damn Eagle. I've never heard anything like that. But the calling of the Hogs, that's just if you drop it.
They go to that. What's that? I forget the name of the catfish place. If any Arkansas fans listen or any Texas fan that's been there, maybe they can share. That's where talking to Bowen. That's where they go. And I'd heard this before I even worked there. They take them on Friday night to the catfish hole, and everybody's in there and they orchestrate it. Right? They tell the restaurant. Obviously, they're coming with the recruits. So when the recruits walk in, everyone in there stands up and does woo. They hate the recruits too. Big Suey, Razorback.
It is the most interesting tradition of them all, really. Because, like, I'm thinking, like, not even an alien. If you took Dave, think about it, if you took some I don't know, some dude from California. You know, he's an outdoorsman, not a sports person. Like, doesn't watch sports, knows nothing about the SEC. And if you somehow transported him to Fayetteville, Arkansas, and you put him at an Arkansas game, he would not know what was going on when they were calling the Hogs. He'd probably be scared for his life, honestly.
It's an unusual tradition.
It's like, even like, I'm saying this as a compliment, but like even being there in person, Dave, obviously I'd never been there. I had never been to like an Arkansas sporting event of any kind. So like when they're calling the Hogs, I was like, I'm not going to lie, this is kind of weird. But it's cool. But I was like, it's kind of weird. And then it's like by the end of the game, I'm sitting there calling the Hogs myself. You know what I mean? But it's just the most unique tradition of them all, in my opinion. I thought it was the most unique tradition, the entire tour. So,
no, for sure. No, there's nothing else. There's nothing else like it.
There's no other calling. I mean, hey, here's the thing. I'm sure Coach Pittman. I'm about to give Coach Pittman a great recruiting pitch. I'm sure he says this all the time. But boys, there's many a Tigers and Bulldogs, but there's only one Razorback. There's only one calling the Hogs, baby.
There's only one Razorback.
There's only one Razorback.
I'm fired up. The basketball team brought the slobbering hog back to the midcourt.
Old slobbering hog. Yeah, that was a good move. And then, Dave, best overall experience is LSU. I mean,
and that could probably fit into the question Jake Bayless had for you too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Which fan base had the most alcoholics? Yeah, I'd probably go LSU. Listen, LSU, they drink like it's a sport, man. They listen. I went to a few innings of a baseball scrimmage at Alex Box when I went down there, and I mean it's a Friday in the fall. It's a fall. It's not. Yeah, it's a fall scrimmage. It's a scrimmage though, you know. And there's probably only like 100, 150 people there, but it reeked, Dave, of bourbon. Like, I mean, it reeked of bourbon. Like, and again, they drink, man, they drink like it is a damn sport. Like the well's gonna go dry, you know.
Yeah, I used to have cousins who live in Louisiana, the Covington area. I used to go visit them. They used to go to LSU. They all went to LSU. I mean, Louisiana people are some of the most hospitable people.
Yeah. Oh, they were great. No, listen, they were great to me. That's why, again, best overall experience, man, from listen, stadium atmosphere. Obviously, I've got loudest stadium, but the stadium atmosphere, the pageantry, the traditions, the food, the people, the tailgating, the game itself, field rush. I mean, LSU, Dave, it had everything. It just really genuinely had everything. You know, like it low-key could have won every single one of these superlatives to a degree, you know. So, yeah, LSU for me, best overall experience. So,
yeah, there you go, Jake, right there.
Yeah, but that's why I said though. That's why I said though, Dave, that I'm just amazed by some people's choosing to be foolish because, again, this isn't meant to. The superlatives are not meant to be a shot at anyone. They're quite the opposite of that. It's just literally recognizing highlights of the tour. It's not a shot at anybody. No way, CP, you hate Arkansas. Dude, I had a few Hogs fans. I kind of felt bad, Dave, because I had a few Hogs fans comment. They were like, man, you know, by the look of the vlog, it looked like you had a great time. Like, I can't believe they're not on here. I'm like,
I don't blame them too, dude. I'd be pissed at you. I'm upset.
Thanks.
I mean, dude, you were probably disgusted in some Fort Smith, Arkansas dinner tables last night.
well, Dave, this didn't get posted till today, so it'll be tonight's dinner.
Tonight.
They're gonna listen. Christmas is ruined, Dave.
Yeah, nice job. Right, about a week out.
Christmas is
old Darren out in Fort Smith's gonna have to tell little Johnny Chris Phillips did not enjoy his time in Fayetteville and hates our state.
What's it called? The natural state? The natural state? Yeah, it's it'll be a sad Christmas in the natural state this year.
Yeah.
So
too natural for Chris.
Dude, no, Arkansas was great. I just hope Bowen, if he's still there. I mean, I don't know if we should be talking about this, but what's the status with Any staff changes happening in Fayetteville?
No, I think. I mean, they may anticipate not making it at this time next year, but I think they.
Okay, we're good. Well, that's what I was going to say. Then I hope that I hope Bowen welcomes me back next year. I'm kind of nervous now. So
have you seen their schedule, by the way? Too, they play Notre Dame week 4 as their non-con.
No, dude, I did. See, dude. So I was in the mountains. I was in the mountains when all the schedules dropped. So I did not see like all of the schedules.
Well, they had that game in it, but that was just their non-con. It's kind of later.
Yeah.
But their road games are hard. I mean, at Ole Miss, at Texas, they
got to go to Memphis. That's not an easy game.
Memphis, Notre Dame at a conference. They go at Texas, at Ole Miss, at Tennessee, and at LSU. Those are their 4 road games.
Yeah,
and then think about it. You mentioned they're playing Memphis. They're playing Notre Dame. I mean, and then they go and they get A&M's at home, or they're not playing that game in Arlington.
Dude, I thought they were done with the Little Rock game. I thought they were done with that.
Last year. They got one more than they're done with it.
Oh, see, I thought Bowen told me it was this year. It was the last.
They're done with the A&M series in Arlington.
Yeah, that game is at DWR.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they told me, they're like, dude, we can't wait to be done with Little Rock, bro. Like, it just sucks.
I even think Arkansas fans started to get tired of the game in Dallas and Arlington. I know when I was there, A&M fans didn't like it.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it sucks, man. It does. It's yeah. So somebody said, what the fuck is the Morris Hall tailgate? I'm telling you, Morris Hall tailgate was electric.
The Morris Hall tailgate. I'll be honest. The name.
See, people are saying best field storm. How do you not give it to Vandy when they beat Bama? I'm like, I wasn't there. I was literally at Arkansas, Tennessee. That day, I was literally watching the Vandy Bama game with a bunch of Hog fans, and they were all pulling for Vandy.
You should have been there, man.
See, here are the dogs got the real question. Which fan base had the hottest women? And so I'll tell you this. I intentionally left this off the superlatives, like the graphic, because, I mean, Dave and everybody else, you're on the internet. You know how people just they're idiots, right? They're idiots.
You would have came off as a sexist male.
Yeah, I would have came off as a pig, whatever. Like, you can't just... whatever. But the most beautiful women of the this is the one that
we're announcing.
This is the one. This is the one that'll tear families apart.
Here we go.
This is the one that's
Chris Phillips doesn't think mom's hot.
Yeah, like you said, Johnny over in
Arkansas.
Fort Smith, Arkansas is gonna be sitting at the dinner table, about mad as a hornet, saying he thinks my wife's ugly.
Chris is gonna surprise you, folks. Charlotte, North Carolina had the hottest
Jesus
women.
Christ. No, I left the neutral sites out of it, obviously on purpose. Like, I mean, I had a great time. I had too much fun in Charlotte. And Jacksonville was a blast. I mean, I had a great time in Jacksonville, but I mean, you know, those were just different, and that's why I left the SEC championship all too. It's just different experiences.
Yeah, downtown Atlanta, man.
Ooh, man, dude, I didn't even go out downtown Atlanta either.
The Waffle House, you should have saw him pour
most beautiful women of the SEC Unfiltered Tour. This one is tough.
It's a very black and white answer.
It's not though, dude. It's the SEC, man. You're splitting hairs.
Fans are calling you out. You went to Oxford too. You can't say you didn't go there.
Well, I know. And Naman says that Texas has the hottest women. Texas they held their own. Hair of the Dog says Texas with its hot college chicks and fat hairy hippies. There's one that jumps out for sure.
Before we go here, what a time to be alive, by the way. First of all, we're college football playoffs. We got 2 SEC first round games in about 48 hours. We got our first playoff game tomorrow night. The SEC is by far the best basketball conference, best any conference has been, maybe ever, but at least in the last 20, 25 years. And we're about to have Chris Phillips tell us who officially, a guy that has had boots on the ground on these campuses. Guys. This isn't somebody who's just Googling images of women. This is a guy that's been in the trenches. He's been in these wars. He's seen the mustard gas that has been thrown in these trenches, just like our fellow Americans back in World War I. And he's about to deliver the most attractive, the most beautiful women in the SEC award goes to.
I got to go Oxford, man. I got to go Ole Miss.
Congratulations,
I do. I got to go Ole Miss.
The SEC Unfiltered, most prettiest women of the SEC 2024.
Yeah, Ole Miss lives up to the hype.
No, your guy Pete Coughlin is right. I'll say
he's right.
The LSU gold, like the dance team gold. They're carving copies every year. I don't think they've changed since 1980.
Yeah, I mean, listen, LSU is certainly holds their own. I'll put it that way. It's LSU certainly holds their own. You mix some Creole in too, so the attitude gives LSU's community a boost. Yeah, I mean, I listen. I'd go like as a whole. I walking around Oxford on a game day is you'll have a sore neck afterwards. You'll have a sore neck afterwards.
You have to send Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin a trophy. We had our
I'm not telling
Bear Awards the other day.
I'm not telling Joey Freshwater anything he doesn't know.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, we had our Bear Awards on Sunday, so we got those trophies out of the Bear and the Heisman pose. That was officially the SEC Unfiltered 2024 football season awards. Now you got to find some kind of.
Hey, I'll tell you this. Probably an answer, or probably one you wouldn't expect though. And I will say Austin was nice too, by the way. Austin was very nice, but one you wouldn't expect, Alabama. I thought Alabama was
one you didn't expect.
Well, I mean, let me say this. I didn't expect because of.
It's like not expecting. It's like not expecting like the Dodgers to make the playoffs or something.
No, it was because more so I think what Auburn people told me about Tuscaloosa, and I'd never been. I will say, like, here's the thing, Dave. Tuscaloosa was very close to the best overall experience. Like, I can't wait to get back to Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa was a blast. I mean, it was that close to being the best overall experience. Like, LSU went above and beyond. I think they knew they realized that I'd been to Tuscaloosa. But Bama was awesome, dude. Bama was awesome.
No, I mean, the University of Alabama is also Tuscaloosa. Now it's grown a lot since I graduated in 2012, but downtown area is more condensed. You got that Hotel Sabins invested in that the team stays at now. So you're right. It's grown a lot better. It's got some of its rougher areas too. I mean, it's probably a more dangerous town definitely than all. I mean, Auburn's like Pleasantville. Like, you could leave your keys in your cars. You get outside to go to the store like Matt Luke used to do in Oxford. Similar town, seriously. I mean, there's like no crime.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna stand on this, Dave. I'm gonna go Ole Miss. Ole Miss.
Congratulations, Ole Miss.
Yeah,
ladies.
There's a reason going in. And some people were like upset with like, oh, these answers are so typical, and some of I'm like, well, guys, I mean, I'm not the first person to travel the SEC, so maybe there's a reason some of these are like the typical answers. Like, I was told when I went to Oxford, they redshirt Miss Americas. I mean, maybe there's a reason they said that. Listen, what'd you say, Dave? It's you got to have you can get a 16 on the ACT, but if you're a 10 in person, you're accepted.
Oh, as you said, yeah, at Ole Miss, you had to send in a picture with your application if you were. I mean, the proof's in the pudding.
And again, see, here's the thing. I answer the question, and people are going to get upset. It's no slight at anyone. I mean, picking the most beautiful women in the SEC is like picking. I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of right answers here, are there not? I mean, there's a bunch of right answers here.
No, you're right.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, Dave. At least this is just going off pure feel. The most take them home to mom and marry them type, Auburn. 100% Auburn.
100%.
I think Auburn, Alabama is like where you'd go to find a wife.
Did you find a girl there that you want?
I did not. No. I'm just saying, just the overall vibe of Auburn. It's a very, you work there, very family friendly. Like, just you're the most quaint little southern town. There's a reason they call it the loveliest little village on the plains.
Yeah. You got a lot of women that go there to get their MRS degree. You're right.
Their MRS degree. That's funny. That's funny. Now that's funny, Dave. Y'all don't realize Dave Shoemate is a very, very sneaky, funny human being. Very sneaky, funny.
Thank you for the comment.
I think it's your humor that got Miss Shoemate on board. It's got to be.
Maybe. It may be. I mean, I think she said that before. Yeah, you're right. I think you may hit a handle on the head there. Now you made me think about it. I think if you really asked her, would be my best attribute. It may be my sense of humor.
Yeah, sense of humor. I mean, it certainly wasn't. It couldn't have been, Dave, your salary working on a personnel staff. No offense, but
that's why I went to Kansas. They paid. They made an offer you could.
They paid good.
People do ask us, I'm like, why'd you leave A&M to go to Kansas to work for Les Miles? It's like, oh, dude, they were almost paying. They amped up the money for the old support staff. The guy who built the staff actually had a good. I kind of was forefront thinking a little bit. Kind of like I think the support staff roles are going to get more important as the time goes on. CP, who do you think? What coach in the first round of the playoffs needs to win the most? Obviously, I mean everybody needs to win. Let's be honest. It's a playoff. We're playing for a championship. Like the obvious, where it's like Ryan Day's one.
Yeah, I was going to say, is Ryan Day not the obvious answer?
Who's after him now? Yeah, I think James Franklin losing to SMU would be rough at home.
Yeah. James Franklin definitely would. Yeah, that's to your point. I mean,
I think if Sark lost, I mean, yeah, Texas fans aren't going to be fired up, but I think it's still they feel the same way. Tell me if I'm wrong, Texas fans. I don't really think that's how I should have phrased the question. Does it change the way their fan base feels about them and what coach is in the playoffs? I think Dabo's the same no matter what. I don't think Clemson fans feel any different about him if they win or win or lose.
Well, and here's the thing, even if they do, and to your point, Dave, like, yeah, they'd be upset about losing, but shit, Dabo just took a portal player. So, I mean, they might even start to feel better about Dabo, even if they lose. It's like, hey, like, we're going to change this because we're finally in the portal now. Like, which.
Well, you got Texas. I think both in those two games, those coaches for the most, I mean, obviously if Clemson wins, Clemson fans will feel better about Dabo, but like for the most part, it's not changing.
Dave, does it give you like any? I don't know, not worry, but like I mean, I feel confident. You feel confident. We're about to drop the score prediction graphic shortly or whatever for that game, Texas Clemson. But like, I just think it's interesting. Like nobody, I haven't seen a soul giving Clemson a shot in the game. Not a single person. Is it really just that easy?
I saw was Joel Klatt thought they would cover, but he had Texas winning by 10, and he just had the hook. Like he was talking about his bets.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, this is the only one where I'd probably take the points because I don't really trust Texas offensively at times. But you still had them win.
Like Dave, like we love to play like over the offseason, right? Like we play like a ridiculous what if game, and it's funny how a lot of those we didn't ask enough what ifs with this season. But like, Dave, I'll ask you, what if Clemson beats Texas?
Yeah, I mean.
Here's the thing. You say that Texas fans would feel the same. They're not going to fire Sark, but that feels like that'd be a bad loss. Like,
let's go
home, maybe by 12.
Let's go through the rest. All right, we mentioned Ryan Day. Yes, obviously those fans would feel a certain way. What if, again, I'm moving the goalpost here a little bit. What if Tennessee goes there and just no shows and Ohio State just
then you really the whole
again they're not firing Josh Heupel, but I feel like and say the offense is sputtery.
And then I think the narrative will become, hey, I mean, Tennessee could make some noise in the playoff, but they got to be hosting that first game. that or they got to get a bye.
Like Heupel against really good defenses. I know it sounds wild. Yeah, Dave, you're probably going to struggle some against other really good defenses. Other teams have really good players, and you'd be correct in that statement. But it would be yeah, man, all year their offense outside of Dylan Sampson has been very clunky, especially specifically the passing game. So if that was non-existent there, Heupel, I think people would be pissed.
Has Tennessee gotten anybody in the portal of note? I don't think they have.
Not anybody big time.
Who do you think? What do you think? Do you think they go out and get like a receiver or anything? Like,
I think you could see them be active.
I think they need one, man. Like they need a big.
They're going to have to go be active on the defensive front seven. They lose. Like I think their top 4 guys.
Pierce is gone. Is Thomas gone?
Interior, yeah. Pierce will be gone. Omar Norman Lott will be gone. Elijah Herring will be gone. Like you have all those guys that are kind of on the interior that will be gone next year.
Yeah.
A lot of those. I'm trying to think too. All right, SMU, Penn State. No, I mean SMU fans. They're happy to be there. They're not going to be mad at those. I think Penn State fans will be pissed.
Hell yeah. Yeah, because you finally got to the playoff. You finally –
Chris, too, I know you have this upset. You have Boise State beating Penn State. But I think if you're a Penn State fan and you wear navy and white glasses, I'm sure you're sitting there, you're like, I love our path to the semis. Like, you're sitting there, you're like, we host a home game against SMU, who's just moved their way up to Power 5 or Power 4. Then you got the Group of 5 rep in Boise. All due respect to them, but to be at a neutral site in Phoenix, I mean, you feel pretty good. And then what's the other game I'm missing? Oh, Indiana, no. Kirk Cignetti, obviously not. Marcus Freeman, I don't know. That's an interesting one because, again, I don't think Notre Dame fans will be really jacked about losing to Indiana at home in football. I probably depends what it would look like.
Yeah, but I think Indiana is actually a good team. Or like, I'm not saying SMU's like a terrible team. Nobody in the playoffs just terrible, but yeah, like it feels like it'd be more. But no, you're right. To your point, I mean, if Notre Dame lost, that wouldn't be a good loss either.
Let's also say too, factor in maybe to how the loss is, like it's a coaching malpractice like time management at the end or something. Somebody's like, what the hell, man? Like if it's James Franklin or Marcus Freeman or even Heupel, they all kind of fit in that mold. Certainly Ryan Day.
Yeah. I mean, it is going to be fascinating.
Do we ever see a coach get fired after making the playoffs in the 12? I know we're inevitably going to keep moving this up volume-wise, probably get to 16. But like in the 12-team era, 14-team era, when then I think we're probably about to come on the next 2 or 3 years. Do we see a coach make the playoffs and get fired? I mean, you could see it this year potentially. I mean, I'll say it. I think I will be shocked if Ryan Day, I mean, unless Tennessee rolls in there and just beats the crap out of them, it's embarrassing. Like they may roll to Mike Vrabel at that point, but no, I mean, I'd be a little shocked if they pulled the plug if it's even in a close loss. But I mean, do we see a guy make the playoffs? I mean, the situation's ripe right now. I mean, you'd ask, like, how does that happen? Well, just go look in Columbus, Ohio. That's how that happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll happen. Yeah. I think there's just some places where the expectations are so crazy. I mean, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Dave. What if Bama went 10-2 next year, made the playoff, lost the first round, and then went 10-2 in year 3 and same thing happened? Would they fire Kalen DeBoer?
I don't think so because I think he's Greg Burns' guy, the 80s guy. So I don't know. They're going to give him, I think, as much as the leash as like possible. I mean, again, 2 out of 3 playoff appearances. Granted, I know it'd be a 12-team playoff, so it's not like you're consistently making the 14 playoff. And who knows in your situation if you've won an SEC championship in that realm either. I mean, probably not. Probably not. I'd probably lean towards probably not.
Fair enough.
Who's hair of the dog talking about? Ryan Day?
Yes. Also, I want to go back to this comment too. Joe K took Clemson plus 11. This is what they call UTSD, Dave. There's a lot of UTSD right now in Austin.
It wouldn't shock me in this game if it's like I'm one to think Texas wins by double digits, but also it wouldn't shock me if like this is just a field position war all night. It's just kind of who's sitting there. We're staring at each other. Kade, Klubnik, Quinn Ewers. It's like who makes a big critical mistake. And again, I think it will be a lower score game because I trust these defenses.
Dave, I was asked who's most likely to lay an egg in round 1. Who do you?
Out of all 12 teams,
listen. I think of the teams that are playing in round 1. I mean, dude, I hate to say it, I do kind of say Texas though, just because if you get the bad version of Quinn Ewers, I mean, I don't know. I mean, who else would you go with? I mean, is it? I guess Tennessee. No. I guess Tennessee could lay an egg, like they could no show because they're on the road, and if Nico plays.
Biggest lay an egg that's not a favorite. I got you. Yeah. I mean, again, dude, like I keep saying it. I feel like Tennessee fans get mad. I don't trust Tennessee on the road, dude, especially offensively. I mean, they've showed all year that they can just be no-shows for a game, certainly for a half. We've seen that going back to last year in Tuscaloosa, the 2023 season, where they were up 13 against Alabama at half and didn't score a point in the second half, and Alabama ended up boat racing them in the second half. Blew a 13-point lead because you couldn't score. In Florida last year, I mean, for whatever reason, Heupel and them will just disappear. And let's be honest, I think this is the best defense that they have seen all year, this Ohio State defense on paper, like pure talent-wise, even better than Georgia's. I don't know. I think a lot of people are just amplifying that Michigan game a little bit more. And it's like it was just one kind of hyper-hole just example. It's like, I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm just going to bank they come in and play really – Ohio State plays really well.
Yeah. I think Jake makes a good point, Dave. Defense is too good. I don't have Clemson scoring any more than like the low teens. I mean, to his point, Dave, if Texas scores, what's the number for you, Magic?
Dude, I think it's the first to 20.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if Texas scores 20 or more, essentially the game's out of reach for Clemson. Like I think if you can score 20 points, which is it not crazy? We're talking about an offense with Quinn Ewers, a Joe Moore Award finalist offensive line, Gunnar Helm, Isaiah Bond, Matthew Golden, Silas Bolden, the Moore kid, Trey Wisner at running back, just get to 20 points. That's crazy to me. Like, that's just, if they can't get to 20 points, we got an issue.
Yeah, Quinn misses too much, leaves so on the table, or has a bad red zone kind of turnover there, giving Clemson and Klubnik there a short field. I mean, again, I like Maffa, but he's banged up. I mean, I would be a little shocked if Clemson scored more than 20 points on Texas here.
I'd be stunned. Without help? No, there's no way. There's no way. Like you said, Dave, name the bad game Texas's defense has played.
Yeah, I mean, there hadn't been.
They haven't played one.
You can throw in arguments who's the best offense they've played as well. I get that. But again,
I mean, where would Clemson's offense –
You've played 13 games and you've been pretty locked down. You've been locked down.
Where would Clemson's offense – where would the Clemson offense rank amongst the offenses they've played?
Let's make sure I don't forget a team here. I mean, I know Texas's schedule, but let's see.
Throw out the three non-cons that were nobodies. They're better than Michigan. Kentucky, Clemson's better than Kentucky.
Better than Kentucky, yeah.
Arkansas?
Yes, it's better than Arkansas.
Okay. Georgia?
Now or when Texas played them, I guess would be. I mean, when Texas played them would be fair. I'd probably go Georgia.
Okay. Mississippi State?
Clemson, even though State actually had some success against Texas.
Vanderbilt with Diego Pavia?
That's just, I mean, it's not the same offense they're preparing.
Yeah.
That's more of a spread triple option. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to put in the same category.
Texas A&M?
No, Clemson. I mean, this is not – Clemson's definitely a top three offense.
Oklahoma, definitely Clemson. That's not even –
Yeah, but Oklahoma with Michael Hawkins, too. Yeah. I mean, you could make an argument. I don't know how you could put Clemson's offense lower than third if you're ranking that. I could see you put second or third potentially, but lower than third, I mean, all right, who? Because like you said, Michigan, not Mississippi State, not Kentucky. I mean, Florida was playing with the Aiden Warner kid then, the third-string quarterback. Yeah, I mean, it's Georgia, Clemson. I mean, Vandy, but again, Vandy doesn't play the same style. It's two totally different offenses, so it's kind of tough to put in the same category. It's probably second or third, depending on how you rank that Vanderbilt offense, which I wouldn't argue with you either way.
So, I do feel confident. I mean, I think you made the point, Dave, and I agree with you, and I've said this since, that, of all the units in this college football playoff, like you look at all 12 teams, I don't think there's a unit I trust more than the Texas defense. Like, I know what I'm getting out of that Texas defense. What?
Texas or Tennessee's?
I'd go Texas's right now. I don't back end. I don't think anybody's playing better, and I agree with you. I think the secondary and the back end's better. Yeah. It's crazy to think, Dave, that like Texas's chances at winning a national championship they're solely controlled by that offense.
And Quinn Ewers specifically.
Quinn Ewers. It's controlled by Quinn Ewers.
They got to have Isaiah Bond for the play. I mean, he changes the whole – again, I think Isaiah Bond's a fine player. Again, we're doing the grading of the portal transfers now. Go check those videos out if you haven't right now. go check us out if you've not yet. But I've been using my old grading scale that Georgia and Oregon use. So, I think Isaiah Bond's kind of like a winnable most type guy, which is what most of your roster people. I don't think he's some like dynamic because again, he's not some big build guy. But I do think with the way Sark will utilize him, I think he does change it up and allow a lot of other things on the outside to happen up for other people and Gunnar Helm as well underneath. So I think he'll be key. Has to stay healthy. I think he's going to play on Saturday.
Yeah, it sounds like he's going to go. So, Dave, we hit 5 o'clock, man. A lot of fun. It's always a good time. Again, appreciate you all tuning in. Make sure you like, subscribe. Stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered and SEC Unfiltered. You can find us all in the same places. Like Dave mentioned, we've got portal grades dropping. We're reacting to transfer portal news. We also got all of our previews for the SEC bowl season, college football playoff games. Of course, we'll continue to break those down. Tomorrow, SEC bowl season starts. We've got Florida and Tulane, which will kick off during our TSU segment tomorrow, and we'll react to that one, break it all down tomorrow night, and then of course all day Saturday, like I mentioned, Texas, Clemson, Tennessee, Ohio State, and we're off and running from there. So always a pleasure, Dave, you're the man. Appreciate you taking the time, and again, guys, thank y'all so much for tuning in.
And congratulations to the University of Mississippi Tridouts.
Indeed. Congratulations to Lane Kiffin and company. You guys earned it. Again, appreciate you all. Thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We will talk to you all tomorrow.